Greetings and welcome to a special live report. I'm Tom Connors, and with me is Andre. How you doing?
Greetings, everyone. I am doing well, pretty okay all in all, but I am a little bit riled up.
Little bit. We also have joining us Mr. H from Mr. H Reviews. How are you?
Yeah, I'm all right. Equally, a little bit riled up. I'm looking at some of these comments coming in as well, which is quite shocking. At least they're in the minority here, which is pretty good.
Yeah. And we may have some other people coming in as we move along here, but I'm going to turn this over to you, Andre, to get us started. A lot of this happened while you were sleeping.
Yeah, that's the beauty with being in a different time zone. Like, I wake up and the whole world has gone off the rails. That's happened like a few times. Like, I go to bed and everything is fine. We published a video about how Amber Heard is rumored for a role in Star Wars. We know how serious that is. We're looking, that's like a funny little thing. Ha ha ha, Amber Heard in Star Wars. How fucking hilarious would that be? First they get rid of Gina Carano, then they get Amber instead. How hilarious would that be? And then I wake up in the morning, and then my phone has blown up, mostly from a message from Tom, but also everything else. So yeah, Max Mercer says in the chat, Amber Heard? Yeah, that's right. We put out a video last night. It only has 7,000 views. So you know what? I think YouTube suppressed it. But if you go into the main channel, you'll see a video about Amber Heard possibly being in Star Wars. So do check that out. And yeah, on that note, greetings to everyone that's joining us today. Greetings, Art Bunker. Greetings, Annibal, who is here. We also got a super chat from Sister Harrow, who evidently must be riled up as well, sending us $20, saying, "Hey boys, well, so glad you could join us. I hope that this time works for you. I know that that's not always the case." Peace King J says, "F Disney," and yeah, I think that is something that we can all agree on right now in this moment. There's the thumbnail for the video that we posted yesterday, the one that was suppressed. When we're done here, go and check that out. We don't know how serious it is, but it could happen. Amber Heard could be the acolyte in Leslie Headland's Star Wars series. How
we're in a
ironic
clown
would
world,
that be?
aren't we? So.
Yeah, exactly. Spider Unlimited also sent us $10 saying, "Not a toy collector, but I bought a ton of Cara Dune toys." Yeah, there you go. That only goes to show how popular she is. When she can make non-Star Wars fans buy Cara Dune toys. How awesome is that? Death Rattle says, "Star Wars died in 1983.
I'm inclined to believe with you.
You know what? It died many times since, and it died yet another death yesterday. How awesome is that? What is something? It's worse than Jason. It's like this undead corpse just walking around, bits falling off and everything. And Kevin Motthorst also has a good sentiment that we'll be getting into. Death to the Mandalorian. Jake the Movie Geek is also very riled up. And Chris Madison says, "All she had to do was shut the fuck up." No, you shut up. Because here's the thing. She spoke truth to power.
Also, I don't see people saying Pedro needs to get fired. He was calling people Nazis. Like, what? Come on.
Yeah. He was a million times worse because he was actually denigrating people, which is something that Gina Carano has never done.
Yeah. It's like, where's all the calls for Pedro to be fired permanently and cancelled permanently?
Yeah. Hey, I started that last night. I'm like, fair is fair. I wrote on, I don't care. I'm going to be a dick today. So just anybody who's ready to get pissed with me, sorry. But I put it last night. I'm like, how does it feel, Pedro, to have your fucking shining moment overshadowed by Gina being fired? Hashtag fire Pedro Pascal. Fair is fair. Because he's announced last night, get this, to be in the new fucking Last of Them TV show on fucking Netflix. That got overshadowed a little bit.
Okay, well, how about, was that The Last of Us? Is that the thing with that woman, man, bear thing or whatever in it? Okay, well, hashtag cancel The Last of Us.
Yeah, that too. I don't care. I'm not going to watch it. That's one of them. If you asked me to, I'd be like, Andre, no, just not going to happen. I've got better things to do with my life.
Exactly. And Stacey A says, I've canceled my Disney Plus.
Yep, so did I.
Yeah.
And I even got some money back.
Yeah, exactly. Here's like the thing. You see, this is why we accept sponsorship from Surfshark, because we don't push things onto you unless you think that you're going to benefit from them. And this is a good time for. We'll get more into that. And here, Hunter Dovak says, I hope Gina sues the hell out of the media. Well, actually, I think that she has a case against Lucasfilm. Because, okay, how did all of this begin? Well, Tom, how did this begin? What happened last night? Well, there was a stream, wasn't it? And this was a good one.
Well, really, to see where this all began, you have to go back months, unfortunately. And it all starts with the trans community going after Gina for not putting her pronouns in her bio. Okay, that's where all of this started. Because
it didn't end there, but it started.
No, that's where it all started.
Yeah, I'm just saying it didn't end there.
No. So you had a bunch of people trying to force her to do this. She didn't want to do it. It was explained to her why she should, according to them. And she still said, no, thanks, but I support trans rights and all that kind of stuff, but I don't feel the need to do this, which is her right and should have been respected. It wasn't. These people continued to go after her nonstop, and they basically created an op campaign and went through every single thing she ever said, every tweet, everything she's ever liked, and they have done nothing but twist every little thing she has said for the last few months. And it got to a head last night when she had posted a tweet or a thing on Instagram. And I'm sorry, if you interpret this the way that the media is trying to spin it, then
you're a moron.
You're a moron, and you're in the wrong fucking place.
You're on the wrong planet. You're an idiot.
Yeah. Allow me, because I have some practice in how to say this. Because again, here on YouTube, we have to dance around the hoops.
Yeah.
Because freedom of speech is dead.
Yeah.
And for that reason, we have to dance around some hoops. So basically, what Gina said that was so incredibly offensive yesterday is that
I'm working on finding the thing here.
She commented a little bit on the current political situation in the States, where you have like this kind of creep in what is possible to say in public discourse about half of the country. Right? You already had like Pedro Pascal, who basically said that half of the country needs to be exterminated, and you have more and more of that. So much for the unity that was we were promised was going to happen. So what she said was that what you learn in history books about like that strife that was back in Germany back in the 1940s.
Well, I have the actual message.
Yeah, I know that there's a screenshot, so you can read what she said. But basically, I don't want to say that here because it'll come for us. But what she said is that what really happened there in Germany, the thing that you haven't been taught in the school books because they're like truncated and they miss some details, is that what happened was that the discourse from the people in power, from the media, all of that was such that it riled up the populace against a subset of the population. So that the majority population were actually the ones that did the attacking and the harassment of the minority population before the authorities took any kind of decisive
they used politics to divide. Yeah, they used politics to divide the people.
Exactly. And then when the authorities did take their decisive action, well, then the populace was already disincentivized and even in favor of it. And she said that's kind of like similar to what we're seeing in the States right now. So maybe we should learn from history and change the trajectory that we're on. That's what she said. In reality, it was a call for unity. However, she was a little bit too specific in mentioning exactly which parable. I mean, she could have gone to China, wherein you have the authorities, the ones that Disney endorse and are in the pocket of, that have like camps where you increase your focus for minority population right now, and Disney even thanks those places. You could have mentioned an example of that, but no, she went into the one thing that's kind of like sacred and that you don't go to in Hollywood, and that gave them a reason to take her completely out of context, to completely ignore her message and cancel her. Doesn't that about sum it up?
Yeah. I mean, it does about sum it up, but it's important to note that what she's discussing here is the slippery slope of tribalism. You know, obviously pursued by those in power to separate people, and that is in effect what is happening. And if you're going to deny that is, you know, she's not discussing. What's important here is she's not discussing, because everyone just goes, oh well, she's denigrating. Apparently she's denigrating Jews. That's not what she's doing at all. You're an absolute idiot if you think that. You're a moron and you can't read. But like, she's not even discussing specifically the longer lasting effects of what occurred. Because I've got to try and dance around what I'm saying here. She's not talking about the worst of what happened in World War II. She's saying what led to that. So she's saying let's learn from our mistakes. Let's learn from history. And, you know, maybe we shouldn't go around attacking people just because they have a difference of opinion or, you know, different political views from you, this kind of tribalistic approach, which is what's happening. I don't understand what was so wrong with it. Mental.
No, and I want to say this because I can see things are riling up a bit in the chat. Look, I've taken the higher road for too goddamn long. That's part of the problem is we've stood back and just let this shit go on and we can gripe and whatever. So if you're going to be an asshole in the chat, banhammer's coming out. Twitter wants to silence motherfuckers. I can do it too. I'm done. I'm sick and tired of hearing the bullshit. If you're going to sit here and push some false fucking narrative, especially in our fucking chat, you can get the fuck out. I'm not going to deal with any of these fucking little fucking harpies coming in here and trying their bullshit. I know who the normal people are in here. I recognize my fucking chat. And if you're going to just come in here and rile people up, I'm going to show you the fucking door. And if you don't want to fucking leave, I'll kick you the fuck out every single fucking time you come in. And I'm sure Natasha's in there and she will help me too. So if you want to be an asshat and fucking starting some shit in my fucking chat, you can get the fuck out. I'm going to do just what Twitter does to all the fucking people who want to say something and don't agree with all this fucking bullshit that's in the goddamn media right now. That's how this fucking started to begin with.
Well, that's what I said on my video. I said, look, you know, if you're going to sit here and say that this is what it is and that this is apparently anti-Semitic, you are too stupid to argue with. Just leave your dislike and leave.
No, your comprehension skills are shit.
There is no argument. There's absolutely no counter argument here. What, Gina Carano should be fired because what? Like what has she actually done here? What, she said, hey guys, let's probably not, separate one another. Let's actually have some unity here. Let's lose the division. Oh right, no, of course, yes, absolutely. She's anti-Semitic. Yeah, no, you're an idiot. You're an idiot if you believe that's the case. You are too stupid to have a conversation with. So just, like I said, leave your dislike and just go, because no one can engage with you. You're just a moron.
I would take it further. You're a little bit brainwashed. And I want to hear what you guys have to say in the comments as well. Snailcast wonders how long we've been live. Well, 14 minutes, so not very long at all. And Alfonso Ontiveros says for $20 Mexican, they'll use Gina to cover Blue Sky bloodbath online. Yeah, this will take the attention right away from that, because this is something that Disney just did. The whole studio they canceled the whole thing.
I didn't get to finish what I was saying earlier because I did get upset. So this all led up to this thing, and yesterday it just so happened, and this had been planned for a while. The Drunk 3PO was doing a charity stream, and like I said, we were all involved, and all this happened right in the middle of it. And it did feel very calculated and timed, because we didn't get any actual name. It wasn't an official announcement. We still haven't gotten an official announcement or denial. From Disney.
No, there is an official one. THR have got THR.
Who? From who? Right. Who said it? Who said it?
All right. Calm it down. Let me find
I'm not mad at you, but here's my point. Because it just says a spokesperson from Lucasfilm. That's what they all say. It is not on any official Twitter.
No, they've confirmed that the rep has dropped him. She's dropped from her
agency. Rep has dropped him. That's it. Not Disney.
Well, I mean, a spokesperson from Disney confirming it. I mean,
a spokesperson from who?
You have a spokesperson from Lucasfilm. Disney aren't going to overrule that. That's something that Diego Flores actually wonders: is her firing 100% confirmed, or still we only have that article? Well, we have that article, but here's like the thing: you have Lucasfilm
and there was USA Today as well.
So I would say that it's 100% confirmed. But here's like the thing: I don't think that this has gone by Disney. I think that when
I think this is Bob James Iger woke up.
Yeah, this is James Gunn 2.0. That's exactly what this is. This is Lucasfilm acting on their own behalf. They're desperate to get rid of her, and now they latched onto the opportunity to do just that. I assure you, this has not gone through Disney corporate. This is Lucasfilm deciding that, oh, hell no, we're going to act on this right now. And so this is a call from the Kathleen Kennedy faction. But what's Bob Iger going to do? He has no choice. Like, he can't now go and suddenly overrule and say, no, you're unfired. Well, they can do that like 6 months down the line, like they did with James Gunn. Yeah, but they can't do that now.
And guess what? Too bad, too late, too little, too. Because guess what? The only reason I cared about The Mandalorian was that damn baby in Gina.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. On that note, Samoan Pirate also says, could this move be from Kathleen Kennedy's side to unseat the Mandalorian? Eliminate Gina, and what fans they've left will turn against the show? Oh, hell yes. Yes, I think so. What do you guys think?
Oh, yeah, this is totally a KK. That's how it leaked to the press. That's how I know it's not something that came from the toppity top. So somebody leaked this in the press. It was all calculatedly timed perfectly to correspond with, Jay's stream, because a lot of people thought she was going to show up there, and he let that go on for a while. And I don't see no problem with that, because all it did is bring out the fucking rats, because they were constantly nibbling at him all day and week and everything else. And then as soon as this shit started happening and they seen that we hit shit, this is what pissed them off, guys. We made over 30 grand in like not even 2 hours. By the end of the night, we had hit way more than 40 grand, but all they were trying to do was slow us down.
Yeah,
and bring us down.
This was for the charity stream, to make it clear. We did not make anything of that kind.
No. This was for the human trafficking charity stream that we did last night.
Which, incidentally, is a cause that Hollywood cares nothing for, and that's actually also one of the things that put her on the shit list. Is that that is something that she actually cares about, while Hollywood doesn't. That's not one of their preferred causes. So that only further served to, put a target on her back for supporting what they consider to be an unworthy cause. Go figure. That's how it is. On that note, Elizabeth Lyons also says, gee, I thought we were supposed to support strong women. Gina forever. Yeah, we are, but not if they have the wrong convictions. I think that's a big part of the issue too, don't you guys?
Yep. That's just it.
And speaking of convictions, Dark King says, forget canceling Pedro. Let's start a campaign to cancel Disney, followed by Hollywood in general. Bruce Campbell was in Congo. Timmy!
Should be cancelling Disney. Absolutely should be cancelling Disney. They thank the goddamn CCP for filming Mulan next to a concentration camp, an actual concentration camp. But no. Don't worry about that, ladies and gents. No. That's fine. Keep sucking the CCPD. No, it's absolutely fine. Those Uyghur Muslims, don't worry about them. No. Persecute them all you like, mate. Don't care about them. Absolutely fine. No, of course. Ridiculous.
The irony is that if Carano had mentioned them as her example, she probably would have been fine, because Disney doesn't care one iota for them.
They thanked the Chinese Communists.
Thanked them, yeah. On that note, Cynical Lindsay says, if you're a Disney shareholder, I suggest selling your stocks. Disney needs to pay for this. Time to vote with your wallet.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And Mills wonders, isn't there a Disney Investor Day soon? And yeah, there is any day now. So that should be a real doozy, won't it?
Well, that will be interesting.
That will be very interesting
to see.
Yeah. And Silver Nova says, so let me get this straight. They fired Gina for stating facts. They defend the lady with hateful tweets who despises an entire race and gender. I'm utterly done with them. Yeah, I think that's many are.
Not just that, they allowed this to go on that I have on screen here, where Pedro actually did compare Trump supporters to fucking Nazis.
Yeah.
Literally.
Yeah. I mean, the mask is off. The hypocrisy is just so blatant. It is I mean, honestly, I said in my video on this, I said, look, if I said that this was going to be the state of affairs 15 years ago, you would just laugh at me. You would laugh, right? Like, no one suspected that this is what would happen. But it's been this, and we talk about it like slippery slope, but it's a real thing. And that's actually what Gina was referencing in that, you know, the image discussing it all, is that it is a slippery slope. You allow these things to continue, and that's what happens.
Yeah, cancel Hollywood.
That's why Hollywood. I did that. Defund Hollywood. That's why I made that fucking shirt.
Yeah. On that note, greetings, Reverend Hare Krishna, aka Rob. How's it going?
Oh, fantastic! You know, I went to bed to this news and like, fucking hell, man.
Okay, I have good news for you. I have good news for you all, because Disney. I just checked. Disney stock is down. Thing. Yeah, listen. Oh, it gets better. Jack Bauer says Q1 earnings call is at 4:30 Eastern today.
Perfect.
Oh, lovely.
Here's the thing. I'm going to tell people right now, if you want to cancel your subscription and you have paid for the year, don't fret. You have to call them. Okay, that's what I had to do. You will get your money back. And I experienced the same thing I heard from at least 3 or 4 other people. Those people in those call centers are taken completely off guard. They have no fucking clue what's going on. And they sounded rattled when I talked to them. And it took her at least 5-10 minutes.
You know, what do you mean you want to cancel your subscription?
No. She was American.
Oh, okay. Well, no, they put on American accent, actually.
She was trying to find a way to apologize, and she couldn't. She was stumbling over her words. She didn't know how to fucking say it.
Just say that you do not support the company that supports.
That's what I told her. I said, and I was really nice. Don't be mean, folks.
No, don't be mean, but be firm. Don't be mean.
Very courteous.
Be firm.
They will ask you why. Don't jump on it right away. They will ask you, and when they ask you, simply say, "I don't support you firing Gina Carano."
Yes.
And that's all you have to say. And that will keep going. All that goes up to the corporate. They will see this. And that actually ties into this next bit here I want to get into. But before we do, I think we have a few super chats yet.
Yeah, we do. Joe Pat 87 says, look on the bright side. Disney may never go away, but can at least go through blue periods, AG the 70s. I will erase that with, they can go through a blue period today in time for their investor call. How freaking awesome is that? We also have another super chats that I'm no longer able to bring up on screen, but I shall read them for you instead. So you shall just have to listen very carefully, for I shall only say this once. And I'm sure Mr. H Reviews must at least catch that reference. And Dolomaticus says, I know people say separate the artist from the art, but after this, it's war. Any actor that treats me like trash is persona non grata. No more. Kit Kat says, the future is fan films and a true pop culture based on the internet and controlled by the people. Gina Carano will be one of its stars. I have to say, Mr. H, you have 2 movies. Everyone go check out the channel of Mr. H Reviews and follow his movies, which are fan-funded. So that's a perfect example right there. Darking, he comments also to you, Mr. H. He says, if you had suggested that this would have happened 15 years ago, I would have believed it. But coming from the right, not the left. Yeah.
But this is the thing. They've gone so far. They've gone so far left. They're now basically the right. I mean, that's That's how it is. I mean,
well, here's the thing. It's like the scale is not one scale from left to right. It's actually a circle, and what you're witnessing, you see like there's the right side of the circle and there's the left side of the circle. But take it to the extreme, they become one in extremism, and they're just the same. On that note, Black Knight Discussion says for $20, thank you so much. This is the same company who made Song of the South and racist, stereotypical crows, but wants to hire a woman who abuses men. If Gina mentioned slavery, she wouldn't have gotten fired. That's how hypocritical cancel culture is, indeed.
They released, they released a movie in the 90s where the opening line in the song Aladdin was, "I come from a land of faraway place. Well, they'll cut off your ear if they don't like your face."
Ooh. Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah, they changed that for re-releases. But yeah, there you go. And Multani82 says, cancelled my Disney Plus. While I am of a liberal mindset, this crosses the line into suppression of free speech. Dean Holtz-Upfield says, what's weird is that she was cancelled for this, but Daisy said there were only 2 genders and no one batted an eye about it. Peter Patrick Mulligan says, why fire Gina instead of the crappy writers? Martin Allen says, has anyone checked Jon Favreau media links? Not yet. Girthy Guitarist SD says, let's have a charity stream to free CCP slaves. Indeed. And I think, no, we are not quite done yet. Dark King 616 says, for the last time, George Orwell's 1984 was not supposed to be an instruction manual. And also, Bruce Campbell was in Congo. Before we continue, a couple of more, and then we're finished for now. Ben Hess says, for $10, pop culture is gangrenous and rotting because of moral puritanism masked as empathy. Do we save the old properties that shaped us, or do we try again, do-it-yourself style? Roger Haynes says a thumbs up, and Nerd Cookie says, I'm so upset about how Disney Lucasfilm has handled this so far. Brian McArdle says, Razor Fist covered cancel culture is rooted in communism. This doesn't end well. Christina Nardone says, justice for Gina Carano. And Pete Burrows says, if I was a movie director, I would be on the phone now and giving her work. She did nothing wrong. And with that, Rob, share your feelings.
You know, I wouldn't compare this to 1984, where about where it's government censorship. I would compare this to more rollerball, where it's more corporatism, that we all serve a corporate society, corporations being Disney, and they get to decide what we can and can't say.
But it's not that, because it's controlled by political beliefs, which is coming from the top. And
well, it's ideology.
It's not to do with corporatism at all. If it was to do with corporatism, then we wouldn't be shutting down people that make money. It's political bias at the end of the day.
Yeah, political bias. Well, political bias.
Cara June, the character, and Gina Carano does actually make them money, as they will find out when people leave them. So it's nothing to do with corporatism per se. It's specifically political bias, which is coming from those in charge at the very top, even ahead of Disney.
Well, Jonathan E. was actually the most popular player in the league in rollerball, and they were actively trying to kill him because he was starting to go against the corporation. But anyway, it's a good movie. You should check it out. But anyway, I digress. All you imbeciles on Twitter, how's the High Republic doing? Yeah, you know what? You don't fire Christina Ariel, someone who says a lot of racist things. Christina Ariel is an imbecile. Okay, Justina Ireland is an imbecile. Okay, that's who you've got representing you. Okay, and I'm going to tell you, for everyone who says your boycott's not going to make a difference, your boycott's not going to make a difference, you know what? Fuck off. Because if you can use Twitter to fire somebody, we can use Twitter to get a mass movement to unsubscribe to Disney Plus. Okay, it works both ways.
Where they say that one person got an entire scene changed in Assassin's Creed Valhalla, right? One person on Twitter got a piece of text changed. So yeah, a whole bunch of people sitting there and canceling their Disney Plus could definitely cause some issues. Absolutely.
Oh, it is. It was actually trending within minutes last night.
Yeah, within about 40 minutes, like half hour.
Not even.
Minutes. Yeah, it gotten over what 20,000 retweets.
More than that. And but now, of course, the spin has to come, folks. The spin has to come. The Independent did this lovely little fucking story where they're trying to claim, oh, cancel Disney Plus wasn't trending because people were actually canceling their Disney Plus. No. It was because of all the people that were, hashtag laughing at those people that were canceling their Disney Plus, but, trying to use the same fucking tactic that they always do.
But fuck it, I'm done. That's it. Listen, until something, unless they hire her back, that's it. I got my Blu-ray copies of the original trilogy. I got the original theatrical releases on DVD. Listen, you're not going to get another penny out of me. I bought the Baby Yoda. That's it. That's the last purchase. That's the last bit of money. If everyone says, well, yeah, but you're going to watch the WandaVision, I'm like, there's other ways. You don't realize there's other ways.
Yeah, and we have Surfshark.
And actually, you know what? We haven't necessarily.
I was about to lead into it.
You know what? Not only that, but before you jump into that, there isn't necessarily any reason why we should have to. In fact, I'm getting to the point where why should we review any of their shit? Fuck them.
We could just spoil it.
We could. We don't have to play ball.
You abuse fans. You abuse the very people who make you money. You call them every fucking name in the book. You know what? I'm a fan of the New York Yankees, but if they said to me, you know what, I don't want you to come to our games. I don't want you to watch our games. I don't want you to have anything to do with the New York Yankees anymore because it's not made for you and you're not welcome here. And don't you dare step foot in Yankee Stadium. I say, okay, fine. You don't want me to come to the games? I won't.
You're gonna have some self-respect as well, surely. You know
what? If they said to me, Rob, you and your ilk are racist. We don't want you wearing Yankee gear anymore. You know what? I'll go down to Goodwill. I'll donate my Yankee jersey. Okay. For God's sake,
hey, anybody want to buy some fucking Baby Yoda shit cheap? I don't care. Fucking, I'm done. I'm seriously done. Because there's nothing to bring me back. I don't give a fuck about Boba Fett. I don't give a shit about The Mandalorian without Baby Yoda and Gina Carano. You think I really want to see the Siege of Mandalore? I don't give a fuck. I really don't care. I don't give a shit about the Acolyte. I don't give a shit about the Rangers. I don't give a shit about
not the Acolyte if it has Amber Heard.
I don't give a shit about any of their fucking stuff.
There you go. That would be perfect. That would be the perfect cherry on top of this shit Sunday.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, we actually put out a video about that yesterday. It got suppressed, so go check that out later.
It got so suppressed that Rob didn't even see it.
No,
he recorded it.
Yeah, you're right. I didn't see it. I'm like that happened. I'm like that was the thing. I'm like, yeah, I remember recording something, but at the same time, like I said, yeah, if they hire Amber Heard, that would be the perfect cherry on top of this shit Sunday. And you defend all the wrong people, Disney, okay? You don't actually defend the people that make you money. You don't actually defend the people that everyone likes. You defend Brie Larson, you defend Christina Ariel, you defend you defend Amber Heard. You don't defend Johnny Depp.
I'm amazed why they keep pandering to people that are not consumers. Like, what are you doing?
And the people that you think the people that you think you are going to sway with this don't buy your shit. It's those 50-year-old white guys that you keep denigrating that actually do, because we have money and we have kids and we have the resources to go out and buy the shit and pass it to another next generation. If I don't have any kids, but I would have said, this is Star Wars. I watched this when I was your age. That's how it happens. And now you are turning off those people because of what? Because of your little Wokemon collection. Gotta represent them all. And I'm sick to death of blonde-haired white women screaming about representation.
No, I'll tell you what. No, it goes a step further, because there's people up on here on YouTube as well that are not. They're just sitting on the fence about it. They're sitting on the fence and they're skirting around the issues and they're pretending like they were offended by bits and pieces. And if they were offended, well, again, great, fine. You don't have half a brain anyway. everyone that sits here and goes, "Oh, that's super bad," and blah 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 blah. No, you need to take a hard stance on this. Like, you're either with her or you're against her, and there's not much nuance. There is no nuance to what she said. You can't sit there and go, "Well, I'm deeply offended by this because she stated a historical fact." Oh, piss off. Seriously, piss off.
Well, the thing is, the context of it is you had neighbors turning in other neighbors. You had neighbors killing their neighbors.
It's a historical fact. It's just tribalism. Yeah. She's like, hey, look, this was a slippery slope that happened. It's real bad. We should probably, correct that. That's something which, we should probably learn from. Oh, yeah, pretty savvy there, to be honest. But that offends people? How does that offend people? How is she wrong? Like, how? I don't get it. I just don't get it.
Well, here's the thing, that she's not really wrong at all. It's just an excuse to get rid of her, because there she said something that could be misconstrued. That's exactly what happened. That's exactly what happened.
No, I'm not talking about you. I'm not talking about Lucasfilm. I'm talking about the people that are commenting on YouTube, not taking action.
Well, same thing. Same thing. Again, they're too swayed by the popular narrative, I guess, to see reality for what it is. Best I can come up with. I mean, and to be fair, you are constantly gaslit by the media all around you, isn't it? Trying to give you a false narrative, and it takes like mental fortitude to resist it when you are constantly being, told to stay in the matrix, basically.
Listen, listen, if you want to call me names, the whole thing is this. Pedro Pascal called he called 73 million Americans Nazis, okay?
He didn't just do that. He has referenced the Yahtzee numerous times. So he did that, but then he also took a look at he also posted a picture of a camp of World War II camp, and then he Germany, blah blah blah. And then he posted a picture of the border detention centers and said, and this is America as well. Well, so he's compared it numerous times.
Well, the point is, the point is though that Pedro Pascal has compared Americans, the 73 million Americans to Nazis. He's done a lot. He's done a lot. He's not well. He's been a dick, and you know what? His career hasn't been hurt by this. And Mecca just dropped a new video on that. Go check that out when you can. But at the same time, it hasn't hurt his career one bit. And Gina Carano says we're descending into tribalism where people are going to turn each other in, and she gets fired for it. Seriously, it's what's going. Oh, well, it snowed here. I'm pissed off. I got to shovel snow later too again.
Yeah. Well, I'll have to delay shoving snow a tiny little bit. We have a couple of super chats, and guys, we'll get through all of them, so we haven't forgotten anything, even if we haven't gotten to it yet. We have some backlog. Samoan Pirate says for $2. Most of us thinking it. Thomas said it. Christopher May says canceling Gina Carano for this proves the exact point she was trying to make. Goddess of Whim sends us a doggy super sticker, and Sleepy Pandas just sent us a donation. Lady Ruscolin sent us $5 saying, now cancel Disney Plus is trending. Do you think Disney and Jon Favreau will step in and rehire her? Now, this happened with...
I don't think she's been officially fired yet, guys. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, Tom, take
here's the thing. I've been hearing that a lot of the contracts weren't even signed yet, and things weren't even in full motion yet. And yeah, they've been digging through her fucking. There's a faction that's been digging through her shit for months, trying to find reasons to shit can her, and they latched on to this. That's all it was. She. Now, I don't know what Disney's going to do or Lucasfilm's going to do at this point. Nobody does, and until I hear something official, as far as I'm concerned, this isn't official. But there was never any official announcement that she was supposed to be coming back anyway, because as far as I know, the third season of Mandalorian was supposed to have to do with the Siege of Mandalore. Fucking spoilers, not that I give a shit. And, she's obviously not signed on to the Rangers show yet. We don't even know what that's technically about. you know, and then there was this other stupid rumor that I don't know if it's true, is that they were thinking about giving her a spinoff, but her social media was an issue. Well, if that's the case, then fuck you guys, because then Pedro's fucking social media should be a goddamn issue. But anyway, back to super chats. We also got one from Goddess of Whim. Thank you so much. It says, this is utter bull. Hopefully they'll realize their mistake and hire her back like they did James Gunn. Oh. Honestly, I mean, at this point, they'd have to make a very big to-do about it. I mean, a very big to-do. Or come out and make some statement saying that, no, she is not fired. In fact, no decision has been made yet, blah, 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 blah. But they haven't. And the longer they stay silent, the worse it is. So, yeah, fuck them at this point. And they've had their chances to make up for a lot of shit. And we've taken a lot of shit. So this is it. I'm done. And I don't blame anybody else who is. Anybody else say anything to say about that? No?
No.
By myself. Well, thank you, Goddess of Whim, for the super chat. We appreciate it. Daniel Andor Percy, if I'm saying it right. Percy? Sorry if I'm not. Whoa, HUF. 10,000 HUF. What is that, Rob? HUF.
Hoofs? I don't know.
No, I've never seen that one before. That's a new currency. This is it. Today I spent all morning arguing with a freelance journal in a Facebook group. He said discrimination is based on race and based on political ideology. It's not the same ballpark. I'm done with this and Disney as a whole. Yeah, I'm actually arguing with some so-called fucking journalists on Twitter earlier too, and it's their fault. They're the bigger fucking criminals as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, they're complicit.
Yeah.
And they always are.
They've incited this whole fucking thing.
Yeah.
It's fucking ridiculous. Anyhow. Next we have Diego Flores, who sends in 1690 Peruvian souls, says African countries are a better example of unity. They had things like Rwanda and Hutu and Tutsi conflict. Yeah, well, I've seen a lot of other countries handle shit better than we have right now. I'm actually very disappointed in America, extremely disappointed in America. This is not the country I grew up in. I'm not trying to get political here, but it does not feel like the country I grew up in.
Well, the whole point is that that your personal beliefs can't be used against you. That's the whole point. You should not be intimidated as long as they don't hurt yourself or anyone else. What you believe is not supposed to be used against you.
Yeah,
in your personal life or your professional life.
Sci-fi for me TV. I think it's Jason or whoever's behind the thing here. Wasn't Anne Frank turned in by her neighbors? Yes, that's exactly what Gina was saying with that post. That these motherfuckers keep misconstruing or spinning or whatever you want to call it. As far as I'm concerned, their comprehension skills are shit. So. And Dan, yeah, I'm not speaking to the whole Rwanda thing. I'm not getting on that thing. But no, the point is still there, is that I've seen other countries do it much better. And yeah, Greg, Disney pander to communist China in camps. Yes, support truthful posts by strong women. No way. Yeah, exactly my point, Greg.
Yeah, that's what I tweeted out. I was like, Gina calling for unity, bad. Disney sucking the CCPD, good. Like what? Support actual genocide. Yeah, good. Fine. What? Is this really? Is this the world we're living in? Like, god
damn. Yeah, basically. Cesario JPN says, look at the statement by Lucasfilm. Gina Carano is not currently employed by Lucasfilm, and there are no plans for her to be in the future. Weasel words. Option to find ignorance of their backlash. Feign ignorance of the backlash. Sorry. Yeah, exactly. That's what I was saying before, is like at this point, things weren't even set in stone. So it feels like to me, somebody's just using that opportunity to generate this whole thing.
Yeah.
Do you think this is do you think this is KK's faction? This got to be.
Oh, it obviously is.
Yeah.
And this is where I want to fucking tell anybody who thinks that there's not a civil or like a Cold War or whatever you want to call it going on at Lucasfilm, then this is fucking the biggest proof I've ever seen, besides the Pedro, bullshit and the Hidalgo bullshit and all that shit. Like, this is, to me, the more of the proof all the proof we need, as far as I'm concerned.
I'll show you, Jon Favreau. I'll fire your biggest star.
Yeah, and like Paulie says here, truth doesn't go with their narrative. Actually, I'm going to send you the link, Paulie, if you're not busy. You can hop in here real quick.
Like I said, you know, what are you left with now? You're going to be left with a bunch of crappy series that nobody cares about. Casio keyboard or Cassian Andor?
Don't give a shit.
Who gives a shit? The Acolyte? Who gives a shit? Rogue Squadron? That might be cool, but still, giving Patty Jenkins his last movie, that's on shaky ground. The Book of Boba Fett, okay, you know, looked kind of interesting, but something I could live without. Really, the High Republic? That's what you're going to hang your hat on? That's what you're trying to save.
But they keep appealing to, it's honestly, it's like one step forwards, 20 steps back with these idiots.
Welcome, Az. How you doing, man? Sorry, Mr. H.
I don't know. I'm not trying to be a prick, but I don't know how long I can stay for.
No, don't worry about it, man.
Got a couple of deliveries due, and they're not telling me a time. So if I get some knocks on the door, I do apologize.
No problem. And then welcome, Paulie, as well. And I just want to let Mr. H finish what he was saying, though, before we continue with everybody else.
No, it's literally, one step forwards, two step backs, with this entire situation, especially with Star Wars. Star Wars, absolute pile of shit. It was garbage. It was fucking trash. Like, it was trash for ages. We all knew it was trash. And then they come out with this fantastic Mandalorian. People are like, great, epic. A lot of people that, like me and say Andre, didn't like the sequel trilogy. So we're watching this. We're like, okay, yeah, I can watch this. That's fine. The people that were hardcore Star Wars fans, they were like, season 1 of The Mandalorian, you haven't done enough. You're sort of savoring my favor a little bit. It's turning a little bit. Then they get to season 2 and they're like, yeah, no, I quite like this now. Boom. And then you apparently fire someone for literally no fucking reason. Like, it is literally one step forward, two steps back. Like, how much more damage to your own brand can you actually do? Like, seriously, like, have some actual forethought. Stop appealing to people that are not consumers. These people don't buy shit. They believe in communism. They don't care. Like, why are you appealing to these idiots?
But yes, so Mr. H, meet Az. I don't think you guys have been on a stream yet together.
No, we've just been sued by Sony together. That's all.
Yeah.
Okay. and Paulie, meet Az, and Mr. H, meet Paulie. Everybody meet.
I can't wait to be sued by somebody. Well,
yeah.
Good morning. Good morning.
They probably,
Paulie.
Yeah. Hey, Paulie, what's happening?
Hey, man.
I'm surprised you're back after my Cheech impression the other night.
Come on, Robbie. You know I love you.
Oh,
I love that you call him Robbie. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. This is really upsetting. This is like upsetting on many angles for myself personally, because it's like, I was excited about certain aspects of what was going forward. Just as far as my channel is concerned, with covering Rodriguez, being the front runner for Boba Fett, the showrunner. Diego Luna with Andor, and now I'm just like, screw this. This is horrible, man. This is a smart, powerful, brilliant lady, action star, full-figured woman. I mean, she was hitting all the check marks, but just because she was giving some pretty, when you think about it, some very thoughtful, well thought out posts every time. It's not like she was like, even Pedro's posts were just, there wasn't too much thought about it. He was pretty, stark in his assessments. But with Gina, there was always just a lot of actually there was actually a lot of thought and what's the word I'm looking for? She wasn't trying to be pleasing, but she wasn't trying to be offensive. She was like, look, here's the truth, guys. So.
Silence.
What happened?
I was waiting for Az to come in.
Oh, okay. my
bad.
It's insanity. It's just absolute insanity that somebody who's developed an incredible following with The Mandalorian, with her independence, with her humor, her spirit. It was so easy to like Gina Carano. I mean, I'm not trying to be one of those people, but I've kind of been a fan of Gina since her MMA days. So it was great to see her transition, into Hollywood. And I think Deadpool was the first time that I saw her in Hollywood. But I hated the sequel trilogy. I never even watched the final film, as you know. I saw Return of the Jedi. Fucking Rian Johnson's Abortion. I saw that once. And the sequel trilogy just didn't interest me. It was just absolute garbage, mitigated garbage. And the Mandalorian, it got me. It felt like Star Wars again. It had that right vibe, that right feel to it. It had Favreau, and I really do like me some Favreau. And Gina comes along in that show, and she holds her own, and she plays a really good character, one that again developed a great fan base behind it. She puts out, she doesn't capitulate to the mob, which shows great strength of character, not just strength of character, which I suppose you have to have when you're an MMA fighter, but to display it when it's so easy to capitulate. It'd be so easy to go, oh, okay, Pedro, I'll put her in my bio just for you, buddy. Yay. It could have been so easy just to have done that. But no, she didn't see a reason to do that nonsense. And ever since then, she's just been a target. She's been a target, and Twitter have done nothing to prevent this targeted attack against her whatsoever. Lucasfilm haven't. They of course hired a racist recently and backed her up to the hilt. But they weren't there to support Gina, and they weren't there to say happy birthday to James Earl Jones or to oh my god, I've just come off a stream, so my brain is
let's be real, as I mean,
I was going to say Apollo Creed.
Even their writing of quote unquote minority actors in their shows have been one dimensional, racist. I mean those are all,
they don't want them in them.
Well, they want them. It's like, look, here's our black guy, here's our Latin guy, here's our Asian.
Yeah,
okay, but really, we want Ray to be the star.
Yeah, I just came from a stream where I said, Disney are the kind of company that just like, hey, we got a brown in this one. We've got a woman in this one. That's the type of company that they are. They don't care about your color, your gender, your sexuality. They don't care about your pronouns. They don't care about if you're trans. They care about money, and they care about the look. They care about making sure that they have the representation box ticked. So there is little to no comeback from the mob.
But see, you're right, that's my conflict was like it seemed that Favreau, they were moving away from that with the hiring of Rodriguez, because with Rodriguez, he calls them shots, I was excited, and now I'm not.
Well, I mean, to me, it's regardless of that. It's Gina's put out a post which is a warning about the manipulation of power on the people. It had nothing to do with her being comparative to Republicans and the Holocaust. No. You've taken it completely out of context. The context of the tweet was that power, be it governmental, be it mainstream media, be it big business, manipulates the people to do their bidding. And in this case, of course, she was shouting out the fact that making the comparison with the way that the Nazis were able to do it with the Jews in the 30s. Look what happened in history from there on in. And this is how it starts. And you have to be so careful when power is manipulating. And what do we see? We see the very thing that she was warning against happen to her in live action. That people were taking the tweet out of context. They knew they were taking it out of context, but they were so desperate to cancel her, and have been desperate to cancel her for a while now, that they all ran with the same story. Disney come out with the soundbite for the mainstream media. It's abhorrent. What do the media say? Every single media that's now covering this is Gina Carano fired over abhorrent social media posts, abhorrent social media tweets. Everything's been put into place to get rid. And it's so redundant, because this is the only franchise within this is the only bit within the Star Wars franchise that was working for you. And now you can't recast Cara Dune, because if you recast Cara Dune, then people are just going to backlash against that person, whether it's justified or not. So they can't recast that character. They're going to have to just drop the character completely and create a new character for the other series that they're going to do going forward. But she never did anything wrong. She's a strong woman with her own mind, with thoughtful opinion that we can take on board and choose to either learn from or dismiss at our own will. And her reward is being fired. Whereas they hire a racist and give her a show to do on YouTube, and come out and support her on the main channel. Pedro Pascal puts out tweets which are comparing America to Nazi Germany, to Auschwitz. Constant kids in cages, Auschwitz, Jews behind barbed wire. No repercussions.
Yeah,
for him.
Pedro's actually guilty of doing what they're claiming Gina did. Exactly.
Yes. And he's actually making a direct comparison, whereas Gina was not.
Exactly.
Hers was much more nuanced.
Right here, yep.
And then he also puts this out as well, where he's calling 76 odd million, whatever it was, American Republicans, conservatives, Nazis. I've got a knock at the door, so I'll be. No
problem. But yeah, Az is 100% right, as you can see here on the screen. That's. Go ahead, Rob.
I'm still thinking that Kathleen Kennedy's resentful that nobody likes Rey. That the ultimate stand-in for herself, that was rejected, and that Gina Carano, someone who is most unlike Rey and most unlike Kathleen Kennedy herself, has been embraced by the fandom. And she's like, I can't believe they rejected her. I'll show you. So, but everything with the KK faction has been so that they don't upstage Rey and they don't upstage her work. And she was and that's the thing. Everything that Favreau and Gina Carano and everything on The Mandalorian that they did is a threat to that faction. And so I see this more as an act of self-preservation for KK. This is a selfish act of, I use the word self twice. This is an act of self-interest, of self-aggrandizement. And this is trying to, like I said, this is cutting your nose off to spite your face. You know how many problematic people you see that are still retained because they bring a certain value to a company? I mean, for God's sake, like I said, I keep saying, coming from the sports world, they will put up with your shit day and night as long as you keep hitting the ball out of the park, as long as you keep sinking baskets for them. John Rocker? You kidding me? The guy was an asshole. Still to this day, the guy he gets the W's for the Atlanta Braves, so we're willing to overlook that. It's astounding though that Disney that they don't look at the bigger picture, and they don't see, hey, you know what? She's actually making us money. Maybe I'm going in the wrong direction with this, but the shit they put up with from Christina Ariel and Justina Ireland and from everybody else, and from Ryan Roundhead buffoon idiot Eric Cartman impression Johnson, and to fire Gina Carano saying, hey, you know, we have neighbors turning on neighbors, which again, Mr. H, you're right, it's factually correct. Neighbors turned in neighbors. They were turning on each other in Nazi Germany. You know, and even it spread to even I always tell the story about how the priest refused to let my father in the church in the rain when he was running from the Germans, banging on the door. Father, let me in. If the Germans catch me, they'll shoot me. If the Germans catch me, they'll let you in here. They'll shoot me. And it was a farmer who said, "Come on, I got 7 kids. What's one more?" So don't give me this shit about, oh, well, you don't understand. No, I don't think you understand.
Yeah. Yeah. No, you're right. And you have a right to say that, Rob, because your dad was there.
Yeah. He experienced it firsthand.
So, yeah. And I see a lot of people who are like trying to shame us in the chat, like, oh, if you're going to support it, fuck all y'all, because I don't even recognize your names, so I know you're just fucking bots and shit or whatever you want to call yourselves. But I'm just going to mute them and block them.
Leftover marketing accounts from.
They're not real people, or if they are real people, they're just fucking idiots.
Leftover marketing accounts when they were trying to convince us Captain Marvel was still good.
Yeah.
One person said in Spanish that if it affects my business, then, you know, you walk. You know, Disney did the right thing. I'm like,
how's it affecting
Gina was great for business.
Yeah, she was great for business. They just sacked what was good for business.
Right?
Well, again, it was one of the only good things, you know, like it was one of the only good things in terms of the Mandalorian. Like I said, you know, 1 step forward, 2 steps back situation. You're just walking back all the goodwill that you've earned. You know, you did earn it. Like, you know, you created something which was good, but now you just, I don't know, what you're setting fire to your house. Like, why are you doing that? You're just stupid.
Have you seen that her agency's dropped her too?
Yeah,
yeah, that's tragic. That's pretty much the only reason I'm taking it as a possibility that Disney is, you know, and besides the fact that they haven't said shit, but that was the moment where I really knew something was up.
You know, but I think, you know, again, it just goes to prove, like, what she posted versus with the fallout that subsequently followed what she posted goes to prove exactly the point. How many times have we seen people calling anyone that's you know, a supporter of Trump a Nazi? Or, you know, how many times have we seen people go on Twitter saying, you know, F Trump, F this,
Mr.
F Trump supporters,
Can
F MAGA, F blah, 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 blah. Like we had it from the Quaid boy, from The Boys, you know, the whatever his bloody name is. You know, and there's so many stars that are just constantly ranting about it. And people are like, oh, you're so stunning and brave. How? How are you stunning and brave? You're literally doing what every other pleb in Hollywood does nonstop, constantly. There's nothing stunning and brave about ranting about Trump. You just sound like a twat, you know? But they're not cancelled. They're not fired. They're not binned off from their, you know, their agencies. But, oh, you know, Gina Carano posts something which is like a historical fact, and people take it out of context, then, oh, she's fired. So what? What clown world are we actually living in?
No, Chan, I'm going to say this. I got to stop just a second. Look, you can say whatever you want, wherever you want, but I'm just playing by their fucking rules now. And the hypocrisy, you can call it all you fucking want. Look, we have seen nothing but people silenced for years now. So guess what? The game can go both ways. I'm sick and tired of it. You can say I'm creating a echo chamber if you want or whatever. But you know what, Chan Thorpe? I don't recognize your fucking name. Never seen you here before. Just like every other fucker I've blocked in this chat. I know my regulars in the chat. I know my real people. I know their names because I interact with them. You can sit here and call and play and pretend all you fucking want. Guess what? I'm not going to miss you, Chan. I'm not, because I never fucking saw you before.
I just want to say to Mr. H, you said something which is absolutely perfect. You said Trump supporters. have you noticed how the rhetoric has changed? There's no longer Democrats and Republicans.
They're separating even further.
Trump supporters,
the tribalism, the absolute tribalism just continues further and further. And you're in the UK, you're aware of it here. We're down this slippery slope of insane tribalism at the moment as well.
Yeah.
It is a dangerous, slippery path. But
they've already dehumanized Trump. So when they refer to conservatives, Republicans as Trump supporters, they've dehumanized them by default.
Well, and they're all white males too, so
let's just be honest. The reason she got done, the reason she got cancelled, the reason she got fired is that they couldn't handle a strong conservative Republican woman.
Yeah, but do we even know that she's conservative? You know what I'm saying?
She's never confirmed it, but I mean, judging by what she said, I think we can hypothesize her leanings.
Well, they just couldn't control her.
But I think that's what it is. The problem
she's either conservative or she's just a centrist. Like some of the things she posted, I was just like, that's right? Pretty normal, to be honest.
I'm a centrist, and yet because I didn't vote, and I've always voted Democrat in the past, but because I didn't this time, I've lost a lot of friends. But
again, tribalism,
exactly.
Playing out.
All because I'm like, hey, I'm questioning this.
Pretty much.
But what the fuck? The first thing they'll say to me is, well, there's kids in cages. I'm like, okay, thank you for knowing that. We should all be alarmed. That's not just a Latino issue. It's a human issue.
6 years ago.
Which started under the Bush and Obama administration. So so now we're talking about a government thing. So don't give me that shit.
Yeah.
But they don't want to hear that. It's because you're and it's like, all right, well,
listen, I've got my issues with Donald Trump, and Lord knows. But at the same time, I'm like, if people want to vote for him, that's their business. That's their business.
That's the point, isn't it? That's democracy. That is literally democracy.
There is a reason.
You want to vote for him? Fine, whatever. Who cares?
Yeah, I may disagree with the reason. I may disagree with the reason why you're voting for it. I may ask you, well, why do you support him? And it's because of X, Y, Z. Oh, okay. All right, that's your business, but that's the reason why in this country, at least in America, in this country, and a lot of places, many places, we have a secret ballot.
Well, so this is the interesting thing about America, and just politics and tribalism in general. So, on the lead up to the 2020 election, I've got my patrons, and I do patron Skype calls with them and things like that. And I was discussing with one of them, who are you going to vote for? Because I find it all fascinating anyway, and I found the situation surrounding it absolutely fascinating. So I like to ask people, and he was a Democrat, so I was like, who are you going to vote for? And they're like, and he said, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, why? Again, because I'm curious. I like to understand why people do certain things, and then he literally just said, well, because I am a Democrat. And my parents are Democrats as well. So that's who we vote for. And I was like, so interesting. I was like, so there's no policy specifically that you like. There's nothing which they've done which makes you want to vote for them. And it was quite literally the fact that that's because he's a Democrat. And I was like, right, interesting. Like that's where we're at with, tribalistic politics in this day and age. And that's not, again, it's not just a US it's not exclusive to the US. It's part and parcel in the UK as well. And fascinatingly, recently we had the what was known as the Red Wall, which is Labour in the UK. That turned blue because people were sick of democracy not being played out. So, but it's fascinating. I just thought that was fascinating, genuinely.
Yeah, well, I got to dip out, guys, but but that's what it's come down to. I mean, we're voting for people because they're not the other guy, or because we've always done that. I've always said, you know what? Even though I'm registered as a Democrat, I would say I would not be above voting for a Republican if I could find one that had policies that would benefit me. Because at the end of the day, that's what it comes down to. Does what this guy What is he proposing that will make my life better? That's what, are there any, for me, it's like, are there any policies that he's going to implement that will make my life better. And a lot of people voted for Trump based on that. Well, you know what? I may not like what he does, he tweets or everything, but he's promised me X, Y, and Z. He's going to make my life better, so I'm going to vote for him. A lot of people, and I can't fault them for that.
Well, why would you?
But at the same time, the results were less for me, and for me at least, less than desirable. So I voted the other way. It says, okay, you know what? That's because that's the way it's supposed to go. You don't like one guy, you vote for the other. You don't like what one guy does, you vote for the other. It says, okay, all right, let's try this now. But at the same time, like I said, for the majority of people, and Jon Stewart, regardless of what you think of Jon Stewart, he said it the best. Because the most of the people who support Donald Trump, and not to go too far off into politics, most people who vote for Donald Trump are not racists and bigots and sexists and whatever. Some of them are, but they're motivated by, most of them are motivated by, is this guy going to put more money in my pocket?
I refuse. Here's my thing, though, Rob. And again, I'm not going to get into my politics, and I know people already assume them, and they're fucking wrong for the most part, and they can kiss my ass. As far as I'm concerned, though, about this whole thing, as far as the political thing goes, we've gotten to a point where we have, vilified and made enemies out of people that are our friends and our family. And I refuse to believe that even 90% of the people who voted for Trump could even remotely agree with some of the bullshit rhetoric that they're throwing out there. Hell, even 99.9% of them. Because that's the thing that pisses me off. The country is not made up of as many racist, sexist, bigots as they like to make us think. We've been saying this for months. Months.
I mean, I'll even back that up and say that there's very little racist in the United States of America.
Yeah. Well, in fact, I've been told by many people that
they're out there, but
no. And you compared it to our population, it's very small, guys.
As someone that's not in the US,
there we go.
I will say that's the one person here who is not based in the US.
Well,
you
As
will not
either.
find. Well, okay, fine. It's one of two. I'm sure As will agree with me on this. You will not find one. Or I'm
fuck. Jesus. Say more of us are not from the US here, Andre.
Well, anyway,
anyway, Andre.
Point being, you will not find a less racist, more tolerant country on the face of this earth.
Amen.
And everyone that's complaining about, America is so horrible, blah, blah, blah. You know what? You take a flight to pretty much everywhere else and see how things are there. You take like all the causes that you protest and stuff like that, take them to some other place. Like take them to China, take them to Japan, take them to India, and see how far it'll fly. Many of the causes that you try to bring forth here, and in terms of like how horrible Trump's policies are, well, if you look into detail at some of the policies are on the other sides, there's plenty to attack there as well. So it's not like one side is better than the other. One side is a little bit more disheveled in public than the other, absolutely. But in terms of who ultimately benefits, that's a completely different question.
I was gonna say, actually, we're a pretty balanced panel until Rob leaves. Actually, we'll be less balanced because then it'll be only me and Paulie is the only Americans on the panel.
I gotta dip out. I gotta shovel some snow.
Or Paulie and I'm sorry, my grammar sucks. A journalist reminded me of that this morning when I was calling him a fucking Nazi.
So, I saw that.
All right, guys, have fun. I gotta dip out.
And I love how these people are all like,
"Take care, Rob.
Take care, Rob." Are like, just because I'm Jew, you can't call me that. I'm a Jewish. Well, I can fucking shoe fits, motherfucker. Y'all are doing exactly what she's talking about. Exactly what she's talking about. And I said it flat to this person too. I'm like, you guys are the reason this shit's happening. You motherfuckers lying. The media is a bunch of bullshit.
Oh, there's some people that have been like saying that like very disingenuously that the media are the enemies of the people. I do not agree with that. I think that's horrible. You should not go after journalists or anything. But I will say that over the past 4 years, many members, not everyone, but many members of the media have slowly moved a little bit towards that general direction, where they're certainly not there for you, and they're not looking out for your interests.
No, and I'm trying to watch what I'm saying, but at the same time, I'm pissed. Because, look, I'm somebody who has been, pretty much in the middle most of my life. I'm going to give you the most I've ever given anybody about my politics outside of personal. For the most part, I've leaned mostly Democrat, but the last few years, I've seen a lot of bullshit. And I don't give a fuck who you are. If you're going to judge somebody by who they vote for, then you're a piece of shit at this point. Because I was always taught that in America, we have a democracy, and you should keep your politics and your religion to yourself, and probably your sports if you're in a bar. Because otherwise, all those three things do is start fucking arguments. When in the end, like our good friend, Robert Meyer Burnett, always reminds us, we have more in common than we don't. And when we sit here and just fucking focusing on the things that we don't have in common, this is the kind of shit that fucking happens. This is the kind of shit that happens. This is why Rick Moranis gets fucking sucker punched on the fucking street in New York. The last guy in the world who fucking deserves it. The last person in the world who deserves to get fired from Star Wars right now is the one person who actually is the biggest thing they've got. She was number 2 last time on IMDb, and she shot up from way down there. You know how hard it is to get to the top of the list on the IMDb?
Pretty hard.
It's fucking difficult.
That doesn't come on its own.
You have to basically be in like 3 huge blockbusters in a row usually to get to that height. She didn't. She did it off her personality in one fucking TV show.
That's pretty impressive.
That's what scares them. That's what scares them, because she's fucking powerful, she's likable, and she's fucking right.
Yep, pretty much. Tom, I don't know, like, did you get caught up on the
No, we left Lars Hansen was the last one we're on right now.
Okay. Then we...
It just proves that Disney did not learn anything last year. 1 year, a shame. Disney is too big to fail. Yeah, I actually have had this conversation with people, and, like earlier, there was another super chat that pointed out they can have gray periods. I'm not fucking simping. Fuck that shit. It has not... Did you not just hear what I said? The first thing I brought up was Rick Moranis. It has more to do with that. I'm sick and tired of people throwing fucking pictures up of the Capitol. Yeah, that was bullshit. You know what else was bullshit? My entire fucking country burning for months. And everybody calling it peaceful fucking protests.
I resent that. Fiery but peaceful protest.
Mostly.
And none of the people that are right now are like calling for someone else to be crucified had anything to do with egging that on.
Sorry, I'm livid right now. And I was just as pissed after Rick Moranis, and fucking I was going to do this after that. But Andre talked me down. He's did his best to talk me down today, but I might get
kicked. What can only do so much. So, but yeah, super chats, because we really want to hear what you guys have to say. We have a backlog. It's gonna take a little while to get through it all. We'll begin with the one on screen right now, because I can actually put it on screen, or I could. It disappeared. There we go. Wukin Panub says, "Preach, brother. This is BS. It certainly is." And Russell Hall says, the so-called media is nothing but a corporate mouthpiece. They got rid of all the real journalists years ago, and all the ones remaining toe the line. Yeah, it's hard to disagree with
Read by nature
that.
On the internet.
Yeah, and then I can now...
Calm. Yes, I am mostly calm.
Yeah, mostly apart from occasionally fiery. So, yeah. And then we have some more super chats that I can't put on screen. Actually, we have quite a few, and it's going to take a while to go through them, but I'll do a couple of select ones. Mitch Thibault sent us an incredible $50 Canadian. Thank you so much for keeping our lights on. And he says, it's time for cancel culture and wokeness to end. Gina Carano got cancelled over speaking truth, and Resident Alien went woke. Woke culture is rot in society that will do massive harm, socially and otherwise, if people let it. And Mr. Purple Lightsaber says, for $20, nobody is trivializing Jewish drama. Her point was not to use beliefs against anyone, religious beliefs or political beliefs. Hashtag buy Disney vacay, hashtag 420 High Republic. So yeah, there you go. And
yes, and I want to thank Prince Andrew. He just put this in exactly the proper terms. I am angry because it's worth being angry about. It is Marxist nonsense and it needs to stop. It's not just about Gina. It's about everybody else who's had to deal with this shit in their lives. It's about everybody who lost their homes, their businesses, that families have fallen apart through all this bullshit, all this rhetoric, all this spin, all this nonsense. And the media is a big part of it. Again, I'm with Andre. I don't agree with the whole, calling the media the enemy of the people and all that shit, but they're supposed to be on our fucking side.
And that they most certainly are not.
To be impartial.
Yeah.
That's what the media is.
Well, yeah, impartial and at least on the side of the people to get the truth out there.
Impartiality has no side.
So yeah, there you go. There you go. And also Storm D says, I'm a proud Jew, unlike many Gino leftists. And Gina's post is 100% correct. I stand with Gina. I cancelled Disney Plus. Good riddance. Yeah, it's going to be real fun to see how many will do that and how Disney's share price is going to evolve over the course of today, just in time for their Q1 investor conference. So,
but you know what? I want to see. I would really love to see what would be heartwarming to see is a lot of Jewish people out there who actually understand what Gina's trying to say. Educate, because that word is one they love to fucking use. Go out and educate your fellow Jewish brethren about what she's really trying to say, because I've seen a lot of shit, and that's why she's gotten in trouble, because some fucking Jewish journalist claimed, oh, my fifis are hurt by something I don't fucking comprehend or understand. That's what it is, folks.
Yeah, pretty much. And that English...
It goes way beyond that. Because
that's where this incident started, but yes, you're right.
Anyone with a modicum of common sense can understand the context. So the context is purposely being ignored. And so when the context is purposely being ignored, then this is an orchestrated act.
Context doesn't matter in this day and age. Like that's genuinely.
I know.
That's the tragedy behind it all. Context literally doesn't matter anymore.
I just saw a. I'm sorry. We're gonna read your super chat. Sorry.
I just want to say, I love my American brothers and sisters, but I cannot trust America as a culture right now to hold any integrity on moral values. Such a shame. And that's from that English gent. And Culture Casino says that Gina news is just before today's quarterly at Disney. Price is down again, and the only thing they have to tout is Disney Plus subscriptions. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus. And with that, Polly, you were saying.
Andre, I was saying, I just saw on Facebook a friend of mine post, and he's a Hollywood producer and one of the Alphabet people, great guy, and he just said, that funny how they fired him after the show has been over.
Yeah,
LOL. Like if they really had a problem, like this is probably just the excuse, but it's like the show's over. The show they shot the show about a year ago, right? This past season.
Yes.
So yeah, just wanted to bring that.
But she doesn't have anything else in the can right now that we know of. So yeah, well, it's pretty harsh, but I think
Ludic, you're misconstruing shit just like the media. Learn to comprehend. Don't even know who you are. Never seen you here before. Not surprised.
Look, if you can't understand simple context, we can't help you. The context is very clear of the post. It's
exactly
very
what she's saying is happening to her right now. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what I said in my video. These people that just don't get it, you're too stupid to have an argument with. You. Like, you just need to leave your dislike and go because you're too stupid. You cannot be can't have a conversation with you. You're that much of a moron. You're an imbecile.
It's either stupidity or it is purposely
Willful
ignoring.
ignorance.
Yeah, it's purposely ignoring it because you want to shit stir, or you want to take that side because you've got a bee in your bonnet because you wouldn't put pronouns in a fucking bio and bend the knee to you. You know, so it's got something to do with that. But if you can't genuinely understand the context, then you and I hate to say, well, I don't hate to say this, but I have to say this, you need to go to school. You need to go to school and educate yourself because you are dumb as fuck.
Mm.
Go to the library, get some books, read some history, read some art and literature, broaden your horizons. But if you can't understand the context, yeah, get off the fucking internet. Get off the internet and get fucking into a library in the quiet with no distractions and learn. But we all know it's because she didn't put pronouns in about us. That's just trans.
Pretty much, yeah. So that means she's, you know, here's the thing. I'm not gonna fucking say. I'll get in trouble.
We all get in trouble.
No, fuck it. I'm gonna say it, you know, because this is going after them fucking people. Because this is where this whole fucking thing started. You think you're so fucking special just because you put some makeup on and some clothes and you're brave and fucking stunning, and you think you're a fucking woman. Good for you. I'm glad you feel good when you have that on. I'm not trying to stop you. Nobody's stopping you, including Gina. But you know what is brave and stunning? A single mother who raises 3 kids on her own. That's what's brave and stunning.
But you know what is that the majority of the people, so it's really important to actually say, is that the majority of the people that had a go at Gina Carano are not actually of the LGBTQ plus group. They are always the people that white knight on behalf of them. They're always the ones, and it's always the same. They're offended on behalf of people. Because I have many trans people that watch my channel, and I get emails from them. Fantastic group of people.
Yeah,
like,
I've got
genuinely
friends that are
fascinating, and they have great conversation. And they're like 9 times out of 10, they don't have a problem with any of this garbage. It's always the grandstanding and the white knighters that have the real issue. It's them. It's not the people that are actually part of the group itself, generally speaking, you know? It's the same as the whole BLM situation. The majority of the supporters are all bloody white middle-class yuppie scum hipsters. It's the same thing here.
Yeah.
It's people that are in university. They have absolutely, like, they barely got a grasp on the world around them, and they're just looking for things because they're bored. It's the same in the UK with the Extinction Rebellion twats that were roaming around, and then same people joined up for the BLM nonsense as well. It's exactly the same. It's always the same.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to try and catch up on some of these super chats here. We had to lose Andre for a little bit. Hopefully he'll be back. He had to go deal with some family stuff here. Where were we here? Polaris Sucks said, so stupid they sure can spin things to sound good. Yeah, exactly like that. The whole like, oh, Disney Plus, cancel Disney Plus isn't trending because, you know, people are actually canceling their Disney Plus. Well, we'll see. We'll see. You know, they can pretend all they want.
I've got to say, people are taking umbrage with me saying BLM nonsense. I'm sorry. BLM is now a political movement, so I will say that it's nonsense. I absolutely will, especially in the UK, when the BLM crowd are doing nothing about the rampant knife crime in the UK, which is majority perpetrated by young black kids. So yes, when they don't choose to address that, I will say it's nonsense. And if you've got a problem with it, go fuck yourself.
There's a difference between.
I think you're being a bit harsh there. I think you've got to give them a little bit of leeway. They're still waiting for that phone call from Biden and Harris.
Well, not in the UK, they're not. They've just taken that £1 million and run, haven't they? Did you hear about this?
If I can just say one thing about that, sure. Black fathers matter.
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, that's the thing is there's no. This is the thing.
But
this is their mentality.
We hate the Western Unit family unit, right? We hate the Western family unit. Well, we don't, but you know, black men, brown men, fathers, are the heavy lifters in our culture, in our community. That community. Yeah, but I'm talking about the BLM. You brought up BLM, and I'm talking about, you know, I'm just connecting it to my culture and to the things that I see as absent is the father, the male figure, you know, and has been decimated over the decades, whether it's been drugs or crime bills passed by our current president. That's where they should be focusing on. But that's just me.
Oh, it's amazing. I'm now being called a racist because I don't support a political movement.
No. You got to understand, guys. There's a difference between supporting a fucking movement and a political,
What? No, apparently not. You're a racist.
And actually, you can.
With BLM.
You know what? The best part is, Mr. H, is you and I know you. We all know.
No, I know.
And it doesn't fucking matter. That's
what I should have said, ladies and gents. I'm really sorry. What I should have said, and let me rephrase this. Okay, I'll rephrase it just so everyone is completely clear. BLM is beyond reproach. It is the new deity. I love BLM. I suck its D. Sorry. Apologies. There you go.
That. There you go. You got it. Right.
You are beyond reproach.
Christ.
I disavow everyone.
I'm gonna disavow the Chicano in me. So there you go.
Oh Jesus! Don't do that, man. You're fucked. Then you're the Latino slant. What are you gonna do?
I'm just gonna be. I don't know.
I don't know either.
It's very frustrating.
You mean your whole identity isn't made by your race? Oh my goodness!
No, don't say that. You can't say that.
Oh no!
You'll be racist if you do that. You'll be.
I know what I'll do. I'll go work for Disney.
Oreo, I think, is what people are calling
there
now.
You go.
Is that what they say?
I'll go work for Disney. What did you say, Mr. H?
Sorry,
I think they call black people that go against other black people Oreos, as far as I'm aware. That's what I've read on Twitter anyway.
I think I would verge on being a tío taco.
I'm not getting into this conversation. I will get into this €5 super chat from Vassy, though. Gina did more for women, being an icon of women's MMA, than most of the buffoons crying for representation on Twitter. Stay mad. Yes, exactly. Well, that's kind of what I was getting at before, is all these fucking people that were going after her about her Twitter bios, and they're like, oh, blah, 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 meet boohoo. You know what? She's not hurting you, and she's not stopping you. So why the fuck do you care? That's what I don't get. Is it because you find her threatening?
It's about the hive mind mentality. That's why.
No, and I think it's because they find her threatening.
They have to control the narrative. They have to control people, and when people have their own individual mind that go against the fucking NPC rhetoric, it frightens them because they lack individual thought, so they don't know how to behave from there on in. So they attack, they attack, and they attack, and they attack. They've been calling for strong women. We need strong women. Not this manufactured trash that they put on TV, which actually patronizes women and demeans women because it takes women to be stupid that they would fall for some blatant pandering. No, you have a strong, independent woman, and it's not strong as in Yas Queen. This MMA fighter,
this physically strong,
punches to the face. She will kick the living shit out of you if you fucking said this shit to her face. She's literally a fucking strong woman, and you tear her down because she didn't bend the knee. Fuck off. You are fucking unbelievably beta. Just the fucking definition.
Okay, I gotta let Uche in here because he has strong feelings on this. He says she was, and I respect you, Uche. I don't agree with you at all, dude. Seriously, I think you're kind of tripping on this one, buddy. This is the one time I'm gonna have to stand up to you, and no, because normally I don't. But
who?
Uche Nwaneri from Geeks and Gamers and former NFL star. No, a good friend of mine, and I respect him and I appreciate him, and I want to hear his opinion, but I think he's dead wrong on his statement there. Sorry. But I will give him his chance to give him his piece here.
Oh, okay.
I'll give him the link here. Just trying to get so many damn messages from the last few days. Jesus.
But let me ask something if I can. You think there's any rhyme to the timing of it all?
Oh, I don't think there's a potential that there's an excuse in the waiting. The Mandalorian's not going to be back for a couple of years. But was Gina going to be working on the other show? Was she going to be working on the Rangers of the Republic or whatever it was going to be? Was she going to be one of the cast members of that? So that would have gone into production soon-ish, shall we say?
Right. And we also have Andy Signor from Popcorn Planet joining us as well. Hi, Andy. How you doing?
How you guys doing?
What's up, brother?
I know you said you didn't have too long. I don't know if you've met everybody here yet. Mr. H, Az, Paulie.
Yeah, Andy. How's it going, guys? Good to see you all.
How's it going?
So yeah, give us real quick your take on this real quick.
Right to me. Yeah, cool. Sorry, I haven't watched.
Welcome, Uche. How you doing?
Super late last night. So Uche, what's up, man?
Andy, what up? What's going on, everybody?
And I don't know if you met Mr. H, and I know you met Az before, I think, and Paulie.
Mr. H, what's up? Yeah, I'm subscribed. I enjoy everybody's channels.
Pleasure to meet you, Uche.
And yeah, I mean, I hear you in the chat here, Uche, and I get what you're saying, but I disagree. But I want to hear your side of this, obviously. And obviously, we're friends, and I respect you, and I definitely want to hear you out.
This is not gonna be like an angry ranterous type thing. The whole situation with Gina is unfortunate, but this is where my perspective is on the whole thing. Because I mean, as somebody who was an athlete, public figure, yada yada, we're like orientated on this type of stuff. Like, this is stuff you get orientated on. First day as a NFL player, as a rookie in the rookie symposium, in big letters above in an open hall where we have psychologists and NFL Network heads of production talking to us. The number one thing that is written on the wall is that if you value your career, stay the fuck off social media. And there's a reason for that, because social media, it's not that it's not a good tool to use when you want to get a point across. It's not that it's not a good tool to use when you want to advertise, when you want to build your brand. It is an absolutely great tool for those types of things. But once you begin to get into the realm of politics, personal beliefs, and opinions, well, you're speaking that into an abyss of endless chatter, and there will be people who don't agree. There will be people who villainize you. There will be people who try to put you out there as the type of person that may misrepresent who you are. She should never have posted what she posted.
Okay.
I don't care if people think it was right. I'm not saying that she was defending,
I'm actually going to agree with on pretty much everything you just said, Uche.
Okay, totally right on.
Up to except for one point. Why is it the rules different for others, though?
Well, yeah, the precedents.
I mean, that's like me asking.
problem.
That's like me being on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers and asking why Tom Brady can yell at his receivers and call them all kinds of things, but I can't yell at my lineman and call them all kinds of things.
Well, no,
he's Tom Brady. I'm an offensive lineman. There's a difference in how they're going to be, how we're going to be treated.
Here's the thing, though: how can Pedro literally do something like this
under exactly the same company?
But wait, hold on.
That's the issue.
I think we're all going to agree on the same thing, because I just want to echo, like, that to me is a separate thing that we should tackle. But the reality of what happened to Gina, I just wanted to echo Uche, because what really wise words. I worked at Disney. I went through their HR training. I signed those contracts. Like, she should have known better. Like, she should have known that she was walking that line. And I think I'm frustrated with her because I feel like having someone with her think in that world, I just wish she had been slightly more careful knowing what her brand was. Disney is a brand you got to be careful with. And
Andy,
I think her words were misconstrued, and I think people have been doing that. That's why I've been defending her for day one. People have taken words she said out of context and used them against her. And so that frustrates me. But freedom of speech is a thing. She has it. Disney has a right to, and they are a protective brand. And yeah, a lot of people they're going to cancel Disney Plus now. I think this is something they were trying to avoid, but it was I think an unfortunately worded comment, because I think the intent behind it is accurate. I think she actually has something to say there, but the way it was worded was, I just wish she had the "Are you sure?" button on Twitter. Was that
she didn't even write it? That's the thing.
But like Twitter, we just do that. We've all been there. is this one really worth it? Do I really need this one out there? We're all sitting.
You have to think twice about it.
And I think
probably shouldn't tweet it.
I think that was just it was an error in judgment. I think she's going to stand by it, but to say that she wasn't, I think she just, how did she not get a warning or not know at this point to just be slightly careful? And let's be honest, touching the Holocaust, that's just at Disney, in Hollywood, it's like, it's frustrating.
Why? Like, Disney should have fucking loved her. She's the most anti-Semitic company in the fucking world.
Totally. We all know
those arguments are valid arguments.
They don't want to admit it.
So I think there's a few things to consider here, isn't it? Like we can all agree that under the fundamental basis of, as a representative for a company, when you're tweeting things out, the company does have, the right to be, have some ire about certain things. Yes, we can all agree on that. But the main issue stands when, other people under the exact same company are tweeting out things which are more offensive, because you have to put them into the context behind it, because they are more offensive. And the precedent has already been set that it was fine. You also have to take into account that what she said wasn't offensive. Like, she's tweeting a historical situation that occurred. Now, if we're in a world where we can't tweet things that are historic, I mean, I'm sorry, that's a fucking clown situation. There is no two ways about it.
I look at it like this.
World, you're going to tell me that I can't talk about history now without getting reprimanded for it? Why?
Well, she wasn't. She was talking about history to make a point about her political views, which that's where you cross a line.
She didn't say her views. She didn't say her views.
Come on, read in between the lines, guys. You can't look at that. You can't look at what she posted and say that she wasn't. That wasn't a wink to her.
That's all to
back up.
No, that's
what. Well, clearly that's what Disney thought as well. I mean,
let's say on the social landscape, and it's a very accurate one. That's all.
Nobody's arguing against the validity of a factual statement in regards to how the Holocaust situation played out. Which, I mean, it's.
But again,
it's unfortunate that it played.
It's the Holocaust. It wasn't the Holocaust. She's discussing, and it's there in the. Can we get the image back up?
I'm gonna. Yeah,
because you're conflating it. You're saying the Holocaust. She wasn't talking about the Holocaust. She was talking about what led to the Holocaust, and that's really important as well. You have to keep that part of it really.
Comparing it once again to political acumen,
tribalism, not necessarily political.
The comparison is what would be deemed insensitive. Because you're right, she's talking about because you're comparing the
then it hurts you because you know the
to what's happening to Republicans now. And I'm not saying Republicans aren't being persecuted, but
the very fact that she was fired, the very fact that she was fired under the precedent, but the very fact that she was fired under the precedent that Pedro Pascal hasn't been fired,
I wanted to correct myself. The hypocrisy of Disney, I think we all agree on that. Yes, to me,
she was literally proven right by their actions.
Pedro should be up to the same standards, and I was going to say that's the second issue of why aren't they doing that to him. That said, I understand where they came from and did it to her, but I don't now because Pedro should as well.
I think what Pedro's post was a pretty shitty post as well. I saw that post for the first time.
No, I'm not Jewish.
Yesterday, I think
I'm Jewish. No.
Yesterday, I think yesterday I saw it for the first time, and I was like, whoa, that's definitely pushing. That's on that line, that same line as we've seen now with Gina Carano. But again, you're talking about The Mandalorian, and you're talking about Cara Dune. Who is going to be the one that's always the second one, within football? The first guy who commits a personal foul is usually the one that gets away with it. It's the guy who reacts to it that gets the flag. Pedro Pascal is the Mandalorian. He's going to naturally get a little bit more leeway, right or wrong. I'm not arguing that he's right, but it's the unfortunate truth of the matter. Like, he's going to be treated differently than she is.
I find it fascinating. We live in a world.
I have a question for you. The gentleman that came out as gay when he was his last season in basketball a couple years ago. Remember him?
Yeah. I mean, Thompson.
But like the media really like he became the darling, and how the whole
same thing in football with Sam. I forget his name. He played with he got drafted by the Cowboys, but he was openly gay football player. He was a media darling, and for most NFL teams, it was hard because that's a media issue that becomes a distraction. So right. I mean,
but my question is that Thompson was on his way out of his career, so he had nothing to lose, and he can finally be himself. I think Gina knew she was already out. I honestly do. That's why I had asked earlier about the timing of this all. She's an intelligent woman. I think she's known that isn't going to be coming back for some time.
Maybe I don't know. None of us really know for sure what the situation was behind the scenes, but I could see that.
But do you see my point? Is that like it's not like she's the lead? It's like it's not like I mean, they were already taking her out of posters and artwork.
Tweet though.
So I'm sorry.
This doesn't look like a burning your bridges tweet.
But she's not a burning your bridges type of person.
No, and that's what this is all. That's what pisses me off, and that's Uche. Like I said, I agree with you, like almost 100% on everything you said, except for the double standard. And the thing is Gina has not really done anything or said anything to me that warrants the type of backlash she's gotten.
I agree. I agree. I do not think that she's a bad person. I don't think that she had ill intentions, and I think it's unfortunate. I honestly, truthfully, don't think she should have been fired. But
and I don't see where
I can see where it comes from when you're dealing with a corporation or a business that has a bottom line to worry about.
And I can't argue about that, but I also see the hypocrisy there, and we're not even arguing that. But like the whole point I'm trying to get to though is you look at this tweet, even though she did not write it. I don't care right now, whether or not she wrote it. But the point is sound, because exactly what she's talking about here is happening to her. And yeah, maybe at this point right now, there isn't concentration camps yet for any of this kind of stuff. And there isn't, but we've had a lot of people making a lot of, fucking wide.
I'm sorry to cut you off, dude. What was the first fucking thing AOC said when they got power?
Thank you.
We need to make lists.
Thank you,
We need to make lists of all the people who supported. How do you think this fucking thing starts?
Well, it goes exactly what she's.
So you're telling me that you think that this is going to lead to conservative-minded people being rounded up and put in camps and put in ghettos and murdered off? Come on, dude. That's absolutely on the far end of ridiculous.
Maybe not a physical
not in a
one,
literal
Uche,
sense, but potentially
but a social one.
In a modern, in a social modern way.
A social one, Uche.
They're no longer Republicans; they're Trump supporters.
We put out as a pariah.
That's the rhetoric which they've now put on them. So there's no longer Democrats and Republicans. There's Democrats and Trump supporters because they dehumanized Trump, and by de facto, they've dehumanized anyone that votes conservative.
Well, I mean, look, let's consider the times we're in.
You get Twitter, you get cancellation culture, you get right voices off Twitter, you get Twitter supporting the removal of right voices. You have Parler being shut down because it acted as an alternative to Twitter, and Twitter need to control the narrative. They need to control the information. And so they colluded with Amazon and Apple, and they had the fucking thing pulled down. So that, in its sense,
you're talking about what, Parler here?
We're talking about social engineering. We're talking about controlling the narrative and not allowing voices or conservative voices or voices which might go against the current far left narrative to develop, to interact with each other.
I mean, look, man, the battle for control over social narrative has been a battle that's been fought since the beginning of organized civilization. People who are in power generally try to set the narrative to keep themselves in power. That's how it's been from day one. Why are we now surprised that it's continuing on the way it has? It has been that way. It is that way, and I don't disagree. That there are views that get the short end of the stick on that. That's absolutely an agreeable thing that I can look at and say, yes, there are people who are of conservative minds who have platforms and they get squeezed for having those views. I don't disagree with that at all. What I'm saying is, as an employee, as someone who is under a contract with a business, it would behoove you in your smartest way to limit your exposure to being put in a compromising situation by your employer. And again, as someone who has been in the public eye and who has had my own situations where I've said things online that have drawn the ire of the people who wrote my checks, when they told me, hey, we don't need all of that online, riling up our fan base, I said, okay, cool. And I backed off of doing those kinds of things because I represent a business as well.
Yeah, but we all agree with that. We're saying that the precedent was set via elsewhere, so there's a hypocrisy. But I'm curious as to what you actually take umbrage with the tweet that you find offensive. Can you actually identify to me what is offensive in the tweet itself?
My perspective, personally, when you bring anything that has to do with the Holocaust or World War II in the respect to how the Jews were treated into an equation and give an equivalency to that in your own current times, you are setting yourself up for failure. I don't know a celebrity. I don't know an athlete. I don't know a human being who has done that and come out on the other end unfazed. When you compare anything to the Holocaust, you are setting yourself up for failure, whether you are right or wrong. It does not matter.
No, Uche, that's wrong. She wasn't comparing.
You can call it wrong if you like, but that's the way it is.
It's factually incorrect. That's the point. She did not compare it to the Holocaust. She was discussing the slippery slope that led to the Holocaust. If you're talking about the
Jews in the 1930s, okay, let me go. Let me take it back a notch. If you're talking about the Jews in the 1930s, you are putting yourself in harm's way.
Gentlemen, the problem here is this. That's that but the moment that she even went down that line, she made herself a target.
Correct.
The moment that she went into that line of argumentation, you can obviously argue how that is an apt description and everything, but as Uche says, the moment that she has opened that door, she has provided those that want to take her down with ammunition to do just that.
Facts.
Because then she has opened the door which will enable them to take what she has said out of context and wildly misconstrue it into something that she never said and that she never intended, but still that door is now open and we can use that to take her down. 100%. And that is exactly what has happened here. So in that sense, Gina really should have thought twice about using that particular thing. It would have been far more on the money if she had done the similar parallel that's going on in China right now, where, as we said before, Disney are even having actual, I'm not going to say the word, camps where you enhance your focus, let's say, that they had, like the Germans had back then as well. They have that in China to this day, just like those. Could have used something like that. How did that start? What was the narrative there? That would have been a comparison that you probably would have gotten away with. But the moment she used this one, then the door was open and she provided the ammunition. Now, you also mentioned, Duce, that of course Disney is a business, but you know what I think? And this also goes to what you said, Andy. I don't think that Disney made this call. I think that Lucasfilm rushed into this, that they saw, yes, now we have an opportunity to get rid of this troublesome woman. We're going to do it. And I think that Bob Iger and Bob Chapek, when they saw that this had happened, they probably got their coffee stuck in their throat because they're thinking, oh shit, it's investor day today. What the hell do you have to do this today? Like, if they had just let this slide, like all the other things, it would have been no more issue. But this thing right here, that's going to overshadow their entire investor day, because their share price right now is propped up entirely on Disney Plus. And that hashtag cancel Disney Plus is trending today of all days on their
Why do you think they put out that mirror story? It's complete fucking spin.
This is spin. This is damage control to the best of their ability, because right now they're in panic mode. And I assure you that the people at Disney, they're even more pissed with Kathleen Kennedy and her clan that put them in this situation right now than they are with Gina Carano, because she may be the head of it, but she wasn't the one that escalated this to where we are right now. So, yeah.
I was just going to add, I just wanted to add, like, from what I was told from my sources, the reason this was the final straw was because Jon Favreau is Jewish, and this personally offended him. This was the one that, like, he's like, all right, enough. Now, I don't know until then. I don't know if that's, I mean, that's what, this is a source I trust very well, but that's why. And I don't like that, because it's like, so wait, you were saying everything else was wrong, but then when it was yours, it's not, then it was too wrong. But it would make sense. Why now and why not then if they were having a problem with her?
Well, even so, someone did not think this through, because today of all days,
you were right
one day that could really damage Disney. So
on Investor Day.
So like this is like even worse than the James Gunn situation, much worse, because there he kind of like had the audience going for him, but in this case you have the direct audience and the consumer with the buying power and the power to cancel Disney Plus that are all in favor of Gina Carano. So yeah, whoever made the call, if it was Jon Favreau, to me that sounds weird, but I don't disbelieve your source in that. If he's like, okay, now is the time to get rid of her, I still think that was a really bad call. I don't know that I believe it. I absolutely believe that you were told it, but I don't know that that's necessarily 100% accurate. But again, if it is, then he didn't think it through just because of the timing. And Bob's Chapek and Iger will be really furious at him for making that call today of all days.
I mean, he would have to make that call, though. Wouldn't he have had to make that call? Like, he's involved in this too tightly.
No, actually, it would come more down to either Kathleen Kennedy or Bob Iger, I would think. But
I don't think. Really, you think Kathleen Kennedy had the power to fire Gina?
Oh, hell yeah, she's the head of Lucasfilm. He's not. He's just a showrunner.
Bob and John are on their own side at the same time. Like that, there's no way that doesn't go through John.
Yeah, but we saw this already happen once before, Andy. Remember James?
We saw this with James Gunn, and that went straight over the head of Kevin Feige. He wasn't consulted then, and neither was Bob Iger.
Who's the guy who? I believe he was consulted, and he was talking to James privately, and that's why James smartly never said shit and played Disney's game and got his job back. Kevin knew, but Kevin didn't have any control over it. In this case, or to say Bob Iger wouldn't tell John, "Hey, we got it. This is happening." That's ludicrous to me. He has to have known, and he had to have. Maybe he couldn't have stopped it. Maybe that's inaccurate.
Alan Horn was the one who made that call, from my recollection.
Yeah, it was Alan Horn. He kind of screwed up on that one because they had to like come crawling back to him, and they lost him for Suicide Squad, and it. Yeah, set Marvel back by years.
Yeah.
Also, I wanted to say, everything Az was saying, I listened, and you're right. I understand why the chat's upset. Like she shouldn't have been fired. I don't think she said anything wrong. I just want to make sure but I understand where the comparison and you're right. She's not flat out saying it. And that's what's so frustrating about it is so many things she's said have been misconstrued and miscommunicated. She's transphobic. No, she wasn't. She's she was supported the insurrection. No, she didn't. They've been doing this so many times that it's just frustrating. There you can jump to a comparison that, oh, well, they're rounding up conservatives now like they're going to do in the Holocaust, and that's too extreme for me. I don't think.
Yeah, we're not there yet.
Right,
we're not there yet. But again, that wasn't the point that he was making.
We're talking about it in a today's social environment.
Fucking standard here. Sorry, Az.
We're talking about it in a way of canceling people and dehumanizing people and removing people, because that's what Twitter's doing. That's what they've been doing for a long time now.
Isn't the same as concentration camp.
But do you understand what dehumanizing is? If you look at what happened to the Jews back in the 1930s, there were 400 legislative directives specifically targeting removing, not just silencing or censoring, removing Jewish people from their ability to even function within society itself. Yeah. They weren't allowed to be a part of the military. They weren't allowed to be a part of any public service. They weren't allowed to own businesses. Their businesses and their wealth and their land were given to German citizens at a lower market rate. These are the ways that you dehumanize people. These are how you dehumanize people.
Take away people's ability to receive money. which has been going on as well.
Yeah, it's
let's not misconstrue and think that I'm sitting here saying that this is exactly what this is not what they're doing to people today. They're doing some of these things to people today, but they're still in this free open market in America an ability to make money depending on where you go.
You're right.
To themselves.
Yeah, but I've seen it where even people who are not celebrities are basically stripped of their jobs and nobody will hire them, and then they're basically put into destitute over something stupid they said on Twitter. So it's not just having a celebrity go. That's the thing. And I agree with you almost on everything you've said, and I'm not saying you're wrong on any of the points, but there's a clear double standard here that has to be addressed. And yeah, you just said it yourself. We have not gotten to that point, but there sure are a lot of telltale signs that are sure leading to the same shit we saw.
On a micro level, yes, there are things that are happening that people are affected financially from it in the online space, but let's be serious.
It's not just
no. It's not just the online space.
No.
So it's not the online.
So give me an example, because I'm trying to understand where y'all are coming from with this.
How many police officers lost their jobs last fall for something they said on Twitter? How many teachers have been fired for speaking out because they like Trump or something like that and have been fired from their jobs? And it's almost damn near impossible to get a job anywhere else because they're basically ostracized. It happens in the regular world too, Uche. It happens on the ground level.
Online is public discourse. It is a public platform where your life is around now. Like people live online as well. It's part of
by choice, right? By choice.
When they are then taken and they're excommunicated from something that they say online in the real world, it's the same thing, right? It affects you in the real world. If you're booted off your job and you can't work anymore, you can't earn a living anymore. Like, I'm confused with your stance on this. Like I'm genuinely confused.
What I'm saying is if you have an online person, if you're an online personality, if you're somebody
most people have got a Twitter. You say something wrong on that, boom, you're done, you're gone. Is that fine? Is that good?
I would say that is partially true because there are a lot of people who say a lot of dumb shit on Twitter and they're still on Twitter. I mean,
so do you believe in free speech then?
Twitter is not a place that recognizes free speech. So that's a disingenuous argument because you're using a private platform that does not have to recognize free speech at all.
Yeah, but it's in
that's
public.
Literally in our Constitution. It says your free speech is protected against the United States government censoring you.
So surely
Twitter's not the United States government.
Twitter taking action, but they're not someone losing their job. That's why I was trying to ask.
Your job is still a private industry. Your job is still a private job. Like you're not being censored by the government.
Why did the government step in and prevent the shutting down of Parler?
Do what?
Why didn't the government step in and stop the shutting down of Parler?
Because the government has no right to step in and stop the shutting down of Parler because that's the free market in actual motion. When companies decide when companies decide that you have done something that is against their ability to grow their bottom line, they can choose to not do business with you. That is the free market. And Parler, unfortunately, because I understand, I had a Parler account. I understand that people wanted to go to Parler and find something different there than they had in Twitter. But Parler allowed things to go a little bit too rampant. And the bigger heads that give them the ability to operate decided, no, we're not going to allow you to do this unless you make changes. They didn't make changes. They got pulled out of the free market. That's
nothing happened on Parler.
Really? What?
I mean, I saw some really violent, disgusting organizational messages on Parler, and I don't think they should have shut Parler down. But I think Ucho is right. They were given opportunities to create the guidelines that apparently all the social media places have. Which, let's be honest, Twitter doesn't follow, Facebook doesn't follow either.
Well, sorry, but they were given those ultimatums by the other platforms. You do realize that, don't you?
Yeah, but
so how in any fucking sense is that?
Parler should not have been shut down, but correct me if I'm wrong. They did not attempt to change in the guidelines, correct?
That's not a free market, though, is it?
It is a free market. It is absolutely a free market. The free market decides who lives and who dies. That's
the government decides against anti-monopoly.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? When the U.S. government, and more namely the Democrats in the U.S. government, tried to bring forth this monopoly discussion about the major platforms, They were shut down by Republicans saying that we should allow the free market to operate as it sees fit. So now the free market is operating as it sees fit, and people are mad and now want regulation. So what do you want? What do you want? Do you want to be do you want free market, or do you want to be regulated? If you say you don't want to be regulated, then don't be mad when the free market works against you, because it can operate in any way it wants. Do I think these are monopolies? Yes, I absolutely think that these are monopolies that should be broken up and should be pulled from some of the power they have, because they do have too much power. But if you're going to bring that argument and it's shut down under the premise of allow the free market to work, then the free market shall do what it wants. And you can't complain when it does what it wants.
Right.
I don't think that too many have said completely free market, though, because that very quickly leads to collusion, which is kind of what we're seeing.
You're 100% correct.
What happened with Parler was that their Twitter and Amazon kind of got together, and they were like Jack. He went to Jack.
Well, I mean, there's no proof of that. There's no proof that they actually got together and decided to pull Parler.
No, there's
literally
no
all done in one day. Please don't be so naive. It was done all in one day. It was a coordinated attack. Please don't be that naive.
If I'm wrong, then just show me where they were.
Literally all done in one day.
All done within 24 hours. All done within 24 hours.
Yeah, that's called dominoes falling. That's called dominoes falling. That's called dominoes falling.
I don't even
come on, Uche.
That was a
coincidence.
Total takedown, Uche. Come on.
Okay. You know what? Fair enough. I will concede that, and I'll say fine that they did that. I mean, look, I don't have all the information. I'm not saying I have all the answers here, but if that's the popular belief, then fine. Let's use that and say, okay, they colluded to pull down Parler. That's still the free market operating.
Yeah.
When there was a chance to regulate it, they chose not to. When there was a chance to break them apart, they chose not to.
Regulate it to the other people's standards. Again, that's not a free market, Uche.
There is a name for a free market that is dominated by a few parties that completely dominate that free market, and that has a somewhat decent working relationship with the authorities. The name of such an economic model is fascism.
Yeah.
Fascism.
Because if you go to the literally, that's what they had in Italy. Because many people misunderstand what the term actually means. That they use it interchangeably with totalitarian, which can go hand in hand with fascism, but that particular style of ruling things, that's what was done in Italy in the 1930s and 40s, and that's the literal definition of fascism. And it is not a great breeding ground for something like freedom of speech. Quite the contrary. That's also where we get like this very slippery slope. That again, it was like something that Gina didn't write. She copied it from somewhere else or pasted a picture or something. And I do agree that it was a flaw in her judgment to put that there, because again, it only served the many people that want to take her down ammunition to actually do it. The point, though, isn't entirely incorrect, though, because Uche, as you said before, that the dehumanization of them in Germany in the 40s, that was a completely different level than what we're seeing in the States today. Absolutely, there's no comparison, but that had to begin somewhere. And for instance, as it is right now, when we have like in the army, there's going to be loyalty tests, and there certainly was with who's guarding that. There was none of that before. In the last 4 years, there were no loyalty tests to see who you were who you would serve or who you would vote for if push came to shove. You're going to have that right now. So many people that are in the armed forces are going to be expelled from there if they fail those loyalty tests. That's also something that you have seen in many, many other societies in the last few, not just in World War II, but like in the last few decades. none of them are societies that one wants to compare oneself with.
Can we also?
I put a link in the private chat to an article that speaks to exactly what I'm talking about in regards to how there was an attempt to actually break apart monopoly corporations such as Facebook, Twitter, and it was shot down.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. Can I say why it was shut down? Because in America, political corruption is completely legal. It's called receiving donations. We don't have that to the same extent elsewhere.
Yeah,
so that would be a big part of it right there. That's a big.
And again, where does and you know where that entire concept of political contribution comes from? A decision called the Citizens United decision that was decided on by the Supreme Court, which allowed corporations in the United States to be treated the same way that individuals in the United States are to be treated when it comes to the First Amendment. So their donations are treated as freedom of speech in the same way an individual who donates to their representative or to their party is treated as well, which by all norms and intent of our Constitution is absolutely ass backwards. Corporations should have no say in donating or contributing to the politics of our country, period. And I've always believed that.
Indeed.
So what about the fact that Twitter, for all their virtue, refused to take down child pornography?
Yeah.
Saying that it went
look, that's a whole nother discussion. That's a whole nother discussion. And that's kind of moving the goalposts when we're talking about what's going on with Gina Carano and her situation.
But we're talking about freedom of speech, and we're talking about
monopoly power and how it has infiltrated the ability of
the platform trying to decide how another
platform
operates while it posts and allows child pornography, which doesn't, according to them, breach their own terms and conditions. And Andy, you said you saw filth on Parler. What about fucking child porn? What about fucking child porn all over Twitter? What about going to fucking 4chan or fucking Reddit or any other fucking place?
These are all sites that
everywhere.
These are all sites that have been brought to
one and not fucking take the others.
Listen, these are all sites that have been brought to the forefront in our Congress in regards to allowing them to do the things that they do. And as I've said before, it's a slippery slope, yes, but the ability to curb these websites and to curb these companies' powers has been rejected. I mean, it's been rejected. I put the link up there. It goes into detail about it. There is an agreement that these companies have too much power. But there is a disagreement on how to actually solve that problem. Now, if you go back to the early 1900s, when Theodore Roosevelt had the first big action against monopoly entities in the United States, he broke apart big oil, he broke apart big energy because they had too much power and too much control over and dictated the direction and the costs of the services they provided. And you fast forward to today, we're kind of in a similar situation where you have these companies that have, as you can see with what's happened to Gina, an unbelievable ability and power to derail a person's career, and to potentially derail a person's life. So yes, we can all agree that that they do have too much power.
Admitted to what she was saying in that tweet that you apparently found offensive.
I didn't say I found it offensive. I said you're stupid when you bring in anything that has to do with Jewish.
But you've literally just said that they have too much power and the ability to ruin someone's life.
They do, and look, both things can be true. Both things can be true at the same time, my friend. Both things can be true at the same time. They're not mutually exclusive. When you talk about companies having the ability to ban people from their services, those are all things that deal with private sector rights in terms of service agreements that you agree to when you join their platform. But having that unilateral power to basically follow the mob perspective or the mob ideals to cancel someone because of a post that they deem to be insensitive, that's walking into a very gray area that can be a double-edged sword and work against people and work against people's ability to make money. Sure, but like I said, there's only one way to really solve it, and that's to break them apart. So someone has to, if there's going to be a move to minimize the kind of power that a platform like Twitter has, then it has to be done on the legislative level. And we've seen that there's a will, but there's not a way. So
Uche, you were for them dismantling Parler, right? But now you're saying
I didn't say I was for them dismantling Parler. I'm saying that the free market operated and decided Parler's fate.
Whoa, Uche, you were saying that that's a free market, the takedown of Parler, yet you're now saying that they need to dismantle the monopolies that are big tech. If you allowed Parler, right? If you were so not anti-Parler in your sort of stance that you just had there, if you had allowed Parler to flourish, you would have had a natural free market flow that would have eventually taken it down because you're offering an alternative. But you were pro that in your speech. You were pro taking it down. I said I was pro taking Parler down.
To be fair,
the free market took advantage of Parler.
No, the free market didn't. The free market.
Yes, it did. It absolutely did.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did. By the rules of the game and how they've been set by our society. For the free market took down Parler.
It was big tech colluding.
Free market. These are private companies. Free market.
Please.
Yeah, gentlemen, to be clear, technically it was the free market, but it wasn't the free market operating under perfect rules. What it was, as was stated, it was absolutely collusion, which is something that you can get with a completely unregulated free market where some supremely powerful really dictate. So, gentlemen, I do believe that you are saying pretty much the same things here. Uche is merely pointing out that this is how it was and this is what happened. You're without necessarily saying that that is good and right.
Exactly. I'm not saying that it's right what they did to Parler. I'm saying the rules have been set and the rules have been laid out, and those are the rules that they're playing by.
And the problem is the rules, because they are fundamentally corrupt.
Exactly. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. The rules are fundamentally skewed, and the only way to change that is to actually impose antitrust consequences to the companies that have been operating in that corrupt, pseudo free market atmosphere. That is not something that can be handled, within the private companies themselves. Legislation has to be done in order to get those things to change.
Yeah, and the problem is that you don't have any politician who can do that because of political donations and who owns those politicians on both sides. There was one that they didn't really own, and that one politician they certainly got taken down, didn't they?
I see people saying I support fascism and all this and that. Come on, man, y'all are being ridiculous.
No. No one is saying that you support that. Just saying.
No. I'm just talking about the chat. Like. My bad. I'm talking about the chat.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I just wanted to commend Andre. He's the best moderator.
Well, yeah. Like that's the thing here is that we. In
to be clear, I'm doing that from the car. I'm like literally, I'm like out here now collecting my daughter from dancing.
Yeah, poor Andre is
raving like a lunatic
at once with all this going on. But no,
I heard your turn signal.
Can I try and change? Bring up something. As a previous liberal, and I get criticized for being a liberal or a wish flip flopper, etc. When I was in my Hollywood bubble, I would have totally fallen into this stupid trap that a lot of people are doing and being in the woke Disney fans. I was guilty of it. A lot of people still hate me because they think I'm still there. But when I got canceled and moved to Florida, I met Republicans and I met Trump supporters, and I learned, oh wait, they're not all racist. Like I've firsthand through experience with regular people and conservatives and Republicans, I've learned the frustration that's happening and brewing, and it's why I've turned more in the middle, because I realize Republicans and conservatives are being massively disrespected. And so I think what's happening right now, and why this is such a hot topic, is like, as trying to look at it from stepping back. As a massive fan of Gina, I've spoken to Gina. She's such the sweetest person. They only focus on her negative, and like 99% of what that woman posts is positive, encouraging, amazing, uplifting. So it's so disheartening to see all this happen. But I am frustrated by the comparison she made, because I do think it's extreme. That said, I don't want to ignore the plight of what's happening to conservatives in America, which I think they are being censored. They are being pushed out. They're being pushed out to a place that's like, well, where do you want them to go? Half the country voted for Trump. I'm not a Trump supporter, but I can be a conservative supporter and I can talk to people who voted for Trump. But what's so frustrating is this hypocrisy. The fact that two things, like the fact that Pedro Pascal is posting things that I know we've been trying to get to, and I wanted to bring it back to that. The fact that Pedro Pascal is comparing MAGA wearing Trump supporters to Nazis is entirely offensive. And to me, far more offensive than what Gina said. And so the hypocrisy that Disney's going to allow that to be there. I have family that voted for Trump. They're not racist. They're not Nazis. They just have conservative values. And
dude, three of my best friends are Trump supporters. Like, and I love those, and I love these motherfuckers. Totally. Like, they're my friends to the core.
The fact
we don't have the same political views, but I can't. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and tell people who are conservatives that they're fucking racist or Nazis because I got friends that I know that they're not. Like, come on, man. I mean, there's generalizations going on both sides, and that shit needs to stop.
It is the biggest problem we have in our society is this generalization of all conservatives are racist, and I'm sick of it. And
yeah, but it doesn't help, Andy, when you got AOC screaming to make lists.
Dude, don't get me started on AOC. I hate AOC. I don't like.
Well, that was actually even before the other side, right? Because remember, they wanted there was a bunch of people in fucking Hollywood who wanted lists of people who supported Trump and donated money to Trump to be put public.
I got one better than that for you, gentlemen. What is the name of the next president of the United States? Your current sitting vice president.
Mm-hmm.
You know what she said? She said, I don't have the exact quote in front of me, but she basically said that every single individual person who voted for Trump is a traitor, and you will feel the vengeance of a nation. You can find that quote.
Funny, because that's almost half the nation.
Yeah.
Well, that's half of the voters.
Half the voting public. But I mean,
right.
Just going on.
A lot of people didn't vote.
Right. Well, like that's what I'm kind of saying too. Is I'm also equating with like, you know, look, even those who didn't have a voice in the voting part of this, they still probably stand on a side of this or at least have a feeling. And, you know, if you have, 100 people sitting in a room and you ask how many people in here like the color orange better than blue, at least half the room is probably going to like the color orange better than blue. You know what I'm saying? So again, I'm not trying to generalize, but there is a lot of things here that you can generalize. But at the same time, I think, you know, we're generalizing so many things, but like, even when it comes to the fucking tweet in question originally, I think the thing we keep coming back to that Andy, you brought it up to, and Uche and everybody else here who obviously, you know, is already on that side has brought up that it is not really, even if she is guilty of what they're accusing her of, which she is not, even if she was, the point is fucking sound and clear because we're seeing it happen before our very fucking eyes. And if people like us don't stand up and say something, then it's not going to change. And that's exactly what her tweet is saying. And that's what I love about this group here. We have a very eclectic group, 3 of which who aren't even on the same continent, right? So like they don't even have a real political, you know, anything politically to say.
I mean, I don't even have a horse in this race. I really don't have a horse in this race.
Yeah, they don't have a horse in the race. But like,
I'm from a distant land.
Uche, as well, also have like, well, yeah, and Paulie, I mean, you know.
I'm from a distant land called Slant, so you know I'm in my own head. But if I could say this, guys, you know, as far as the context of Hollywood, you're dealing with just a society in Hollywood where if you're not the right liberal, you're gonna get canceled. They're gonna come after you. They're eating their own. Right now, a New York Times veteran critic who says, I'm a 60-year-old gay man. How can I be called misogynistic? Because he wrote a review, you know, criticizing. He's a critic about Carey Mulligan's performance in Promising Young Woman. And they went after him, calling him misogynist. These guys, they're changing the rules every day, and they're eating their own. So just keep that in perspective, as you know. And I think that's why Gina, maybe she just doesn't even care about all, because she sees the garbage that they spew out every day.
Well, and I love the chat because they always help me make my points better than I do. And the point I was getting to is Luffy's like, orange or can I pick green? That's the point, is they have made it so red and blue in this country that they forget that most of the country is purple.
Yep.
Like we fall in various ranges, and that was my whole point, is this panel right here that I have, and I'm so glad that Uche has come in to speak his part, and he's taken a lot of shit and flack from the chat, and so is Andy. And we have since the start from the certain people and individuals. Look, that's the thing, is we all come from different places, and most of us don't agree on black and white. We need those gray areas for a fucking reason, because we all have different reasons and rhymes to it. Like Mr. H, I think you brought this point up earlier, if I'm not mistaken. You're like, when you talk to somebody who votes a certain way, you ask them why, instead of just instantly going, Ree!
Oh, no, I'm always intrigued as to why. I think it's fascinating.
That's the problem.
I was intrigued as to why people think that, well, not that she spoke about the Holocaust anyway, but why is the Holocaust even off limits? I don't understand why. Tell me why.
Well, look, I'll put it like this. Earlier last year, Deshaun Jackson made or posted on Instagram, really, and honestly, this is probably about as similar a situation to Gina Carano's situation right now. He posted something that was, one, incorrect. He misquoted Hitler in talking about Jewish people. And needless to say, he was dragged by mostly the entire online community. I mean, I'm not so sure that it was that big a deal in real world. But, I made a video ripping him for it, because one, if you're going to quote somebody, you might want to make sure that they actually said the quote. Two, when you go into the realm of talking about Jewish people in a fashion that relates in even the slightest terms to the situation that happened between 1933 and 1945, you are putting yourself in the crosshairs of a lot of people, and a lot of powerful people at that.
But why?
He was lucky because of his extended time as a Philadelphia Eagle, a team that's owned by a Jewish man, who was actually doing a documentary that had to do with Jewish persecution during World War II. Only because he had been with that team for a decade plus, was he not fired on the spot. Only because of that, because of his relationship with that franchise. But that franchise fined him 6 figures for what he did. So now that's how the NFL handles things at times, because you're dealing with players who have millions of dollars invested in them, and they are considered assets for the franchise. That was the only thing that saved his career in the NFL, because had he been cut by the Philadelphia Eagles because of that, no team in the NFL would touch him.
Because so what did they fine him for? Did they fine him for the misquote?
Conduct detrimental to the team.
But what was?
I think he got fined $400,000.
But what was detrimental? You haven't actually given the examples. I'm a bit.
I mean, if I could pull up the actual Instagram post, which I'm sure is by now deleted, I would show it. But he basically was saying in the Instagram post, he was saying, Jewish people are not the true chosen people of God. Here's a quote by Adolf Hitler that supports that perspective.
I think that's a wee bit different than this.
That is completely different to what
it's going into the same realm. Once you go into the realm of Jews and World War II, or Jews and Hitler, or the Holocaust,
I gotta back Uche on this.
You're playing with
I gotta back
fire.
Uche on this. People are ultra sensitive when it comes to this, because some of those relatives are still alive. The history is still really
this was not even 80 years ago. This was
I know.
The same generation.
But so it doesn't even matter, right? Because you
doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter, right? Because you read or tweet, and you're absolutely right.
Yeah. But, gentlemen, the two quotes right there, they were miles apart. However, they were similar in one thing. Here. They were similar in one thing. They both opened the door for counterattack.
Yeah, once you go into that realm
I've heard this sensitivity
Hitler,
backlash
the Jews,
for
World
decades.
War II, Holocaust, you're in a dangerous territory.
Right. I've heard the sensitivity backlash for decades. You know, first it would like the civil rights comparing themselves to the Holocaust. How dare you? It was the gay movement in the 80s and 90s. How dare you? You know, it just, you know, there's always going to be that. There's always going to be that.
Yeah, and it will.
You talk about numbers. We talk about numbers.
You allow this and say, yeah, that's fine. We should be allowed to discuss anything. Now, the example you gave, Uche, is polar opposite to what Gina Carano did. You've got someone actually disparaging Jewish people there, whereas Gina Carano didn't do that in any way, shape, or form. You cannot compare the two. They are incomparable. They are literally.
I'm comparing the subject matter. Once you go into the subject matter of the Holocaust,
it's just simply nonsense.
Dude, once you go into the subject matter of Jewish people in any way that relates to the Holocaust or any of the people that were involved in it,
I want to hear Mr. H. Let him finish. Sorry.
I mean, go ahead, dude. I mean, like I said, I'm not here trying to tell people that you know, I think that Gina Carano is a Nazi or anything like that. I don't.
But you've just compared it to something which is offensive.
When you go into the Holocaust realm to make any kind of political point, you are fucking yourself. Period. That's what it is. That's what it's always been.
But you're allowing.
How is that hard to understand? Should we be able to talk about it? Sure. But once you go into that realm, do it at your own peril.
Nah, you're allowing that to happen. You perpetuate that state of mind.
Perpetuate, dude. Okay, well,
no, you are. Like, I'm saying it is fine. Discuss it, whatever. You're going, no, it's off limits.
Yeah, you're saying discuss it. That's fine. No, over here in the United States, if you discuss that shit, you're putting yourself in the crosshairs to get your ass rocked off.
So that makes it right.
We're just saying that there is an audience that says do not talk about that.
Yeah, sure, but you can also take a stand and actually talk about it. Right, but that's what Uche is saying, is that you can't even do that nowadays, because look what Gina did. It wasn't even that.
Disney as a company,
you're giving it a pass.
Disney as a company have a responsibility to take what she said in context.
Yes, exactly, like they've been doing with
Twitter, who were taking it out of context. Disney are the employer. Lucasfilm are the employer. They have they have got to have the responsibility to say, right, what has she said in context, so they can actually address it properly. In context, nothing untoward was said whatsoever.
Well, and I think that's the bigger point here, is everything that Gina has done has been taken completely out of context, while everything that all these other people that have done that are on the right side in their mind, including Justina Ireland and what's the other one? Christina
Ariel.
And all these other people that they in one of which they actually did go out and support on their Twitter. You know, there's this again. I still have to say that I get where you're coming from, Uche, and I understand what you're saying.
If you took Ariel's comments, her tweets, and you changed the word white to Jewish, to black, to brown, to white, to black, to whatever, trans, to anything but white, should be out the door.
Yeah,
out the door in a heartbeat.
Yeah,
but because it was a black person talking about white people, it's acceptable.
Yep,
in their eyes, because apparently you can't be racist towards white people. So in their eyes, fine, no problem. Which is bollocks.
Hey, I'm not saying it's fair. I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair. But you know what? There's a saying. That's the way it is. Not everything is going to be fair.
The way it is because you're allowed it to be that way, Uche, and you're part of this by this.
I'm allowing it to be that way. Are you fucking serious, dude? Do you live in the United States and understand exactly how the socio-political spectrum here is operates on a daily basis when you walk out your front door in this country? Come on, dude. Don't play that. Don't play that because you don't live here.
I did actually. No. Stop, Uche. I did.
You did. You don't.
No. Stop. Because you're speaking about what you don't know now, like in any way, shape, or form. I did live in the States for about good 4 or 5 years. Thank you very much.
I've lived here for 30
no. Again, don't play that. Don't play that. No. Please don't.
Come on, dude. This is where I'm from. This is where I live, bro. Like I can tell you things that have happened to me just because of how I look. But I mean, come on. It's the way it is to a certain extent. I've been pulled out of my car and put on my face just because I was driving a car that was deemed too expensive for somebody like me to have. Come on, man. You think that it's not fair? It's not. Is it fair that Gina Carano got fired? No. But let's be let's be real. The fucking world is the way it is.
Stand by and allow another black person to be pulled out of a car. You shouldn't stand by and compare what Gina Carano did to what your friend, an NFL player, did.
Not my friend.
Denigrating bloody
video ripping him.
So you are literally part of the problem. Don't you see that?
I'm part of the problem because I recognize the way the world works. Changing it is not going to happen on fucking Twitter or Instagram, my friend. I'm sorry.
No, it happens in discourse like this. And that's the problem. That's why you're saying that. Like it happens in discourse like this.
Okay, yeah, well, if somebody wants to stand up and talk about oh, somebody's being canceled because of their views. Okay, well, how about me getting fucking body slammed on my face because of what I look like?
Yeah, and that's awful.
That's the difference between what people like people like me have dealt with and what Gina Carano is saying and her perception of what she's dealing with.
Who is saying that's right? Who's saying that's right?
Nobody's saying that's right. And I'm saying it on my end that it's not right necessarily what happened to Gina Carano. I don't agree that she should have been fired for putting an Instagram post out there, because at the end of the day, it's a fucking Instagram post on an internet platform that in today's world is just the Matrix. We just plug in and we fucking live in it, but it ain't real. Yeah, I don't think that she should have been fired for that. But let's be real. We all know, and it goes back as far as we can remember. Name me one celebrity that's made any comparisons to anything that has to do with Jewish people in the Holocaust who's come out unfazed on the other end of it. It ain't going to happen.
That would be Pedro Pascal. He's done the exact same thing.
Yeah.
Boom.
I mean, look, at the end of the day,
that's true, Jake.
At the end of the day,
that's
a business decision that they made, right?
Honestly, Uche, I have seen nothing but one side compare the other side to fucking Nazis for 4 fucking years. And I'm not
and people compare that other side to communists and socialists because of what they believe, dude. Like there's tick for tack here, dude. There's tick for tack here. I didn't vote for fucking Hillary in 2016. I didn't vote for. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad. I
love your passion, man. It's so hard to hear everybody.
Comics division, and I think he has something to say on this, Uche. And you know, I love
comics. I love comics.
I love you too, Uche, man. You're an awesome dude.
And I'm not even saying that in any kind of fucking racial way, and you know that.
No, I know y'all aren't, dude. Like, look, don't get it twisted. I don't have any ill will towards anyone in here.
I know that between you and Mr. H right now, I get it. That it's getting heated. Mr. H, I understand where you're coming from, and I agree with you. And I don't think that he is meaning this as a personal thing, and I think that you're
not at all.
Tom, I'm not his at all. I do believe, unfortunately, Uche, you did make some assumptions about me and my world experience, which is inaccurate. My whole point is that I get where you're coming from, right? I get where you're coming from by saying, "Oh, it's just the way it is," but things don't have to be that way. Is my entire point. I accept that it is the way it is, like I accept that, but it shouldn't be that way, and it gets that way because people say that constantly and they allow it to happen. So yeah,
right. And I want to keep it civil. I know this is a very emotional thing, and I'm not saying that anybody's I wasn't accusing anybody of anything in any way, but comics, you just sent this to me, and I know you had something you wanted to say, and welcome. And for those who don't know Comics Division, I don't know if you've met Andy and Paulie.
I have not. This is my first time. It's nice to meet you, Andy.
And Mr. H, I don't think you've met yet either. Other than that, I think you know the rest of the crew. So, introductions aside, welcome Comics Division. I'm glad to have you here.
Well, I can say that I'm nice to meet you, Mr. H, as well as you, Andy. This whole thing has got me rather irritated because a lot of this. First off, there's a couple of points I want to address. Let's back it up. Back to the whole thing with Parler. The reason why Amazon canceled the deal with Parler is because they just signed a multi-year deal with Twitter. So basically, they did that to cut out competition. So what they're doing is completely illegal if they could actually prove it. And it's the reason why Parler went and sued Amazon. So there's that. It really comes down to, it has nothing to do with silencing people. It was complete anti-competition practice. So with that aside, back to the whole thing with Gina Carano and what she said. I understand what she said, and I understand why people are sensitive to the matter. But here's the thing. There are other people that on the other side that say something very similar, basically this tweet here, but they get no blowback because they're on the right side.
Yes.
And that's my frustration. And also to address something that you said, Uche, dude, you being thrown to the ground like that, that's horrible, man. No, right. I don't think anyone is going to say that's acceptable. It's not. And this is obviously things that still need to be addressed in this country because that is absolutely terrible.
And, no, man, look, I understand that, dude. And again, man, I love each and every one of y'all on here. I'm subscribed to most everyone's channel on in this stream. And I have a lot of friends in the fandom menace. Like, I'm with Geeks and Gamers. Like, this is not a situation of me trying to justify what happened to Gina Carano.
Oh, no, I know, dude. I don't think you are. I don't think you are. But the thing that just irritates me is the hypocrisy that is.
There is a lot of hypocrisy in this shit. I won't disagree with that. There is a lot of hypocrisy in this shit, and it ain't fair. And I agree with that. But again, we have to understand. You got to understand the game you're playing in. You got to understand the rules you're playing in. And if you're going to win, you got to beat them at their own rules. Correct?
Yeah, but the thing is, they keep changing the rules. So what are we doing?
Yeah, that's the other thing too. I mean, at this point, I'm so incensed by this. I legit, I'm not going to buy another thing that with a Disney logo on it at this point. I'm a big fan of Legos. I love my Lego Star Wars, but I'm not buying that stuff anymore. I'm so pissed about this because of that hypocrisy.
Yeah, this is like
they will go to bat and defend other people who have said things way worse than Gina Carano, but they will fire Gina because, well, she doesn't have the right political opinions, and that's terrible. And the way we can fight back is by not supporting these companies and not giving them money.
Free market. Speak with your wallet. Yeah. I'm 100% for it.
Paula, you were about to say something.
Oh no, I was just backing up what you said.
Oh, okay. I just want to make sure that everybody gets a chance to speak. Like, I mean, and that's the thing here, and you guys are right. Like, that's what this is about. Mm-hmm. The discourse is important. We need to discuss it. And I think that goes back to the point that, the whole thing that got, that you and Mr. H were talking about too earlier, Uche, is I get where you're coming from. But isn't that fundamentally the problem, though, is that everything should be able to be talked about, and there shouldn't be like this, well, we don't talk about this. Like, why should everything be like that? Because to me, one thing I know is that, and I know this is kind of equating two different things, so before anybody, like, fucking comes at me, but on the Looney Tunes box set, when you got Whoopi Goldberg saying that you cannot edit these cartoons, even if they are or do have, racial stereotypes, and they are considered in today's, values problematic, because if you do erase them, then it's like they never happened. If we don't discuss these things, though, if they're not being brought to the table, sooner or later, they're going to get forgot about. Because, I mean, a great example also is that whole Watchmen thing. Remember, they were making this big deal about, people forgot about this thing that happened in the past, blah, blah. It's like, you had a lot of people saying, no, I actually learned that in school. If you actually got a good education, you learn these things. And that's the point, is when history happens, that's the thing here. And I think that's the fundamental issue that we have, is when you say something is off limits and you can't speak about it. And I know you're not saying that, Uche. I know you're not saying that you're agreeing with it. And I think that's the fundamental problem we really need to hit.
And I just want to make it clear, Tom, that, I'm not saying that that's what you got to do. You can't talk about it. I'm just saying that there is that group out there, that it was always said you don't correlate anything to Nazi Germany and the Holocaust. That's just too touchy of a subject.
Can I just jump in for a sec?
I'm sorry?
Can I just jump in for a sec? Because I just want to say the Lucasfilm statement says they called Carano's posts abhorrent and unacceptable. So Pedro Pascal, Ariel, they get supported on social media by Star Wars, and Lucasfilm call that abhorrent and unacceptable when Pedro Pascal actually makes a direct comparison between Auschwitz and the U.S. immigration policy. So where is the fucking justice? If they are so abhorrent, so abhorred by what has been placed, then where is that to the other members of their employment who have done much worse?
Well, what are the rules? I guess is more the point. You know,
there are no rules. That's the issue. Well, it's whatever fits the narrative is the rule.
There are rules. They just keep changing every day in Hollywood.
Yeah,
there are rules, but you know, the one rule is that, you know, if you don't and I'm liberal, I'm progressive, but I'm not their liberal progressive. But so if you ain't, then you're gonna get eaten up and spit out.
Yeah,
well,
and that's
I wanted to add what you said, as because not only is the hypocrisy real, but Disney's the one who literally supported people in detainment camps.
Yeah,
like, let's not forget this. Like, they literally put in their credits here, if people didn't realize, for Mulan, thanking this city literally has genocide happening.
Yeah,
and it's like abhorrent. That's this.
Yeah, this is another reason not to support Disney.
No, I mean, like I'm because I'm with you guys on this. Like, I don't like the wording. I think it was just I think she just shared something that she should have thought and reworded it a little bit clearer, because it gave them ammo. That's the one frustration I have about with Gina. Like, I wish she just would have checked it a little bit better, because she gave them sort of enough to sort of assume and jump with. But the reality is, Disney's done way worse. Like, they support literal detainment camps right now, and they filmed it. They special thank them to plead to China. Of course, why are we surprised that Disney's doing this? I mean, you're all right. If you don't support it, this should be the most important thing to stop paying them.
Should be said, though, that Lucasfilm are the ones doing this to Gina Carano, as far as we know. And also, I just wanted to highlight this super chat, because Uche is getting a lot of flack in the chat here. So I just want to highlight this. Nisa Nanson says, Uche, my strong black brother, I appreciate you coming on and sharing your opinions. Gina has some blame in this. It needs to be said and recognized. Know the rules of the game. Yes, well, I fully support this, because Gina opened that door. It's a massive overreaction. She's being misrepresented. And also kudos to Uche for going against the grain and pointing that out too. Just want to say that.
He's his own man.
But again, and I don't think half of us, or at least most of us on the panel, are even arguing that point. I think what a lot of us are trying to say, and I think that, you know, like Comics has been pointing out and Andy just pointed out, is just the hypocrisy. Like, and the more we point out the hypocrisy, the more and more stories like, oh, you know, the mirror one and all that other crap, where they're just trying to paint us as people that aren't really there and we don't exist. And it's like bullshit. I'm sick and tired of it. We need to do something about it. We need to change it. And I get the whole idea of, you know, not comparing things to the Holocaust. I get it. It makes sense. But at the same time, when we're seeing things like this, when we're getting to a point where, I'm not talking about Gina herself specifically, but we are seeing similar things going on. And that's the point she's making. So how is that something we cannot do anymore, Uche? And I'm not trying to, you know, single you out on this, but that was what the point you were trying to make. And I'm asking you this is, when does it become okay then? When does it become okay to actually make the comparison? When it's too fucking late, when there actually is concentration camps, and when they are actually killing people and rounding them up? I mean, when there are, you know, because like we've already pointed out, there's been calls for lists. We've already had the public shamings and all this other stuff. We're taking the first step.
We have journalists supporting drone strikes on American citizens.
That's what I'm saying. It's
unbelievable.
We're seeing the first steps happen right in front of our eyes. So how is she really that far off base?
She's not. And that's the whole point, is that it starts with friends turning on friends, neighbors turning on neighbors. And that's it. I mean, that's already happening.
And that was the point.
Happening here in the UK. We're being told to grass up our neighbors if they have more people in their house than they're allowed during the lockdown.
There were talks of children spies as well.
Yeah, it's
legit children spies.
Absolutely fucking disgraceful what our government's trying to get us to do. It's like, fuck off.
Yeah. Also, Ron Wesley says that on screen, I'm black too. No one has monopoly on persecution. Making certain historical tragedies off limits to comparison is how we repeat tragedies. Also, Disney should be cancelled for throwing money at human rights abuses.
Absolutely.
Also, the Green Man says that Andy seems cool. So there's more love going around.
This entire panel is a minority. Not I'm working it back slowly.
The panel is cool, and Andy, and Uche and Paulie, you all had some different kind of opinions in the chat. Hasn't been necessarily nice to all of you, and that's fine. And the same thing goes for some of us here as well. Earlier in the show, like I said as well, we had a lot of people coming in just trying to start nonsense in the chat,
right.
But and I didn't even block very many people. So before anybody tries to say anything, no, there was some muting going on, but I was muting those who were just simply out there just throwing shit. If you were actually had a contextual argument in the chat you were making against somebody on the panel, you'll notice I didn't mute any of those people, and I also told our lovely Wrench not to do that as well, because I do appreciate people's opinions. I want to hear what you have to say, and that's what I was talking about with Mr. H earlier when he says, when he asks, why did you vote that way? That's the problem. Nobody asks why anymore. They just instantly jump to the judgment.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And that's the big thing I think we've forgotten, not just in this country, around the world, is that we're allowed to disagree. We're allowed to have other opinions.
I'm the king of hot takes, so don't even.
Yeah. I mean, I appreciate Uche's opinion and where he comes from. I mean, he has experiences I don't.
I've gone on paper comics saying that I hate the movie Flash Gordon. So there you go.
Well, there you go. You're allowed to.
For that man, this man took so much, and I got
my wife loves that movie, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, actually, I gave him just as much shit, if not more, than anybody else. He took it and rolled with the punches.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Also, Vassi says disagreement is not hostility. And this is something that we all should learn from.
Again, I said, I don't even want to imply that any tempers were flaring. Things were getting a little emotional to a point. I will say that, and and Mr. H, you've made a lot of great points as well that I agree with, and so is Uche, and so is Andy, and so is Az, and so is Paulie, and so is Comics, and of course Andre as well. Like, I agree with just about everything anybody said on here. That's the thing. It's when you start to listen to somebody and listen to a person from their personal point of view. That's the thing. We've got way too much generalizing going on. And that's the problem I think that's fundamentally going on here, is there's so many people that are so quick to get fucking, feel like a victim, or feel like Gina's out to get them because they want to feel so fucking self-important at the same time. And I get that. I mean, but we have to remember that there's a bigger world, and that's my whole point, is this, that one-on-one, we're, as Tom Lee Jones said it in Men in Black, people are stupid, but a person is smart. You can talk to a person.
Yep.
And I think that's where this starts, and that's why YouTube is becoming what it is. And I mean, I know we're being like shadow banned and certain other things are going on right now, but whatever, it is what it is. I mean, we probably should start bringing things slowly to a close here, because, before we know it, we're probably going to get shut down. It's not going to be long. We've gotten enough attention. I know certain people
for what? For open discourse.
Yeah,
exactly, for open discourse.
And the fact that we also have a canceled individual on the panel too, that never helps.
I can't say the word abuse when I cover Johnny Depp stories. Like, they literally will shut it down. I've done tests where I do it without, and then I'll.
That's ridiculous.
But and I'm sorry I said it, Tom. No, I've screwed your screen mirror. But yeah, it's so the mind, and you can't. Trans, they do that too. Like, it's so weird. The choices.
So late,
censor it. It's. I've my trick to everybody. I'll share it. I literally do a screen now that says, "Hello, human reviewer. I am not doing anything against the community guidelines. Make this video unlimited." And usually, it's worked every single time.
That's actually a fairly good idea. Also, yesterday we dropped a movie.
I wish.
We dropped a video. Video about the recent rumor that Amber Heard, Aqua Lady, that she may end up being in Star Wars. Probably not going to happen.
Like, what?
We still dropped the video, and you know what? It got suppressed to heck. Like, it's one of the most least viewed videos on the platform. That's not because people chose not to see it; it's because it was suppressed.
Oh yeah, they don't anything negative. Amber Heard. They
well, I know something's up with, because I can watch our numbers in like real time here, and they bounce around like crazy, and that's not normal. Like, earlier we lost a chunk of like 500 people at once. That's not normal. I mean, a few 20, 30 people coming. That's what's, you get a couple people who don't appreciate somebody's opinion or something. They're checking out, whatever. That's normal. Then I just watched it now. It just bounced another 400 fucking no way. Something's going on. Yeah. So chances are we might get shut down here soon. So again, if anybody has anything,
or Midnight's Edge, throw those super chats in, become a member. I'll say it because you can't say it.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
The stream. I want to thank you guys for bringing me in. I know not everybody loves me; they're still stuck on me. I'm not perfect. I'm trying to learn myself. I'm trying to find my voice. So thank you for giving me a place to come here, talk to some amazing. I thought this was a really fire conversation. So
what's funny, Andy, about your
kind of conversation, guys, in the chat. So throw it their way.
You know, same here, man. I really appreciate you guys bringing me on, dude. I mean, you guys know I love this. I love being on Midnight's Edge.
Jay, you know, you always have the door open for you, man, and that goes for all my, friends that they know, they know.
And you're an awesome too, Uche.
Yeah, and Uche knows he's never
with all of y'all.
And I voted him out the airlock.
I've said it before.
Uche, we're going to have you on the morning show one of these days.
One of these days. That's one thing I've been trying to think about.
It's crazy because I watch the morning show while I'm making my coffee.
He's been on my list of people to get on, definitely. So no, but Uche, you know, man, I've told you this before, but it's true. You're the only Snyder fan I won't say shit to because I'm afraid you'll kick the hell out of me.
No, man, I appreciate you guys. Like straight up. And to the chat, I mean, I got thick skin. Like, I don't care if people cancel me because you can't cancel somebody who don't give a fuck about being canceled.
Well, I wouldn't throw your ass to words. I would never put you in a situation.
Okay, and it's great. It's good to have a different opinion to discuss. This is what's missing. Is actual discussion nowadays.
Facts.
Well, we're here. I disagree with you. That's
fine. By the way, folks, tonight, Fully Articulated me, Robert Meyer Burnett, and then later on tonight, I'll also be on Kurt Metzger's podcast.
Awesome. That's so cool, dude. Awesome.
Nice.
But yeah, speaking of people here, like if you have not checked out any of these guys' channels, check them out. And if you like them, subscribe, because there's people like Paulie on the Latino Slant who is criminally undersubscribed. Comics Division is another one who's criminally undersubscribed, and Uche as well. Even though, I mean, you're doing okay. I'm just saying, I'm not trying to, whatever.
Yeah, I just, look, I'm not you guys are the super tubers. I'm trying to find my lane. So, I just appreciate the support.
And Andy's making his comeback here with Popcorn Planet, and we support that. And Mr. H Reviews, of course, has always been a friend of the channels, and we also support him. So do check out their channels. And like he says, though, only subscribe though if you enjoy the content, right, Mr. H?
Yeah, no, you definitely don't subscribe to the channel if you don't actually enjoy the content. It damages a channel massively.
And I agree with that.
Like everyone does. Subscribe. No, only subscribe if you're going to click on every video.
Well, watching the video helps,
Well, and I've seen people who watch everyone on a daily basis. I get messages from people who watch every one of our videos and they still get unsubscribed, though. So do check, though, if you have been unsubscribed as well. That always is a good thing to check. If you're somebody who are a fan of the channel and you don't want to miss out, be sure to make sure of that, though.
Well, that's happened recently. YouTube does their sort of yearly purge, their annual purge of
it's become
channels, and I think recently they've denotified quite a large percentage of people that haven't gone through and clicked their notifications. So just click your notifications and check that you actually have your notifications on, because a lot of people will have that removed automatically by YouTube currently.
Yeah, and like Jonah says here, you got him subscribed from Nerdrotic. Like I said, I hear about it almost every week. So like I said, I think it's almost a monthly purge now.
Yeah, Tom, I believe you even were unsubscribed from Midnight's Edge.
Yeah,
that's ridiculous.
I've been unsubscribed. So I think didn't Gary say something about he was unsubscribed from one of the Nerdrotic channels too, or something like that?
I think he was.
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying, guys. So just if you are a fan, it doesn't hurt to check. And that's also a good reason to follow us on social media. And I always see a lot of people, why don't you go to this platform and that platform? And again, there's nothing wrong with expanding, but once they send us scattered and running from one place to another, that's when we lose. I mean, that's the
remember, Tom, you can bring a horse to water, but you can't make it drink. And you can bring an SJW context, but you can't make them think.
Exactly. Absolutely.
That's a t-shirt.
Pretty damn good.
And how are you doing with that other t-shirt I helped you design?
Tits are great. It's coming along nicely.
I think there was another one too where I had your face in the middle of the what was that one?
It's just our t-shirt.
Okay.
Speaking of T-shirts, we mentioned Amber Heard. Tom, you want to show off what we have for Amber Heard T-shirt?
Yeah, I love this shirt. This is a great shirt.
For those who don't know, who actually didn't, because most people didn't get to see our video.
Oh man, what the hell?
But if you actually got,
because that was suppressed, it has like less than 10,000 views still, which is
one
like
of our
almost unheard of for us.
Yeah, it's weird. Let me find the picture here. Andre really enjoys this more than he probably should.
Probably.
I don't think I've ever heard him laugh so much at one of my drawings, or one of Not Some Kids' drawings. Sorry, I didn't draw this. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, you can get our T-shirt right now with Amber's turd on it.
Oh, fuck.
For a limited time, you can get 10% off if you type in TURD.
I love the Mira costume. You did really.
Not Some Kid did a great job. He's a very good artist. I think he's about
backward E is like such a good touch.
He knows how to spell really well for his age.
Are those pillows?
They were.
I don't want to use them though, but
it almost looks like a coffin too. It's
Imagine having to lie under oath about pooping in a bed. Imagine like you're under oath and you have to tell the truth, and you're gonna have to break that to not to tell them that I didn't shit in a bed.
Now I will say this:
in a bed. I mean,
it's better with the maids that were the ones that were under oath and said, "Yes, she did. It was her."
Like, what's better yet is you couldn't have done it. Like, it's a perfect visual analogy. Like, how can you not? I mean, the jokes write themselves. I mean, she shit the bed literally. I mean, come on, how often do you get to say that?
It looks like emo Philip shitting the bed.
It does a little. Sorry.
Man, that guy got done so bad as well. Fucking Johnny Depp.
Yeah.
All that information they had, all those recordings, and he still got fucked.
Well, and that's kind of the point,
Yeah, the judge basically decreed that she's stunning and brave. So yeah, there was nothing more to say. Oh, and there were also links between her and the judge, one way or the other. So yeah, that's going.
Questionable, and
I like justice, huh?
A few people who got the emo reference in the chat. You are cool. I will say this: I give permission to anybody who wants to use this in their videos when they're referring to the happening, and you don't want to use the real picture. But if I find T-shirts, I will come after you. These are mine.
Need that 20%.
I will find, because I've done a couple T-shirts where people have. I wouldn't say they stole my ideas. Maybe they came up with similar ideas. All right, I'll let that slide. But I see this on a shirt. There ain't no place you can hide. Take that to the bank.
All right, guys. I got a bail. I need to get back to work.
Comics for coming in. I appreciate it, man.
Mr. H also has to dash. So yeah, thanks for joining us. We really appreciate that.
Yep,
thank you for having us.
Yeah, thanks for pulling me in.
Very fun being here.
Absolutely, and then of course, you guys know the doors are open anytime. So do check out their channels and hopefully you enjoy their content. If you do, subscribe.
Yeah. Of course, we are not done yet because we have loads more super chats to go through.
Yes,
so even if the panel is going to be shrunk a little bit,
is there anybody else that has to check out before we dive into some of these super chats here, guys? Or?
I sadly got to go. Thank you, guys. It was awesome.
Okay, Andy. Yeah, no problem. Just get a hold of me if you need.
Same here. I got to head out.
Jay, and you know that.
I saw some support for me in the chats too. Thank you to support the sending the super chats to these guys. Pay Midnight's Edge. Don't let them be canceled.
Thank you, man.
All right, guys. I'm gonna head out of here too. Much love to everybody as always.
Mad props, man, for coming.
I'm gonna try and get on one of these morning shows too.
Same, dude.
I'll get a hold of you.
Let me know what day works best for you. We're on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. If you don't already know that, just let me know a day coming up that works, and I'll pencil you in, man.
And Uche,
stuff, man. Love you guys. Y'all have a good one.
You have an open invite to the Slant.
Yeah,
for sure.
Latino's Latino Slant's a hell of a channel. Check it out.
Oh, for sure. I'm gonna go sub to it now.
Orale.
Y'all be good.
You too, man.
Take care, man.
Take care.
Yeah. So, Paul, you still got a little time to stick around?
I do. I'll let me just bow out real. I mean, I'll stay on, but I'm gonna go check on the doggies, and I'll be right back.
No problem.
No, that sounds like good. So yeah, everyone that's been watching so long, we really appreciate that, and we have got quite a few super chats to go through, and we're going to get through every last one of them. Just have to stick with us a little bit. But first of all, sorry that we haven't got through every single one. But when you have a heated discussion, sometimes it be like that. And Tom, you were saying.
Oh, no, I was just pretty much the same thing you were. I was just going to say thank you to all those who sent them and for being so patient with us. We appreciate it.
Indeed. And then we can begin with the super chats that we actually can get up on screen, because that's going to be a luxury.
If I don't do this, Andre, just give me 2 seconds.
Koalas in the rain, koalas in the rain, no fucks given, koala, koala.
We needed that tension breaker anyway.
We did, and that actually was a point. That Taker610 says, how about some koalas in the rain to lighten them?
It was sponsored by Taker610. When you need a koala in the rain with no fucks to give, go to Taker610.
And then Loquacious Primate says for $10, thank you so much. I'm Jewish and wasn't offended by Carano's post, but it probably wasn't a great rhetorical choice. Such discussion topics shouldn't be off limits, but maybe social media just isn't a good venue for them.
And you're not wrong, Loquacious Primate, and that's a lot of the point I think Uche was making, and I agree with a lot of his points, because I've said the same thing about many people who have said stupid shit like, you know, Pedro, for instance. But anyway, like, no, like, that's the point is, but it shouldn't be, you know, okay for one side and not for the other, or one person and not for the other. It needs to be fair, you know, and I found, I'll say it, I found some schadenfreude in the fact that, you know, the whole Last of Us announcement got overshadowed by the Gina news yesterday, and the fact that cancel Disney Plus was fucking trending. I've come to a point where it was a breaking point, and I even told Andre that earlier, because I think he knew that he was probably a little scared he wasn't going to be able to keep me on the leash.
Yeah, I was like thinking, crap, I should be here moderating the whole thing. So yeah, but sometimes that can't happen. But the beauty is we haven't gotten taken down just yet. So fingers crossed and knock on wood and everything for that.
We have in some areas, and that maybe is why we lose chunks of people. But I mean, now I know people are whatever. But like, yeah.
And moving on from there, Willowy13 says, I disagree, or for 5 Brazilian real, I believe that is, says, I disagree with Uche, but respect. Nobody should be cancelled for opinions. Agree to disagree. Be friends. Life is short to live in misery like leftards. Yeah, there you go. And that's the last one that I am able to bring up on screen, unless there has come something new. Austin Crafton wondered what happened to Mr. H. He had to check out, like the rest of the bands. Nothing happened. He had just been here for about 3 hours.
I want to thank everybody who came in again, if they're listening. None of them had to. I sent the word out, and I had a lot of people after the fact, once things, of course, got a little exciting, who wanted to come in, and I appreciate that too. You know, and I wanted to accommodate as many people as possible. But again, I want to thank everybody who took the time out of their day to come and spend their time with us. And for those who did want to come in and didn't get a chance to after we got so crowded, sorry about that. And I do appreciate you showing interest in it. This was last minute, so like with Paulie and Mr. H and everybody who joined us today, Andy, I don't want to forget anybody, Uche, of course, Comics Division popped in there. Who else am I forgetting here, Andre, already?
Oh, you were here. I wasn't.
I know. I'm like trying to remember everybody who was here. I'm drawing a blank because I need some food. My blood sugar is getting low.
Well, you know what? You go do something about your blood sugar.
I got some nuts here. I'm going to munch on while we're off.
Yeah, and I'll get this sorted.
Chats, yes.
And then Thanotos Felicitas says that Gina was under double secret probation. They were waiting for Gina to do anything to cancel her.
I even seen a journalist say that. They admitted that they've been looking for shit for 2 months, over 2 months. And I know it's been longer than that. Maybe, yeah. Bullshit.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Tom, can you take the ones that I put in the private chat before? The ones, because I don't know exactly how far you got.
All right. I was just going to let you know where we left off. We left off, let me look here. Sorry, I'm eating. I believe it was. We got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Got that one. Okay, I think we got this. This is where we left off. Ditsy PHP. If that's how I'm going to say DTZY PHP. And I'm not sure what that denomination is. Holy cow. I've never seen it before. That's a new one.
Give me a... That's... yeah, I can't really tell because that's a symbol that's kind of like lost here. But anyway, Ditsy says for 50 of some mystery currency that our internal copy thing here doesn't quite read, says Pedro Pascal as Abby confirmed. Yeah, that would be something. While Rob Bass says, rumor has it that Favreau took offense to the post since he's Jewish and gave the green light to fire her. Well, if he did, I very much doubt that Disney will be very pleased with her, and certainly not the Star Wars fans that were on board with what he was doing. But we shall see what happens. Mills says, could Disney finally take action today? Well, we shall see.
Or what? T-minus 3.5 hours from their...
Oh, that should be good.
I hope I'm back from my stuff for that. Yeah, because I can't wait to see that. This is going to be the most exciting one there's been in a while.
That should be a real doozy.
Yeah, hopefully they do this one online like they have the last few.
Are you a part of those, Tom?
No, but they do allow certain things. Like people send me links and stuff to them. So eventually, hopefully, I can get a chance to check it out. Because there are a few people I do know that, including, I can't get a dox in that part, but people we know within our own sphere who are actually investors. So, like,
yeah, exactly.
They give a shit, you know?
Yeah. Tom, can you take it from there? Well, I have sorted out the other list of other super chats so we make sure that we catch absolutely every one of them.
And I apologize for my munching and everything there. We got Rob Bass. I love that name, Rob Bass. Rumor has it that Favreau took offense to the post. Oh, we did cover this one before, but yeah, I would like to hear. I'd love to hear from what some of our people have to say on that, and I'm going to definitely check into that myself on whether or not this was really something that had to do with Favreau or not. Thank you so much for that again, though, Rob Bass. Mills sent us in 14 South African rands, I believe that is. Could Disney... Oh, yeah, you read that one.
Yeah,
you read that one.
Before you get to the next one, Filmlash just sent us 200 Danish krona.
Wow.
Saying, hail from Denmark. Keep up the good fight. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And thanks for keeping the lights on here in Norway, among other places, in addition to another dark place of the state. So we really appreciate your support.
Andre, is it
fellow
especially
Norsemen.
dark up there right now?
Yeah, it's darker here than it is in Denmark, which is far south compared to us. And Valiant Renegade says, oh, my financial planner brain will be keyed into the Disney investor report today. Oh, yeah, that should be a real doozy. On that note, Deuces says, let's all short stock Disney. Oh my God.
I love that icon.
That would be pretty amazing. And Sleepy Panda sent us a super sticker. Panda is quite the top right there.
Sleepy Panda in their icon, so it's not just a clever name.
Yeah. And Lost Cause is evidently also from Denmark, who says, I mean, we're only far south of Norway if we don't count Greenland. Yeah, this is true. You stole that from us, you buggers.
Yeah, where were we then for the super chats? We left off on, we'd be on Lego Darth Jar Jar, I believe, right?
Yeah.
You got it, or you want me to grab it?
No, I believe that's. I just have to find it again here. I think I took it.
Well, while you're finding your spot, you did take this one already?
Yeah, I think I took it.
It literally spent.
No. That's from Lego Darth Jar Jar. That's from there. Yes.
Okay, so he says, or she, sorry, I don't want to assume anybody's gender. They literally spent the entire first part of 2021 running all the goodwill they gained in December. Episodes 1 through 6 from George is the only Star Wars. Yeah, I agree. This has been my breaking point because I don't have a Boba Fetish. I don't give a shit about Boba Fett. The only thing that got me on board on that was, I think, Paul, you brought it up earlier, was Robert Rodriguez being on board. And now that is, You know,
I mean, yeah. Yeah, I mean, you know, I'm sure we're gonna, you know, once the dust is settled, we're gonna get more information too. You know,
I'm sure this isn't over yet. Yeah.
You know, but yeah, Rodriguez is show running the Book of Boba Fett, but yeah, I'm torn.
Yeah, and as far as the rest of the shows, I don't care. I definitely don't care about Casio keyboard or any of the other crap. So at this point,
as a channel Tom, I care about Casio keyboard, but I'm personally, yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get that. Like, I'm sure we'll have to watch it, maybe. So I don't know. We'll see where we get to that road. I guess at this point, who knows? Maybe Andre won't force us to. We'll see.
Well, yeah, we'll see. I'm certainly much less inclined to do anything. We'll find. We'll see what we do. We'll see what we do.
I'm not saying we won't see it, but we'll see. Yeah. True Pop Culture is the next one. Did you got that one or?
No, just take them all from down where I found out exactly where we were here.
True Pop Culture, thank you so much. Says, do you think Favreau team will intervene, get fired? I don't think anybody else is gonna get fired, and that's the thing is I don't think anybody's necessarily been fired to begin with. If you read the original statement,
correct.
And things that I've heard, it was just so much that they hadn't really done the contracts yet for anything. So I think somebody just kind of used that as an opportunity and seized this opportunity. Like we've seen this a few other times with Lucasfilm now. This is not the first time, right, Andre? We've seen this a couple times now where things have leaked to the press.
Oh, yeah, they do this.
And then this wasn't necessarily a leak, but I find this very weird that the Lucasfilm spokesperson isn't named. And we have not seen any official...
Very strange. That's
again, that's Lucasfilm acting on their own accord. That's what that is.
And again, like to me, the only thing that added any kind of legitimacy to it was when Gina's own,
UTA.
Yeah, when UTA dropped her. And I think they had said something in their statement to the same effect or whatever. But like, again, I don't know if people are conflating the two at this time. I only know what I've seen, and there may have been something that's happened since this stream started that I haven't got a chance to get to yet. But I mean, that's going off of what I know now. So, yeah. Our next super chat, thank you so much for that one. Let's see here. Mark Medina says, love Gina Carano, stay strong, stay true. Indeed. Hashtag, of course, was love Gina Carano, which go ahead and use that hashtag as much as you can, folks. Get it trending. Same thing with cancel Disney Plus. You won't hear me say that very often. So DCB Titan says, fuck Disney. Yep. Don't give them a dime until the mouse goes on an apology tour, sucking literal parsecs worth of rooster, aka cock. Yeah, I don't even know if that'll help at this point, DCB Titan. Because you had a lot of people already kind of
hit them right in the wallet. That'll help.
Yeah. I mean, Andre, you know, from just your experience watching us kind of from the outside, because you're not really a Star Wars fan.
No, not really.
I mean, so you
you know what? I was becoming one because of the Mandalorian, and that kind of like makes this extra difficult in a way, because like I have no real affection for Star Wars, the traditional Star Wars, but I kind of do for the Mandalorian, and I was excited about where it would go. But with this, there may be the time to abandon it.
Maybe
it just may be.
They were just barely keeping me hanging on with Marvel at this point too, so we'll see. Anything else to add, gentlemen, before we move on then to the next one?
Move on.
Nope. I was just reading on some of the current news articles on Gina.
Sure.
Newsweek and New York Post are bringing up Pedro Pascal, and that conservatives outraged by Gina's firing, and Senator Ted Cruz tweeted as well.
I did see that, but I didn't really want to bring it into the discussion earlier.
Oh, sorry.
No. It's fine now. I didn't want to bring it in early because we were getting so heated.
Oh, that would
I'm like, that was just going to either disrupt the flow or cause more problems. So I was
meltdown.
Like, at that point, I left it alone because a few people sent it to me, and I'm just like, I'm just gonna because I think even one of the individuals shared it in our private chat, maybe even. But yeah, so there's been some support out there that's coming. And again, I want this to become a bipartisan thing. That's the problem that bothers me, is there's too much bipartisanship. And that was when I was going on earlier about the whole, I think you said it in the chat too about you love purple. I think you were quoting Batman, but still,
I love purple.
I love purple. And no, like that's the thing, is there's just so many of us who are not in that left or right area, and then people like Andre who have zero, horses in the race as far as actual votes go and stuff like that. So it's like, we need to start noticing that the society is more than just the left and right.
Tom, Andre, even if we are, we can still meet at the table and have a meal together and talk and disagree and have fun.
Yeah.
Jesus. I mean,
No, yeah, I was just going to say, I think that's what this whole entire stream is kind of demonstrated, I think, especially when you have a lot of people with different points of view. I mean, the best thing you can do, though, is bring them all to a table and talk.
Correct. Mm-hmm.
Indeed.
And did you find where you needed to be, Andre? Or?
Yeah, I found where I needed to be, but just carry on from where you were there in the private chat in the meantime.
All right. Next up, I've got BK0271. Let's hope this finally will be the perfect storm of KK's screw-ups that finally gets KK fired during the Q1's earnings call. Well, it's not going to happen during the call. But just before all this shit happened, the funny thing about contracts, that was what we were told, is like contracts hadn't been done yet for this next term or whatever you want to call it, like for anybody as far as like some of this stuff. So KK was one of the names mentioned, obviously, because her contract is up. And we're being told at least that, obviously there's no real intention to continue. And she's even dropped certain hints that I'm sure she's done anyway when it is up. And she really has no real designs in anything other than Indiana Jones right now anyway. So, what do you think, guys? Andre, Paulie, who wants to go first?
Paulie?
I'm sorry. I was reading about Gina.
No, go ahead and actually you continue to do that. Andre, go ahead and pick up.
I think that she's probably on her way out unless she changes her mind.
All right. Yeah, and Paulie, if you get any good updates, just cut in and let us know then.
Yep.
And then while we got this one on screen and I can grab it, Mags, thank you so much for the $5 super chat. Chris Pratt will be next. Yeah.
No, they tried for so long.
Well, that's the thing. He's only one bad tweet away. Or one bad comment away. Look at, it doesn't even have to be a tweet. And I think I should have brought that up earlier when Uche, but like, look at what happened to Matt Damon when all he said that it's not so black and white when it came to the Me Too thing. Motherfucker got raked over the coals. Just because he dared to say that one may not be as bad as the other, or we need to kind of take in context or nuance. I can't remember exactly how he put it, but again, I'm paraphrasing, but I think I'm getting the point across better than those who misconstrued what he was saying in the media.
Oh, yeah. Again, just looking for an excuse, and that's all there is to it.
Yeah, and then Mags goes on. As long as he's also been targeted for a while, as long as Gina, if not longer, actually longer. I think you're right. How is Drunk? Is he doing okay? I'm worried. I haven't heard from him yet today, but I wouldn't worry too much.
I'm sure that he's probably on the phone with Gina.
I wouldn't go that far, maybe, but I think, if anything, he's probably just kind of taking. I think he even mentioned something like when he does these big streams like that, he takes like a day or two or so to recalibrate. So I'm sure he's fine. I don't think there's anything to be alarmed about. And if he really was in any kind of trouble or needed us, we'd be there. So again, he just raised over $40,000 for against human trafficking last night. So I think if anything, he can look at that as some kind of win. And any of the downfall that happened, I don't think we'll get to him too much. And I know he wears his heart on his shoulder, and he's a good dude. And that's why I say they go after Jay, because he is the best of us.
Exactly. Just like Harvey Dent in The Dark Knight. He's the best of us, and therefore he's a target. He's the one they want to corrupt. Like, just look at us. Like, I'm dead inside. Tom, you're everywhere anyway, and we're kind of like uncancelable. So yeah.
And his Spanish has gotten
and
so much
Pauly,
better.
And Pauly, yeah, and Pauly, as you'll get to know him here, is kind of cool and collective.
Yeah. Oh, you'll definitely hear more of Pauly as time goes by. I'll look forward to that. But anyway, Tom, moving on because we have loads of more to go through.
We had another one on screen here. Since we got it, we're going to grab it real quick. Sorry, guys, we're not trying to get them all out of order. But Patrick Mulligan says the only good to great pieces of media Star Wars has ever had going for it is A New Hope and Empire. Star Wars has been riding off of those highs for decades. There is a very good argument that can be made for that. And again, I'm not trying to, say anybody who likes the prequels is wrong, or anybody who liked Return of the Jedi best is wrong, or anything like that. But yeah, I think there is a good objective argument to be had with that. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah, no, absolutely. Moving on from there, Tom, back on track doing the
in the older super chats. Sorry about that, guys. 487 Sean Tower is where we left off. Send in Canadian. I'm one of our Canadian friends. Thank you so much for being here. Send in $5. You guys take so much bullshit from us, and I appreciate you. Jordan Peterson warned of this on Bill Maher, and also warned with Canada's slippery slope of Bill C-16. Yeah, Jordan Peterson is somebody who, whether you agree with some of his viewpoints or not, does make a lot of good points. And he's a very well-educated guy, and he does seem to know what he's talking about. And he's not somebody I would want to be on the other side of an argument with.
No, absolutely not. That's not going to end well. And then Peter Hahn sent us $2 Canadian saying, Tom already had a Snickers today. Trolls beware.
Not yet. I should get one.
I believe you just had one when this was.
Oh, no, I was actually eating honey roasted cashews. So
hey, it's as long as it's not Taco Bell.
Not yet.
Really trying to get you away from that.
Can't, man. Well, come cook some real Mexican food for me, and then maybe, just maybe, I'll be like, oh, fuck Taco Bell.
Right. Maybe we got to open up a taco stand next to you.
I've even had like actual Mexican restaurant food that's obviously better and more authentic than Taco Bell. So I know what Taco Bell is. It's pre-processed, Americanized, somewhat Mexican food.
You should try Normex. That's what we have here in Norway. That's like Nordic variety of the American variety of Mexican food.
See, what I'm a big fan of, and here, I don't know if you like this too, if not Pauly, but I love just the mixing of traditional foods with Americanization. Like, that's the kind of stuff that I love. I mean, as much as, people give shit for Taco Bell, I like that. I like that.
Listen, even once in a while, I'll have a McDonald's. I mean, it's all good.
Well, McDonald's is McDonald's.
Right. Yeah. But even, the burrito is not Mexican. It's not from Mexico.
Well, no, that's what I mean. Yeah, how kind of like Taco Bell has adopted, quote unquote, that type of food, even though it isn't. And same thing with like, Pizza Hut. You can't really call it an Italian restaurant. But you know what? I love the fusion. Yeah, I love that. Thank you, Mr. Tickle Trunk. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, so we're talking about like, American food. Burritos and tacos are American. Burritos and pizza.
It's American though, yeah.
Burrito and pizza.
And same thing with some of the Italian and the Chinese, all the stuff that we've adopted, and I love that. I don't know why that's been so vilified is the word if I'm looking for it. Like, I don't know why they have to continue. The segregation thing that's going on. It's even come to our food at some points too.
Cultural appropriation.
Yeah, bullshit. It's cultural appreciation, man. I appreciate your culture, man. And
nice. I like that. But Andre and Tom, I did read that Gina's PR company as well is no longer representing her. IDPR.
She lost one already, so this is like the second one in like 6 months or something.
Bullshit. She's gonna be a dream to like. This is what's sad is any other fucking time in the world she'd have been a dream to work with. I don't get this. She's more like people should be, because you can assume her fucking politics, but that's what I loved, and I tried to cut into that conversation earlier, but people were whatever. But I wanted to say that's the problem here is too many people are assuming shit. I have something to say about this because people assume my political standing all the fucking time. And Andre knows what I'm talking about. And he'd laugh and go, you'd be surprised what Tom and Rob believe. Because most wouldn't even fathom the fact that we're like, I mean, I've even pointed out a few times more than I've had to. Like, I didn't vote for Trump. I said it.
I mean, for me,
I voted for when I voted for him, but I'm just saying I didn't vote for him. So you can call me a Trump supporter all you want. That ain't got nothing to do with it.
and it just, for me, it's just, issue by issue, person by person. That's how, that's how I treat people. I'm not just gonna say, I'm not just gonna ignore people just because of a vote that they did. And that's just silly, and I don't even know them. I mean, why would I do that?
Right.
And vote by vote. I mean, issue by issue. Sometimes I'm a little conservative. Sometimes I'm a little progressive. Whatever.
When it comes to my money, I'm very conservative sometimes, and I'm very liberal other times. Andre knows that too. He's seen me.
Oh yeah, he knows. Absolutely. Whereas me, I don't even get to vote in your election, so, so I can't come on the side. But let's get back to the super chats, because again we have loads more to go through, which were really great before, and we'll get to every last one of them in the end. Let's see. Where were
we left off on? I believe Ash Lockhart is the one.
Yes. Why don't you take that one?
Ash Lockhart, thank you so much for the $5. How much of the population do you think will download versus using streaming services after this crazy stuff going over the years? Well, I'm sure you'll see a little bit more of an uptick now on Disney properties. I don't condone such things, but if you do such things, we do suggest you use a VPN. And if you're going to use a VPN, Surfshark is always the way to go, because they're great. And we support them.
So look forward to more Surfshark commercials and videos going forward.
And if you do use Surfshark, be sure to type in midnight for a special deal.
Exactly. Yeah.
No, for reals. And they do pay attention to that, Ash Lockhart. They pay attention to those things. We've been told by many, many people. You may not think that they pay attention to the YouTubers, and they don't pay attention to this and that and the other. They do. They may pretend like they don't, but they definitely do. And I brought up the point before. It was things like, for all the good things streaming can do, as far as like, stopping corporations like Disney and CBS All Access and all these things from sucking money out of us like leeches. There's the other side of it too, though, where things like Dread and smaller projects get killed by that. So please choose your treasure, your plunders. Choose them.
Be selective, and remember there are some things there that actually really need your financial support to make more, not just to make more of it, but also because there's a starving artist in the other end whose livelihood actually depends on the revenue there. So, for instance, a good friend of ours is Tom Conkle, and we would never ever suggest that you Surfshark his movies. Like, every single views matter for like the smaller independent stuff.
And he's even made it available for free. So that's the other thing. Like, do check and make sure that certain things like that for independent. Yeah, if it's for an independent thing, that's, anyway.
Yeah.
What's the treasure shit? I'm trying to be analytical, but it's not working, or metaphorical. Sorry, Snatch Face the Fool.
And while we're on that, we actually have another super chat that we can show on screen. Robert Montoya says, "Thank you, Emmy. You guys help me make these tough times bearable. Gina, please come to Emmy for an interview. We want to hear your side." Well, we'd love to have her, but we'll see what can happen. But I would love to do an interview with Gina Carano.
Yeah, I was gonna say whoever does represent her, because she's gonna have a career. Still, they are going to be they're lucky them, because she's amazing.
She's a fan favorite, and that's something that any smart one can exploit, and see that we just have a massive opportunity right here to land Gina Carano for something. Just have to get the right opportunity. So yeah, I think that she's going to rebound from this. I think that Star Wars needs her more than she needs Star Wars. With that,
Absolutely.
Next super chat was the great Stapley, who sent us 10 British pounds. Thank you so much, matey, for keeping our lights on. And he says, "Most all claims are bogus, but she supports anti-mask views while filming in a pandemic. That endangers the cast and perhaps even the friends of her fans. Lucasfilm should deal with this privately, not by a mob." Indeed, calling the mob is the problem here. Samoan Pirate says for $2, worse. It's not Rollerball, it's Robo-Jocks. Presumably talking about the current situation. That's a cool movie, by the way, Robo-Jocks. And El Chino Forever says for $5, can we crowdfund a comic book starring Gina as a galactic marshal in a new original, from the Galactic Wars? That's not a bad idea. I'm sure that there are many here in the Fandom Menace of the Comicsgate creators that would be delighted to make that happen.
I want to formally announce my creation of a new franchise called Galactic Battles. It's about a secret group of super peoples who live in. I'll work it out. It's mine.
It's gonna look like Gina Carano, though, right?
Sure, she'll be in it.
Yeah, exactly. There you go.
I don't know if we missed one yet, Tim Scorpion, but we'll definitely check on that. Was there one before that?
Tim Scorpion. I'm sure we have loads of super chats to still get through, so we'll get through yours as well. So you just have to be patient, and we thank you in the meantime, and we apologize to everyone who's waiting impatiently. We'll get to yours as soon as we can, but there's a backlog. We're gonna work our way through that backlog right now. Geek Time TV sent us $5 saying, "Hail! The crew at Geek Time TV have all cancelled Disney Plus in support of Gina Carano and in opposition to draconian Orwellian tactics." Yeah, there you go. And Goskar Farlat sent us $24.99. Thank you so much. That really helps us out. And he says, "I hate Twitter so much. Hopefully you guys have a great day." Well, thank you. We certainly have a better day right now. And Patrick Mulligan says for $5 Canadian, "People blame communism, socialism, fascism, Nazism, corporatism, capitalism, and tisms. It is authoritarianism. It has many guises and manifestations." Yes! Thank you. That is why I prefer those words, either authoritarian or totalitarian, because that's what it really is, and everything else is a disguise. And 3MI1Y says for $5, "There has been no official statements from the companies, just a single article being referenced. I'm seriously wondering where they got the info." Well, I'm sure that more information will come.
Right. Yeah, that's what we were just kind of saying. And Paulie's been kind of, surfing around, kind of trying to get an update on it. And we've got a few more things. And the more her representation drops her and all that kind of shit, the more I believe this is likely to be true. But again, you do bring up a good point. And again, it is good to question where the source is, because I don't like that they're trying to tote this as some kind of official news when they still only have an unnamed spokesperson. I don't like that. Because we get held to a lot of standards for what we do. I think the ones who are considered the actual journalists, in quotations, should be held to a lot higher standards then.
Yeah. And then Andres Fernandez says for 50 Argentinian pesos, "Andre is right. Spoiling Disney stuff could really piss them even more. Something must be done." And Shogun Gaming sent us 14 Danish kroner unicorn super sticker, so tusen takk. D. Carre says for $4.99, "I like Rammstein, therefore I am. Hollywood makes billions on these types of movies." By the way, I love Rammstein too. I've seen them live 5 times, literally 5 times. And Jack Bauer says for $5, "George Lucas is the final say for Star Wars. He said they were white slavers. That clearly shows his opinion on the new movies. Only opinion that matters." Yeah, very true. That was quite a statement. Terrafim says for $5, "The left has become totalitarian. The right just wants to be left alone. Any ideology pushed that far turns evil. Gina Carano rules. Disney sucks." Jimmy Soul says, "Spoil it all. Fuck Disney." And the Dallas Deadeye says, "Just cancelled both my Disney Plus bundles. There you go. And Korak Spare says for $5, sorry, for £5 I mean. Hi from the UK. I was considering subbing to Disney Plus because The Mandalorian was getting really good. But after this, not a hope in hell. Stephanie Janisek Smuggler's Cantina says for $4.99, they're pandering to soy cholics. And Goddess of Whim 2003 says, Disney already owns my soul. It's too late for me. Save yourselves. Yeah, that's wise words right there. Snake was right says, you're not allowed to dissent against the compassionate left. Plain and simple. Yeah, with compassionate in emphasis on compassionate.
Yeah, wow.
Yeah. And CC1119 Apo says, they proved her point by firing her. They sure did. And Daryl Brewer really helps keep our lights on with $10, and he says, fuck everyone that likes this action that has been taken against Gina. Love you guys and Mr. H for everything you do. Well, make sure he gets the message. Kit Kat says, when the Communist Party made a decision to target and take over Hollywood unions, one of the leaders of the defense against them was Walt Disney. Yeah, he would have turned in his grave if he could see what was happening now, I'm pretty sure. R.A. Davis says for $10, thank you so much. Kathleen Kennedy is an absolute doo-doo stain. Remember, she said if she couldn't get her way, she'd burn it to the ground. You guys think this is the fulfillment of that? Well, I certainly think that there's something to it. What do you guys think?
I'm not even so sure if she had much to do with this necessarily, because we know there's just, because as we pointed out, she seems to be like not even like a satellite mother at this point. She's like never there. Seems like she's not even like up to speed on anything. And when we say there's like this Cold War going on, it's not like she's sitting there dictating it or anything. I've never thought that or said that, or nor have we ever applied that. It's more so it's just a lot of people that were hired by her who have the same mind think, and they want to cancel anybody they disagree with. You know, we've seen it for the last few months when they flat out have said they've been basically combing and looking for something to cancel her for. It's just been, it's like, you know, I hate to use the term collusion, but it almost is, you know?
Yeah. And something else I can bring up on screen, my fellow Norseman, Paulus Plain, says for 66.6 Norwegian krona, Iron Maiden is better up the irons. So yeah, continuing from where we left off, back for the older ones that I cannot show on screen, so you're just gonna have to listen. Jack Bauer says, Robot Chicken and Family Guy are more Star Wars than Disney. They had George's blessing. Oh, that's so true. Greg Marquez says for $4.99, Disney. Pander to communist China and camps? Yes. Support truthful posts by strong women? No way. Hashtag cancel Disney+. Mr. Purple Lightsaber says, Justina Ireland gets to stay. Pablo gets to stay. What Gina said was correct. This is the first time. I think they will actually cancel Disney. Oh, we'll see. And then, well, we have Latino Slant. You're honored, who says, truth doesn't go with their narrative. Troy Pacelli.
That's why I've stayed on the panel. I've been waiting for you to read my...
Muchas gracias. The event. Yeah, so that there you see how far along we are. So we still have a ways to go. Troy Pacelli says, Cold War is over. It just went nuclear. Yeah, well, we shall see. And the FTM22 says, I can't cancel Mouse Droppings Minus because I never bought it. Hope Gina tells them to take that job and shove it if offered. Love you guys. Well, thank you. And Stephanie Janisek Smuggler's Cantina says for another $4.99, these kiddies are really ignorant of history and basic reading skills. Here's the thing, though, that they deliberately misrepresent to try to get her fired. That's the thing here. So they understand perfectly what she meant to say. They just like, opportunity, go. And that's what happened. Sister Harrow says for another $5 Australian. In Australia, we have legislation to protect rights of association to political parties. You can't discriminate. I now understand why we have it. Yes, you do. Like many places have some protections that that sadly is lacking in the States. R.A. Davis says for $20, thank you so much. Yes, Gina stated historical facts. She did nothing wrong. She merely drew a comparison, using the early stages of the Holocaust as a mirror to this culture and the slippery slope we're on. While From Pillar to Post says for $5, saw an announcement that Pedro is going to be playing Joel in the Last of Us series. I think he will be horrible in that role. Your thoughts? Never played The Last of Us, so I have no clues. Gentlemen? Polly?
I was not a Last of Us fan, but yeah, so did you play it at all, Polly? Oh, he just said be right back, of course.
Oh, okay. Yeah, there you go. We'll ask him afterwards.
I might be able to try and formalize some kind of a which one was it?
Which one was what?
The question.
Yeah, no. If The Last of Us, if how Pedro Pascal is going to be as Joe and Joel. Oh, and again, I've never played it, so I have no idea. And we'll ask Paul when he gets back.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really care. So sadly, I mean, and thank you for the super chat and appreciate it, but I'm not going to watch it unless Andre demands me to watch it.
No, I wanted to fail now.
Zero interest. I didn't really care for the first game that much, and it had nothing to do personally with the story. I just didn't care for the mechanics of it. So I just never got into it, and then obviously I never played the second one. So
yeah. Tom, The Last of Us, is it on Sega Mega Drive?
No.
Then I'll never play it.
Well, the other thing that people are noticing already, because like Joel is white, so they've already tried to start this, and I've seen it already. They're already trying to start this narrative that people are going to freak out because Joel is white and they casted Pedro. The best thing you can do is just act like you don't give a shit, you know, because it just, I mean, and that's just from my perspective on it, but you know,
yeah,
Joel is white.
Yeah, how excited are you for Pedro Pascal in the Last of Us movie series, whatever thing?
I mean, I love Pedro. I love his acting. And, you know, don't know him as a person, so I'm just speaking about him as an actor. You know, he's so versatile. He can do so much. He's done so much. Narcos, and then Game of Thrones, and then even in Wonder Woman 84, which was horrible, he was interesting in the film.
Yeah, he wasn't bad. He's not a bad actor. He's a great actor.
Right. So
I just wish that he would watch what he says on social media a little bit more. Like, I like to be able to like immerse myself in the actor without having to like, this is the butthole that said this and that.
Well, yeah, Andre, that's probably a reason why. I mean, some of the old schoolers still do that. Like, you know, Pacino doesn't give interviews because he doesn't want people to know who he is.
Exactly, yeah, that's good. I like that in a way.
Yeah, I love that. But I got no control over that as far as, you know, what Pedro, you know, puts up. But obviously, so, you know, it's and coming from it also too as a Latino, it's a big deal. He's a big deal, guys. He's a big deal, and you know, and but first of all, that he's so talented. But it's a big deal that he's getting these different types of roles. We just haven't seen any you know, an actor like this. Probably not since Anthony Quinn, where, you know, he was, you know, Anthony could just do anything. You know, so yeah, I'm excited, but I'm just, you know, it's like you said, Andre, I'm just not happy about you know.
Yeah, Yeah, and that's very, very fair. Like, he's a good actor. Like, no one can take that away from him. And moving on from there, the Fessman93 said, for 10 British pounds, Disney does deals with China. Fire JG, then James Gunn. Fire James Gunn, then rehire. Allow employees to make fun of cancer survivors. Employs people who hate white women when the head of Lucasfilm is a white woman. Logic. Yeah, there you go. That's nice and consistent. Mr. Tickletrunk sent us an incredible 20 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. And he says, hey, look, I found a little money I had in an envelope marked Disney Plus payment. Well, I guess Midnight's Edge can have it. My next one is going to charity. The rest will fund independent films. There you go. That's how you do it. Thank you so much.
And thank you.
Yes. And Mags said, I think we had this before, what she said is historically true. These people need to look in the mirror. You're right about this happening on the same day as charity. Disgusting. Indeed. And Night Blue Mage sent us an incredible $50 super sticker. Thank you so much for that. We really, really appreciate that. And Slade Wilson says, for $5, I will never support anything Disney is affiliated with ever again. The Fessman93 also says, for another £5, it will be interesting to see how many people cancel Disney Plus after this. Oh, I can't wait to see that. Arthur Plord says, they made Gina a martyr. Yeah, kind of. And Neubaum Turk says, for $5, let's not forget that in all of the Gina news, Drunk 3PO stream raised more than 40K to help against human trafficking last night. Amazing. Yes. See, and that's kind of like what Gina brings. Love and actual help.
Andre, I got to do one of the morning shows in drag now.
Oh, what? Okay. Are we serious? Are we going to get canceled?
No, I'm fucking serious. I said if we got past. Remember I said that yesterday?
I don't, but if you
do, when you say things like that, like that never ends well.
I will be in solidarity, and I will dress up as well in drag. And if you want to have me on your panel.
Oh wow!
I said it here.
Wow, look at that. Maybe we'll even do. You know what? We'll talk about this after the stream. Maybe we'll even make sure that stream is for charity as well. We'll talk.
No, it has to be for charity.
Maybe we'll get the ladies in here. Maybe we can have the ladies dress like guys, and we'll just I'll see what I can come up with. I'm sure
we'll do a whole charity stream. I think that's the only way to do that.
Have some ideas. I'm sure I can get Az talked into anything. So, yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, so good times coming.
My word. I have to buy a bunch of stuff again because I threw all the crap away from last time.
Oh man.
So I need a little time and a little patience from those, but I will be a man of my word. And in fact, we're going to make a bigger deal out of it than it was, because I think that is amazing that we raised over 40 grand in just a matter of a couple hours. I don't even think I've made 40 grand in my entire life in a year, let alone, one night. So, I mean, the fact that we did that much to try and help human trafficking is amazing. And the numbers are crazy. Like, I mean, that kind of puts this whole thing in perspective for me. Like, the amount of people who are trying to say that there's this many istophobes in America, and then you go look at the numbers of human trafficking. It's like there's other things that you could be worried about.
Real things.
People like that are more worried about making Gina put her pronouns in her bio. If they put just even a monochrome of that effort into doing good, like, getting the word out about human trafficking, just imagine how much difference that would make. So especially if you're one of those people right now who are listening that are happy that Gina's, because I know you're listening. There's a few of you out there. Don't get me wrong. You should feel ashamed of yourself. You really should, because you're wasting your fucking time. As much as you want to sit there and claim that what we do is a waste of time or this, that, or the other, what you guys do is just dumb. To be a keyboard warrior just going after people online constantly, it's pathetic. It's fucking pathetic.
Yeah. What is not pathetic, though, is that Scott sent us a £5 donation, so thanks so much for that. And Whitecaps on the Bay also said $5, saying, this feels similar to the McCarthy era.
Careful with your comparisons there. No, just kidding. Yeah, I've made similar comparisons myself, actually.
Yeah. And Valiant Renegade says, yes, Andre, Tom in drag. Paid for it, lol. Well, you paid for it, so you're obviously going to get it. So I'm not arguing. I just like, I hope you sold yourself expensive. But, yeah. And Mexican Iron Man says, no. Yeah, Mexican Iron Man says, the last time Tom was in drag is how I met 3PO. Okay, Paulie and Thomas, I'm getting some crisp $100 bills ready. I will press camera on, an optional pole dance demonstration with super chats. Hey,
I don't know about pole dance, but
there we go.
Wow.
And now that Mexican Iron Man is on screen, that actually gives me the opportunity that I'm going to take massively advantage of to make you a wrench right now in this moment before we move on.
I mean, because our lovely wrench just let me know that she had to, exit anyway.
She did a great job, dude.
Yes, thank you so much,
amazing,
for doing that.
Tasha, we never even asked her. She got like a Battlefield promotion one day, and she has taken to it like a duck to water. I love the work she's done so far. There's not enough I could say thank you to her, because nobody asked her to do this. Nobody expected her to. And so, yeah, Mexican Iron Man, you are now part of the Legion. You answer to her. She is your first in command, and there you go. So I will try and do my best, because we need to get a little fleet of mods anyway. So
yeah, absolutely, that we do. Mr. Tickletrunk is laughing at the notion of Mexican Iron Man being a wrench, which
Iron Man has been so supportive of us that he deserves it. So
yeah, he absolutely
of the community.
He absolutely does. And just gonna give me 1 second here.
Yeah, I was gonna say, don't forget to refresh, because I'm sure we added a few to the bunch.
Yeah, exactly. No. I was just gonna, since we were on that topic, Mr. Tickletrunk has also been amazing for the community. So boom, you get a wrench too. You are now the number 3 in line after Mexican Iron Man and Natasha.
So you answered Mexican Iron Man, and if he says no, then ask Natasha and see what she's not.
Exactly.
I'm kidding. I don't need to create a problem.
And
starting a mod group with you guys, so we'll get into that later.
Yeah. And Adrian Alvarez asks for $49.99. Wow, that's amazing! Thank you so much. And he says, do you think Gina will sue for wrongful termination? Honestly, I don't think so, because I think that they can defend terminating her. What they can't defend, though, is the slander. Because here's the thing.
Yeah.
In their official statement, Lucasfilm said, I have it here. Just give me 1 second. I'll find their exact statement. I have it.
That technically, I wouldn't even say she's necessarily fired, because that's the thing.
No, she's not.
They didn't say she was in that statement. Here we go. Let's hear the statement.
I have it here. Gina Carano is not currently employed by Lucasfilm, and there are no plans for her to be in the future. So here's like the thing, that she's not really fired because her current contract was up. And all they're saying is that they're not going to renew her for round 2 or another round. They probably were planning to, but those plans suddenly changed. But here's the thing.
What we were hearing from our people too, right, Andre?
Yes, that's what we were hearing. There were plans to use her more, but that evidently changed right now. But here's the thing. That's just the first part of the official statement from Lucasfilm. Now here comes the second part. And here I think she has a case for slander or for libel. The second part of the official Lucasfilm statement reads, nevertheless, Her social media posts denigrating people based on their cultural and religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable. Gina Carano can document that she has never put a social media post denigrating anyone based on either cultural or religious identities, yet they just accused her of doing so. For that, I do believe that she can sue. Gentlemen, what do you think?
I agree. Totally.
Yeah, I don't think that you're wrong there. I mean, again, it might be a tough fight in court, but as long as you have a judge who's not a complete fucking moron, you should be fine.
Yeah, like the judge that decided that Amber Heard was standing in grave for pooping in the bed of you know who.
She might not do it. Might be a waste of her time, though.
I don't think. Yeah. I really don't.
I don't think that she will, but I think she could.
Right. It definitely could. Yeah.
No, but it's a good question, and thank you so much for the super chat. We really appreciate that. And Roger Haynes says, I was a little uncomfortable this stream, but that's not a bad thing. I guess we all have room to grow. Yeah, well, that's the thing, is we have a lot to learn from each other, and that's what what I've been trying to say from the start is once you stunt the conversation,
you got to have a conversation, because that is how you take on new perspectives. That is how tolerance evolves, and that is how you grow both as a person and how you grow and develop as a society. You stifle the conversation, you'll have none of that. So yeah. And Matt Giles just sent us a £40 super chat. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And he says, if you don't stand up to this blatant misrepresentation and censorship, you're just another enabler. I produced better Star Wars than KK into my wank sock when I was a teenager. Would your share price drop, Disney? Yeah, and it is. And today of all days, how glorious is that? But yeah, it's important to stand up for this, to stand up for what was right. And that's why Gina Carano had so many people supporting her to begin with. Where the rest of Hollywood was silent, she stood up. And that put a target on her head.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Andre. That's what I'm curious about is as far as her castmates and other celebs maybe coming out to support her. I'm curious who will, because I know what's his name? Creed. Oh God.
Apollo Creed.
Carl Ruthers.
Yeah.
Carl came. Remember he did something a few weeks ago?
Yeah, he
came out in support of her, yeah.
Yeah.
He came out to support her, and Mephisto Sarkses says, "What the f? Where's the earlier super chats?" Well, we're dealing with them. We're just taking the ones on screen that we can.
Yeah, we're trying.
On screen. We're trying our best here. So earlier super chat,
that's one of our gripes with. That's one of our gripes with StreamYard. So yeah, if in the off chance somebody from StreamYard who works there is actually listening, because I'm going to keep putting this in the comment section when I do the streams, make it to where the super chats are in a separate thing, or at least make the chat available for the entire show.
Exactly.
Do what you can.
Yeah. Problem is that as it is right now, we can only show the super chats on screen that are visible in the chat, and they're not there for long, not when there's many people watching. So for the rest, for the older ones that we're going through right now, you're just going to have to basically listen, and we'll be getting back to the old ones. We're really trying here, so we're sorry for,
because I'm even running out of time.
Yeah, exactly. And when you got to drop out, Tom, then do drop out. And
but I just want to say here, Cellar Door. I think you're onto something here. This is kind of what I was thinking myself. Is that because look, I can't get into specifics, but I kind of knew something was up before this, so I wasn't totally surprised when this happened, and the timing. It all really that's what really just tipped me off or set me off was the timing of it all and how it went down. And there was a lot going on behind the scenes too. So
yeah. And then Daniela Maya says for 20 euros, this SJW cult is spreading across the world. Today, some fans were discussing Gina in a Star Wars fan Facebook group in my country. It got deleted, but the thread where they gave cheers for destroying her career was left there. It's absurd. Yeah. Indeed, it is. It's a mental virus. It is a cult. That's exactly what it is. Sally, it's not all over the world. It's just in the Western world, in Europe and the US, a little bit Australia. But the current administration is spending millions of American taxpayer dollars to export it elsewhere too. So yeah, be happy with your tax money being well spent. What I'm going to say about that. And then we're going to resume to the older super chats. So now, again, you're just going to have to listen. Loki07 says for $20, the US is nothing more than a vassal state of the Middle Kingdom. From entertainment to politics, everything we do is to appease them. How do you not see it? Well, I think that many people do, but we're not going to touch that because we'll be zapped away for seeing stuff that aren't supposed to be seen. And Mexican Iron Man sent us an earlier $9.99 saying, I just left Loki, was with us, and oh boy, is my blood pressure high. I'm here for a safe space, and because I know that on this channel, #Brown Lives Matter. Kidding. Love you guys. Rob Q mariachi, please. Well, Rob is no longer here, so we'll do the mariachi another time. And Jake the Movie Geek says, I'm done with Disney Star Wars. FM. Stephanie Yanisek Smuggler's Cantina says, Gina's the adult in the room. That's an issue for these SJW cockroaches. Greg Marquez says for $10, thank you so much. Headline in The Independent. Twitter users are mocking Gina Carano supporters for encouraging Disney Plus subscribers to cancel their accounts. Yeah, nice attempt at spin right there. We'll see how that works out. And Kia 044 says, what I'm confused about this. Don't Disney investors keep track of things like these to ensure their investments don't lose value? Why didn't they have a vote of no confidence for KK or Bob Iger already? Well, here's like the thing. Only the big investors are the ones that have the sway to do that. And as long as the results overall are good, they don't care. And the Disney investors that do pay attention, they are so small that they simply aren't heard. They are just duly ignored. So that's why. I'm not saying it's a good thing, but that's why. Wildman Beyond says for $5, just like Mandalorian with Star Wars, Cobra Kai saved Karate Kid. I just hope that the franchise doesn't suffer the same fate after hearing this. Well, we shall see. Lady Ruscolin says for £5 3,000 people watching. Well done, KK. You've unified people against Star Wars again, just as fans were starting to return. Your incompetence is stunning. Yeah, there you go. This is very true. Lucasfilm is actually creating true unity this way. And Benjamin Conway says for £5, do you think the clear lack of understanding of what she actually said is deliberate or out of severe ignorance and ability to think? Well, as we said before, it's willfully misunderstanding. They do it explicitly to take her down. And you see this, that it's a deliberate, bad-willed misunderstanding. Anything you want to add to that, guys? Polly?
I'm sorry, I had to make sure my doggies weren't eating each other alive.
No, you've been pacing you, and I'm sure your dogs are like going nuts because they want to go out. But yeah, what was the main question again, Andre, for him?
No, the main question was the people who are protesting, do they genuinely think that she meant to say this, or are they like misrepresenting? And obviously they're misrepresenting.
I'm just surprised that they're just really not paying attention to what she says. I mean, you know, and I'm going off of my very smart, intelligent, you know, Facebook friends. I'm just going off that little small study. Those are not dumb people, you know? And I'm just like, really? Is that what you're getting out of that? Okay. You know, but I don't engage in commenting with them, because then it leads to other stuff, you know. It's not even worth it.
Yeah. There you go. And then we have Latter Day Gamers, who says for $5, Doomcock didn't like the firing, but agreed she said something bad. I'm so disappointed in him and can't believe he has such a bad take. Well, that's his take, and he's allowed to have it, whether one agrees.
Yeah, I don't agree with him either.
Not. And
we do have a special guest here who may have an interesting take on this as well. So I want to bring into the panel the one, the only, Kamran Pasha. How are you doing today, sir?
I'm well. I just found out that you guys were broadcasting, so I apologize I wasn't able to come on before. So
yeah, you missed some of the fireworks.
what did I miss?
Oh wow, it's been a heck of a show so far. We had a lot of people in here earlier, a lot of different takes on this firing back and forth.
Heated debate.
Yeah, some conversation, some debate. But yeah, so
hail, Cameron.
Hello, Kamran. Welcome. For those who don't know Kamran Pasha, he's a writer and a filmmaker himself. Works in television, all kinds of other things as well. So yeah, I want to get your perspective on this whole Gina Carano thing. When did you hear about it first? What do you know so far? All that stuff.
Well, you know, I heard about it last night, just as sort of everyone was hearing about it. I've been a pretty vocal defender of Gina, you know, online on Twitter. I think you all saw that. You know, yesterday she was getting her standard. You know, these attacks come in waves, right? They come in waves, and they seem to be almost organized. And suddenly, you know, it's like groups of these flying monkeys come together and go, oh, that let's all get together on that post. And she had made this post, and I follow her on Instagram. I don't remember seeing that post on Instagram, but people seem to screenshot it. I don't even know if it's still there, but it was screenshotted with comments, and it was sent out. And so I was defending her. I felt it was a standard defend Gina Carano day, right? And it didn't feel like anything different. And then suddenly somebody sent me a message. Oh man, they just fired her. And I mean, well, what? And I went and I suddenly started.
So did you ever see the post or?
No, well, I never saw the original post.
Okay.
I don't, all I know, but what I found was interesting was I responded to some of the people out there who were making these comments. And I found very interesting that the press release or whatever that Lucasfilm put out, you know, stating that, you know, she doesn't work with us, she won't be working with us in the future. And then they went out to specifically talk about this post, was using a lot of the exact same words and phrasing that was being used by some of these people that have been attacking her. So that makes me wonder, what is that about? Is that you know, is that just, you know,
well, here's the post question.
I have the exact wording that was used in the official statement.
Okay, yeah. Here. Before you do that, Andre, I just wanted to. This is the actual post that she deleted. That they're calling her out for.
Yeah.
As you can read, I don't know if you can read it or not, but I can read it for you if you can't. It's really small.
Well, read it in a censored version.
Yeah. People were beaten in the streets by not by Yahtzee soldiers, but by neighbors, even children, because history is edited. Most people today don't realize that to get to the point where Yahtzee soldiers could easily round up thousands of people, the government first made their own neighbors hate them simply for being who they were. How is that any different from hating someone for their political views? Mm-hmm. And she didn't even write this. This was something she reposted.
Yeah.
And basically, I mean, even if the way I worded it there is one way, but then Andre has the actual statement from Lucasfilm then. So you have your...
Yes, I do. And the actual statement from Lucasfilm reads, Gina Carano is not currently employed by Lucasfilm, and there are no plans for her to be in the future. And here comes the rub. Nevertheless, her social media posts denigrating people based on their cultural and religious identities are abhorrent and unacceptable. That's the official statement.
And I saw those words, abhorrent and unacceptable, on some of these, some of these crazy people that had been attacking her. Because when I heard those words, I was like, wait a minute, I've seen that. Why that phrase? And this could be just my imagination. It could be some PR person just coincidentally using similar adjectives. It could be some PR person, taking that straight off from a post. They thought, oh, I like the way they said that. But it also brings me suspicion. How organized was this attack? Did this attack even start from, because we know that the flying monkeys, as I call them at Lucasfilm, go out and create drama on Twitter and social media. I remember when I was out there speaking out against The Last Jedi and others, accounts would show up that had literally been created that morning with 0 followers and would start attacking me using the same language. And I was like, they must have hired either somebody inside Lucasfilm has too much time on their hands, or they're hiring a PR firm to do this, right? Something in me immediately said, man, this whole thing isn't a natural reaction. And I
agree. And I've seen a lot of the same things in the last couple of days, especially with the dummy accounts or bot accounts, whatever you want to call them. Whatever you want to call, because that's all they are. They're accounts that, and a lot of them have been around for a while, but they always have 0 followers, or 3 followers, or 2 followers, and it's and
they tend to use I saw that during the Last Jedi stuff. They tend to use the same language. That's a pattern that I've noticed. That's why it triggered me. So I was like, I remember that when I would be attacked by these guys in the past, these different accounts would use very similar language, right? Or exactly same language, almost as if this is a script. And, it's either a bot that's been programmed with a script, or it's people that have been given a physical script and say, make sure you make these points come across. So it feels like this was an organized attack that's been, I don't have evidence of that. I'm just going off of intuition. Nobody's called me and said, man, this was an organized attack from inside Lucasfilm, but it wouldn't shock me. I know they've been looking for a moment for some time to take her down. And I'm going to say something that I hope doesn't get you taken down, which is the particular issue of World War II and the Holocaust is especially sensitive amongst my colleagues in Hollywood. I think that's objectively true. And I've noticed that when people get away with a lot of stuff, but when they start approaching red lines around that topic, the industry will shut them down, right? And in a few cases, it's a miracle they come back, I'm sorry, I literally just woke up a few minutes ago and I got this message.
You're fine, no worries.
Mel Gibson. Mel Gibson, who made actual anti-Semitic comments, right? He actually said bad things about the entire Jewish people while he was drunk, right? He did those things, and eventually the industry saw he's still making lots of money, and we need him back. And so some people did we forgive him, and they brought him back. For a while, he was persona non grata in this town, right? Because certain topics are red lines in this town, and it was felt like, okay, we've got her now. She approached a topic, and I don't think she said what they claim she said, but she approached a topic that we can use to trigger the entire town's sort of like, we're done. And
no, absolutely. I think you're dead on. I think they were waiting for something like this. And we even got into this debate and discussion earlier, and it was brought up basically in that way that, like, once she used this, that was it. They jumped right on it. This was it. That's the done. It, line's been crossed.
Yeah.
But yet, as we keep pointing out, and it's a lot of people here on the panel, whether they agreed with whatever, but we all agreed on one thing, and that was that there's a big hypocrisy here, because we've seen nothing but, 4+ years of people making comparisons to almost half of the American population to Nazis. So, like, what the fuck? Where's the double standard here?
And here, and I mean, as I wrote, anyone sees on my Twitter feed, I wrote, what exactly is this post actually saying that's false? Look at the history of poor Anne Frank. This poor woman, the story that we know from her, the account that she left, is she was ultimately she was obviously betrayed. She's hidden away by her neighbors, but betrayed by her neighbors. It wasn't some official Gestapo guy running around who found her. As far as we are aware, somebody ratted them out within the community that had been protecting her, right? A neighbor did it. That's the official historical belief. But we don't really know the full details of how she was taken out of the place she'd been hidden and then ultimately died. But that's one of the great stories that people are supposedly, read in high school today still, right? And they don't. And that's what actually happened, is that in an authoritarian environment, the common people become agents of the authoritarian state and become the ones you end up, not because you're not dealing with the authoritarian state every day, you're dealing with your neighbors. And when fear and prejudice reach a certain point, it's your neighbor that turns you in to the authoritarian state. And she's commenting about something I think we on here, on this channel and throughout the fandom are worried about the politics of where America and the West is right now. The chaotic situation will lead to great censorship, will lead to great reactions. We're in a crazy place right now in America. The new administration is talking about maybe we have to cut off travel to Florida. This is America. We're going to quarantine Florida, right? And so we're going to control domestic travel. And we already live in a culture where people are proudly right on Twitter. Oh, I went up to this guy not wearing a mask, and and I called the cops on them, right? Yeah. I mean. And we saw, even setting that aside, even we saw throughout incidences of the last several years, we have memes about them where poor black men are just walking down the street doing nothing. And we have the white Karen calling the cops on them for no reason, right? That's what the reference is to that post. And obviously nobody wants that kind of culture, except perhaps these people that are doing it. They want that kind of culture. We just showed they want that kind of culture. They proved their post correct.
Yeah, if I can just back that up, in Hollywood, there's no sense of humor with and I said this earlier, with connecting anything that has to do with the Holocaust and Jewish people. It's just a line you don't even come close to, and that's always been like that. And I'm just saying I can. Well, definitely.
That's the specific line, because we can take. I've endured anti-Muslim bigotry. I've endured the Draw Muhammad days that people in Hollywood will send me messages saying, "Hey, this is your prophet. Here, take a look." I mean, okay. I'm sorry if you need to do that, but I mean those are lines that people. I remember having this discussion actually with a screenwriter friend who saw himself as very, very liberal, and then has been one of the most biggest recent totalitarian supporters of keep everybody locked down, 3 masks, everything. Whatever the government says, he's into it, right? Which has broken my heart. It's sort of affected our friendship a little bit. But I remember once that he was posting very proudly on his Facebook, that during one of these various moments when somebody in Europe, and Andre, these situations, somebody in Europe says, there's some radical idiot decides I'm going to kill somebody who's drawn an offensive or a mocking image of life, right? This is. Yeah. And so then usually there's an immediate backlash. All these Muslims are trying to suppress us. Like, you do what you got to do. I don't need to participate in this crap. I love God. I love my prophet. I don't need to. You do whatever you want to do. It's not my problem, right? I'm not responsible for you. But then this friend of mine sent a post on Facebook, one of these Muhammad cartoons, and said, "I'm fighting for free speech." I said, "Okay," and I just wrote underneath. I said, I remember a couple of years ago, Iran, and I do not support this, and I do not support the government of Iran, but Iran, in response to one of these incidences, did do a mocking Holocaust cartoon day, right? Now this is obnoxious meeting obnoxious, right? And none of this is the way you handle human beings, but I said, I noticed that you won't post any of those cartoons, right? And people got really angry at me. I said, well, you're okay with attacking Islam and saying that that's free speech, but you're afraid to do that. And clearly he was afraid to do that because that's a line. Making fun of Muhammad's not going to hurt him in Hollywood.
Yeah, no, like in the name of free speech, should have done both equally.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what I said, just post one of those. They're out there, they're available, right? Yeah, you're not going to, because your agent will drop you.
Yeah. And pick one. Either everything goes or nothing goes. That's the only way to be consistent.
Yeah, that's it. There can't be red lines on free speech that are, there. You can condemn somebody. I didn't like these Muhammad cartoons. I judged some of the people who forwarded them, but I moved on with my life, right? I didn't kill them. I didn't try to get them fired. I didn't do anything. because life goes on.
And Geek Tropology says, Kamran, I worked in a campaign for a political party. We used to have provocateur accounts to do exactly that. We monitor Twitter to get the right point and initiate an avalanche. Yeah, there you go. So that would probably possibly explain why you see the same phrasing appear from Lucasfilm and the official, and on Twitter trolls, because I think that they're ahead of the charge. That's what I think.
Well, somebody just posted, I just forwarded on Twitter, hey, guys, I'm on Midnight's Edge, come watch. And somebody posted in response to that, so who's going to be next about this? Is it going to be Rosario Dawson? Is it going to be Bill Burr? They've already been attacked, right?
Oh, I can answer that. Chris Pratt. They've tried to take him down for ages.
Yeah, that was also listed. And now that's a free-for-all. I personally think Disney is in for chaos that they cannot control that's coming now.
I think it'll be,
and I think the entire company is going to go through chaos. They have not understood what they have unleashed.
And on Investor Day of all days, how amazing is that? When you have cancel Disney Plus, trending on Twitter on the day of their Investor Day with their whole stock or share price being propped up by Disney Plus. How amazing is that? But before we move on, I know that both Tom and Paulie, you both have to check out because you have other places to go. I'm not going anywhere. Kamran, you're welcome to hang with me for as long as you want. So I would love to keep this conversation going, and we're going to get through all of the super chats. Every last one of them, we're just going to have to give time. But I want to say thank you to Paulie for joining us, and to Tom, of course, for trying to keep things sane when I wasn't here.
Thank you guys for having me on. I really appreciate it. It was a wild conversation, and the more discourse we have, then we can really practice those principles of diversity of opinions and thoughts, not just diversity on I'm getting a call. Yeah, gonna go walk the doggies and then gonna go do stuff. All right, have a good one, everyone.
Yeah, thanks for joining us. Take care. Yeah. And Kamran, that's a question I have for you, because one of the things that we discussed here earlier is the call to cancel Gina, because I agree with you. I think that this thing right here, that's going to unleash a nightmare for them, the likes of which they haven't imagined.
Yeah, now, they don't know what they've done. They have no idea.
Lucasfilm were really, really quick, and I think that they probably mostly did this on their own accord. We heard some rumors from Andy Signor and others in the chat that apparently Jon Favreau was personally offended by Gina's statement, and so that he was the one that said, okay, enough's enough, she has to go. I don't know how much stock I personally put in that. Maybe. It could be.
I think it's possible. I think it's possible. And again, I don't know Mr. Favreau. I know people that work with him very well. I have great respect for him. I would not be surprised if he was personally offended by that. I think a lot of people on that are actually, when I say there's a red line, a lot of people are very emotionally invested in that particular topic, right, about the Holocaust, understandably. And so there's one practical level. On another level, even if one understands what she's trying to say and understands the intent of that post was not what has been portrayed, and even if one is not goes, okay, I know what you're trying to say, it is not politically wise to be seen as being in any way sympathetic to that. So even if Mr. Favreau understood what she's trying to say and knows her heart, he's worked with her, I'm sure he knows her moral character, right? It puts him in an impossible situation, because then the entire town goes, hey, John, are you an anti-Semite? And he's done.
Exactly. That's what I mean, because the moment that she opened that door, what I say in editorial that is in the making, that's going to come out either later today or tomorrow, probably later tomorrow. One of the things that I say there, for those wanting a spoiler, is that what Gina Carano did by opening that particular door is that not only did she supply those wanting to take her down with ammunition, she supplied them with uranium-laced ammunition, like depleted uranium. And that is something that not even Jon Favreau can shield her from.
There's a line she crossed within the system that even if he likes her, and even if he believes her intention was not what has been portrayed as, he can't do it without going down with her.
Exactly. So at that point, he probably has to distance himself from her just for a while for there. So yeah, she probably should have known better than to go down that particular route. Now, that being said, and this is what I wonder, because I think that Lucasfilm acted probably really quickly on their own accord.
Ready for this moment.
Yeah. I don't know that they cleared this higher up with Alan Horn or with Bob Iger or with Bob Chapek. I doubt that they did. Because I think that if they did, I think that they must have said not today, do tomorrow, but not today. And still, this happened today on the day of their investor relations day. What kind of fallout do you think this is going to have there?
Well, that's the thing. I could be wrong. I could be. Mr. Chapek and Mr. Iger may have been. It's a kind of thing where if I remember correctly, when Megan Fox made a comment comparing, with the director of Transformers,
Michael Bay,
to Hitler. The story is that day, Steven Spielberg himself called Michael Bay and said, fire her, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And we know Steven Spielberg cares very deeply about that historical moment, has done movies on it, right? And so it is certainly possible in the world that we live in that Iger and Chapek, for this, number one, because it's important to them. Number two, because you can't be tainted with this topic in this industry, may have called and said, get rid of her, or may have said, Jack, get rid of her. If Lucasfilm calls her, we're going to do this. That's certainly possible. However, knowing the internal issues of Lucasfilm, someone sent me this DM. Literally, I just woke up a few minutes ago. It's the first DM I saw, and then I saw that you guys were on. Was like, man, I think Lucasfilm did this to screw Disney. And
really,
I mean, that's not somebody who would know that. That's somebody's opinion based on just watching.
Okay, yeah.
It's not someone calling in, one of my sources saying, I know for a fact that Kathleen Kennedy wants to take down Disney. Just as a judgment of character, there's a lot of old school knives are out and let's settle scores moment going on there. So the very fact that it was done on Investor Day, it wouldn't shock me if there were personal settling of scores agenda happening and teaching Mr. Iger and Mr. Chapek a lesson. There's a lot of bad blood between the Kathleen Kennedy faction and Disney in general. And here's a way to really stab them. But again, that's self-destructive, because for the reason we talked about, doing this in general will have a customer reaction that's very bad. Doing this on this day will have an investor reaction that's very bad.
And so that's so much worse.
Get revenge. You're going to get revenge, but you're going to get revenge in a way that you go down with the ship.
Yeah, that's also one thing that I was thinking of on that note. This is also a really great way of sticking it to Favreau and The Mandalorian, the Star Wars project that's competing with the High Republic, which is the Kennedy faction's baby. And that's
going to be done, because this is what I see what's coming. I don't believe Ms. Carano is going to be back. I don't think it's politically feasible for the immediate or long-term future, and I think she's done. And I have great respect for her. I hope her career survives this. I heard her agency dropped her. I don't know if that's true.
That was reported by Deadline Hollywood. So yeah, I would imagine that's true. Yeah.
Again, it's the same thing. And I'm sure I used to be represented at UTA. That was her agency, right? So
they were the ones who dropped her.
Yeah, I know her agent. I've interacted with her specific agent before. I like him. So, again, I'm not shocked. Once this topic is triggered, everyone's got to run for the hills. I'm not shocked, right? So the end result of this is going to be, I think, the downfall of Lucasfilm and I think the downfall of Disney. It's shocking to me to say that one person being fired, but in the way that it was done. Gina has a fan base that's deeply passionate on a level that Lucasfilm does not understand and deeply resents. And they thought that the way they did this is going to make all of us turn against her too, and they drop this.
In their dreams.
But now Lucasfilm, I actually think, I'm taking it to a level people say extreme. I posted it yesterday night. I think Star Wars is done. I think they'll continue producing things, and then they will see the massive drop in all the goodwill that Mr. Favreau has created. It will be because now we are deeply heartbroken. We were heartbroken by The Last Jedi. Then we saw Favreau trying to fix it and getting it back on track, and we saw Luke returning with honor and dignity, and we were excited. Now it feels like you've given the whole store to Ms. Kennedy now. In the same way, I think politically, a lot of people are unhappy that the whole store has been given to the current person inside the White House, right? And it's going to lead to people saying, I'm out. I'm just out. There's no way I can return to this because you've now crossed the line for me. And I think Star Wars is finished. And I think Disney will be in serious economic crisis this year and next year. And it's going to be a world we can't even imagine that's coming from one person that's firing.
Yeah, indeed. Speaking of that one person, I'm seeing here on Twitter that in the last 24 hours, or actually the last 12 hours, Gina Carano has gained 100,000 followers on Twitter.
Yeah.
So that's a sign to.
So she will be. Her personal power will rise. I do not know her future in Hollywood because that line has been crossed. And with the case of Mel Gibson, who really made actual anti-Semitic comments. I mean, he was drunk, and the truth is this: the ancient Romans used to say in Latin, "In vino veritas," in wine there is truth. When you're drunk, your real nature comes out. Your rational faculty of self-restraint is gone. So he's made multiple anti-Semitic comments, right, when he's drunk. And so for a while he was toxic. Then he went off and still made $1 billion in his own way without the industry. And the industry decided, all right, we got to get this guy back in. We got to get some of that money. And so they sent out some very prominent people who said, we forgive him. We love him. Has his character changed? I don't know about that. But they all brought him back. I don't know if they're going to do that with Gina. But I think Gina, I don't know what her career is going to be like in Hollywood. I don't know that there is going to be one. But now she's becoming a political figure. She's going to have a career, but she's going to become now a national figure in a different way.
Yeah, she could just be Gina Carano, national figure. Start her do like Scott Adams and have like daily musing stuff. She'll be more massive than she's ever been.
Yeah.
I just want to deal with a couple of super chats that we got, and then we're going to get through the older ones, of which there are still many. Lars Hansen says, for 100 Danish krone. It is clear after the last 4 years that talk does not solve the problem with woke culture in the US, but then it is unfortunate that the American people are... No, then it is fortunate that the American people are armed to the teeth.
Yeah.
Actually, I think that's... I
was going to post this yesterday, and I decided not to because I was like, you know what? You get enough crap all day long. You don't... literally, I was seeing the crap Gina was getting. I was like, part of me knew that she was about to be done, but I was going to post a comment, which I'll say here, which is that the thing that I do believe will save America from the path that we're on is the fact that the founders put in the Second Amendment. Europe doesn't have anything like that. So Europe has seen the actual takeover of authoritarian regimes.
Well, Europe is screwed. There's no hope for Europe.
Whereas America, as when the Japanese were planning Pearl Harbor, one of the generals said, "Are you crazy?" When the Japanese general said, "Are you crazy?" His literal quote was, "There is a rifle behind every blade of grass in America." That's not something you want to attack. Right?
No, you like they even said afterwards that I fear we have just awoken the sleeping giant, which is kind of exactly what happened.
Yeah, and that's this is the thing, and it's going to be amazing how historians will look at this moment. The firing of one actress on a science fiction show who was an MMA fighter will change American history. That's how crazy this is. People do not understand this force of people. She's going to have more people rallying to her than Trump did. That's going to be this amazing thing because she's the last straw. And she's not really unlike Mr. Trump, who is in many ways his own worst enemies, right? Saying all kinds of incredibly obnoxious things, or things that he's not even interpreting. He's an obnoxious guy. Whatever you may think of his policies, he was intentionally obnoxious. She's not. She's a sweetheart. I've had some limited interaction with her. I've never spoken with her publicly, but we've DM'd a few times, and she's an absolute gracious sweetheart with a clean soul. And that's why people love her, is that they can tell. They look in her face and her eyes. She's not a bad person. She's a good person. And that's why they're going to rally to her.
Yeah, that's what I've heard too, that she's impossible to dislike. I've never had any kind of dealings with her, but that's what I keep on hearing. And Gabriel Quiroga says, woohoo, Kamran Pasha in the house. Speaking truth, brother. I agree with him 100%. And it's not hard to see what Gina meant by the post. Hail Emmy. No, of course, that's why I'm saying that it's willfully misconstrued and not taken out of context, but like focus in on one thing about it and reading it in a certain way. I mean, the reason I keep saying is you're comparing Republicans to Jews in the Holocaust. So it's like, no, she's warning about mass hysteria where people start turning on their neighbors due to political ideology. That's the exactly. And CC1119 Apo says, I can't believe I'm saying this, but I'm done with Star Wars. And I think that many people are saying just that right about now.
I mean, I'm saying it. I posted it last night. I'm done with it. I immediately canceled Disney Plus last night, and it can't be fixed for me. They can bring Luke Skywalker back and give him a whole series with Baby Yoda. I don't care anymore. I'm just done. They can't fix this because I care about this particular person who I believe is being unjustly treated. So it can't be fixed for me.
Yeah. And I think many will see it that way. Jack Bauer even says it's beyond Star Wars. They've made it a political platform. And again, that's Kathleen Kennedy's legacy. That's what she wanted. And that's what she got. And Disney will suffer the price for it.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to sound crazy. Disney was already financially in serious crisis last year. We're talking about this event will cascade over the course of this year. And I'm thinking Disney heading towards bankruptcy within the next few years is a real possibility. I'm not saying that Carano bankrupted it, but it will cascade the events to that outcome.
I agree completely. And this thing right here, Disney right now is entirely propped up by Disney Plus. There's nothing else. Disney Plus is the one and only thing in the entire Disney corporation keeping everything afloat, which is why they're desperate to keep the numbers for that up. The hashtag cancel Disney Plus trending. That's death for them, especially on the.
It was like the number one thing. It was the number one hashtag in the country. Maybe worldwide. I don't know, but it's certainly in the country. It was number one.
Yeah, I think it was worldwide because it was even like in Norway. So there you go.
And so, I mean, this is the amazing thing is right after this, I heard from my sources, and I'm sure you heard this, right after Luke Skywalker returned in The Mandalorian, the next day, Disney Plus had this massive surge in subscription.
Oh, yeah.
I did that. I refused to I hadn't watched a single episode of Mandalorian. I've been hearing about it for 2 years because I was still angry about The Last Jedi. When I saw that Luke had returned in some kind of gracious fashion, I subscribed the next day, and now I have unsubscribed, and they're not, unless they publicly apologize to Gina Carano and they bring her back. I'm done, and they're not going to do that.
Exactly, but Jonathan disagrees. He says, I don't think that Gina Carano firing killed Star Wars necessarily. Still excited for Bad Batch, Book of Boba Fett, but it leaves a bitter taste. Well, there you go. You see, you are still excited, and it leaves a bitter taste. What about those that came back just for The Mandalorian and stayed for Gina?
Yeah.
There is. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see. And Terminus Est wonders, Kamran, is Favreau in on this firing of her?
I think we answered that. Whether he's in on it, I don't think there's any way he could have stopped it because the way that topic is being presented is too hot button for him to get in the way of it.
Yeah, exactly. As I said, she just handed them depleted uranium bullets. So yeah, and there's no stopping that.
Yeah.
Shadowman says, Disney took a knee to appease SJW cancel culture, but after today, I think they will need to use both knees to beg for fans to return. This is fatal.
I mean, I agree. There was the previous gentleman who says it's just going to leave a bad taste in his mouth. Okay, if you want to watch it, God bless. I hope you enjoy it. I'm done. For me, I'm done. And I think a very large portion of the fan base is done because it's tapped into something bigger. There's a bigger feeling. Before the last set, I was like, man, you're messing with our culture, man. You're messing with our heroes. Now it's like, okay, this is all about an actual rise of an authoritarian culture to take away our ability to live and to think. And I mean, we've just been through a year of this crap, right? And now a lot of people, including me, don't believe that the current gentleman in the White House got there fair and square without any kind of cheating. That if you believe the United States president is illegitimate, which a lot of people do, and you believe there's an authoritarian culture coming into the U.S. and worldwide, and then you're saying you can't even somebody you know is a good person is being persecuted. I don't think anyone can come back to that for most people. I think for a lot of people, they're like, I'm not going to participate in this.
Yeah, I believe even Newsweek had something to say to that effect. I'm just going to go into that because that'll get us struck down right away. But I will say Newsweek even commented on how everything was fortified to ensure a certain result. I will say that. Joshua says, Gina for president 2024. They could do worse. And they could do much worse, actually. And the Festman 93 says, I fear that Chris Pratt will be next. Yeah, the poor guy, he doesn't even have to do anything. He's just standing there.
He's just quiet, but because he's associated with some kind of conservative church, he's been attacked.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I mean, I think the next person might be Rosario Dawson. I think that the Lucasfilm flying monkeys are now going to be drunk with an imagined victory.
Yeah, they're empowered now.
Yeah, I do think they will go after Rosario Dawson because they know that they knew that this particular topic would have Hollywood go, okay, Holocaust, we're out. Okay, we're out. The next thing that is a big trigger topic right now is trans rights, right? And so Rosario was able to get around some of her comments in the past. I believe they will now target her. Chris Pratt, they will keep targeting, but I think he's got enough of a support base because he himself has said nothing. He's just part of a church. It's like, Cameron, your 911 hijackers are from your religion. I'm like, yeah, but I'm not those guys, and that's not my religion, right? I mean, so you can keep associating him with something, but the actors and the people around him don't want that to happen. Whereas Rosario Dawson has said stuff that people can find offensive.
I don't know if he's as safe as that, but yeah, I don't know. But I do have to leave, gentlemen. I don't know if he'll still be going by the time I get back. You may get a few more guests, Andre. I don't know how many super chats you have left, but just in case I figured as much, but you might get a few people come in to help you with that. At least one of that I know is working their way back home, and you will at least have a co-pilot or two.
Oh, very cool.
And I see Lorena in the chat too. I don't know if she'll have time to hop in, but she's another one who has access to the link. So I'm sure you might see a few people pop in or out. I unfortunately got to go. I got to take poor Sadie to the vet. So I will be back later. Hopefully, if you guys are still going, I will catch you then. Take care, guys.
All right. Take care. So, yeah. And on that note, Bast the Holy Cat says, Gina will be remembered. Karma is a thing. Disney is an empty shell now. Yeah, they still have Marvel going for them, but here's like the thing that this casts a shade on the entire company and everything associated with them, doesn't it? Even though there are even completely unrelated things, which is not a good thing, but that's how it is.
I think Marvel was already losing steam. Right, I think it was losing steam after the event. After Endgame, people weren't that excited about anything they're talking about in the future. I just haven't felt Marvel's energy. I felt like Endgame sort of was a conclusion to that entire franchise, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, it was a little bit too final for its own good, wasn't it?
Yeah, I mean, they set it up so that now that we're seeing people talking about we're gonna have this Falcon and whatever
Winter Soldier.
And I was on with Lorena, who's in the chat. Hi, Lorena. And just a few days ago, and we were talking about the trailer. I had not seen the trailer. She played it for me, and I said, I'm not that impressed with this trailer. It's just like a generic show like Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., right? Something it didn't, and I didn't care about the dynamic between those two because the two of them had not actually interacted, to my knowledge, on the movies, right? So I don't know what their dynamic is, and I've worked with Sebastian Stan, and I think he's one of the best actors I've ever worked with in my career. I worked with him on Kings, and he's doing his best job. But I was like, I don't know that I feel like I'm going to watch this, and I think that's on Disney Plus, I'm not going to be watching it.
Yeah, you know what I said to that trailer in our live reviews and stuff about like the Super Bowl and everything like that? I believe my exact words were "couldn't care less."
Yeah, I didn't know what it was about. It felt like it was like some kind of buddy comedy from the 70s, right? And I was like, yeah, but what's the point of this? It just feels like literally flogging a dead horse. I don't care that somebody new has Captain America's shield, and there's talk that Captain America gets his funeral in the pile. I liked Captain America. I would watch a show about Captain America and his adventures in the new timeline, right? They created that show, and they went back and they showed him, back in time with the new world that he's living in.
I'd see him in the 50s with his wife. That'd be cool.
And he obviously had other adventures. He's still a superhero, right? Yeah, exactly. He's back there. I go back there, but they closed it out in such a way that I don't really care about what happens now.
Mr. Londell's Groovy Movies wonders how long before Lucasfilm is dismantled. I would not hold my breath for that, but maybe you have a different view.
Well, I think Lucasfilm will continue, but I do agree that with the poster that said it's all a shell, it's going to be a shell now. I think they're going to discover the consequences financially of this action over the next few days, in the next few weeks, and then over the next several months as they attempt to launch, the Book of Boba Fett, and I don't know what they're going to do with this Ranger show, who at least we thought Gina was going to be the lead or one of the major characters of this Star Wars Rangers show, right? So I think that when they see that it's all fizzled away and that even John can't, with his magic, Mr. Favreau can't bring most of us back, I think Lucasfilm is just going to become less. The thing is, they're going to have this grand moment. It's literally, I feel like we're watching this moment in Matrix 3, right? Matrix Revolutions, where at the end, finally, they actually defeat Neo, right? Agent Smith finally defeats him. He takes Neo down and absorbs him. And that is actually how the Matrix, because now he's connected to the Matrix through Neo, the Matrix can pull the plug and destroy the Smith program, right? And that's this moment of, I'm triumphant. Oh, now you've lost. Your triumph is your loss. And that's what I think Lucasfilm's about to discover.
Yeah. Hypergiver 2 says, Lucasfilm created a social media martyr now. We just need to sit back and watch as it burns Lucasfilm to the ground and destroys legacies in the process.
I think that's what's going to be. As I said, Lucasfilm will probably exist as a company for some time to come, but it's going to be less and less culturally relevant as people just not even boycott. It's not even boycott. Boycott means there's passion. It's just like, I'm done. I don't have any passion about it. I don't have any passion about, my heart is not thinking, I'm going to boycott it. My heart's like, oh, I'm glad Mark Hamill's got Luke back. I won't be watching. Good luck to him. If he comes back and gets home, that's it. I don't feel anything anymore.
Yeah. And Terminus Est says, starting to think Doomcock's sources are full of it and have been misleading us for some time.
Well, why would you say that?
I wouldn't take it that far, because here's like the thing: there's a civil war going on, and there's multiple things happening. Like, if you're referring to like the undoing the sequel trilogy, here's like the thing that one faction can plan it, but they can't execute those plans for as long as the other side is there. That's like the thing with that. Like, so. If you look
and this is a Black Swan event. This is a Black Swan event.
All bets are off now.
Yeah, all bets are off now. So, of course, they're going to attempt to overthrow everything Mr. Favreau's planned. And they're going to attempt to push, this weird High Republic with ugly characters. They're going to try to say, let's make a bunch of High Republic shows because, and they're going to try to reclaim their power. But again, it's a Pyrrhic victory. You can push Jon Favreau out. It doesn't matter anymore because he's lost his power now.
Yeah, indeed. That's exactly how it is. Not saying it's a good thing, but hey, what can you do? There was But in terms of like fallout for this, because I'm sure that Disney, they won't be happy at all. For how big a thing do you think this is going to be during the investor day? And do you think that they'll have to like change anything to plan for this, or do you think they're just going to pretend that nothing happened?
I mean, I think they're going to try to. They might just say, let's reference the elephant in the room. You know, we support free speech, but this is blah, blah, blah. And this was the right thing. Blah. They may have to have pre-planned speech. I do think, I don't know if people have enough time to process to bring it up, like the big, you know, investment funds that'll be the big players in that investor call. You know, me with 2 shares is not the person they care about on that call. It's the guys with the big institutional money, right? Who are trying to make a profit and they don't care about the politics. I think at least some of them will ask some questions, but it's not really today that's the problem. It's going to be the long term. I think people will hear the platitudes of it's all going to be fine. Everything's going to be fine. And this is just a blip and she's gone. And we're going to now go forward and make a lot of money on this. And maybe some people say, hey, but isn't her toy selling a lot? What's going to happen to her toy? You can still do her toy. You're going to pull her toy. Some people might ask those questions. The end result will be just the numbers will speak for themselves over the next couple of quarters. Right, that's what's going to happen. Whatever they say on this call doesn't mean anything. It'll be the next quarterly result that they publish, and the data of this year. I mean, you know, Andre, you work in finance, so
absolutely.
People see the data over the course of this year. They'll be like, yeah, this isn't a good investment.
Yeah, because here's like the thing that it's really bad for them that this happened today. They're going to see like an immediate downtick, but they're not going to present that to investors. They will have printed out what the good numbers and everything from yesterday. The next one, that's where the downfall is going to be.
Well, it's like this, you know. It's exactly parallel to proudly trumpeting The Last Jedi had these incredible reviews and made $1.3 billion. It doesn't matter what The Last Jedi made. The Last Jedi could have made $2.5 billion. It mattered what the next movie made. It mattered what Solo did, right? And Solo was the first Star Wars movie to lose money in history. And that's the moment where you know the reaction to the previous thing. It's just like, you know, I've worked on TV shows where our premiere episode, you know, I remember when we worked on The Bionic Woman. Our premiere episode was 16 million viewers, which was massive, right? And our next episode was 8 million viewers. We lost half of our audience over the course of 1 week. And that's when we knew we were in trouble. We were all celebrating on the premiere day. And the next day, 16 million viewers, you know, the #1 show that night and whatever. And then the next day, and a week later, we're like, oh, people didn't like it. Now because they didn't come back. Now we know the truth.
Yeah, exactly. There you go. On that note, Crispy Critter says apathy is the most lethal poison to Hollywood, which harkens right back to what you said. People don't like it. There you have apathy. There's no way to monetize that.
That's exactly it. There's no passion. They could monetize. There's no war now. One side has triumphed, and the other side's like, okay, yeah. In the same way that I feel the apathy in this country over American politics. One side's in control. All right, you guys have fun. Have fun.
Yeah.
See what you do.
Electron Star Collapse says, I'm willing to boycott even those who advertise through Disney networks to make it clear that I believe they are a cancer. And also, Lorena, I sent you the link to this on Twitter in case you are still listening and you have the opportunity to join. Jonathan says, the Lucasfilm Civil War is still far from over. I think Favreau-Filoni faction will win in the end.
I don't know that that's true anymore. This Black Swan
has changed everything.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Lucasfilm will be finished, and I think there's nothing Favreau and Filoni can do to save a ship that's actually already hit the iceberg halfway down. It's that point of the Titanic where all the lights go out. I mean, I don't think there's any way to fix it now. I don't think they can. Like I said, I'm not going to watch the Luke Skywalker Grogu series. I'm not boycotting it. I just don't care anymore.
And the worst of all, you're no longer a subscriber to Disney Plus, and that's what really gets them. Like, they don't care what you watch as long as you're because this is what like
my monthly pay out of my account. Yeah.
Yeah, this is like the thing that it doesn't matter if you watch this thing or that thing as long as you stay subscribed. If enough people unsubscribe, then they have a problem.
Yeah, that's
big problem.
And now I actually have to apologize, Andre. I actually probably will need to leave in about 5 minutes. So
okay.
If anyone else to bring in, otherwise may have to wind this down. I don't know if Lorena or anyone else is available nearby.
No, Lorena apparently had to go back to work.
Okay, that's myself. I gotta get some stuff done. Literally, I woke up and I was like, oh, this is going on. Let me get into it. But I actually now have to take care of some things.
Yeah, that's all right. But anyway, Kamran, it was an absolute pleasure to have you join. Really, really appreciate that. We greatly enjoy watching your insights and everything. By the way, did you see our Amber Heard video that we published yesterday?
I did. Not only did I see it, Andre, I publicized it because you did what I suggested, which is take that lovely image of Amber's turd and put it onto T-shirts, and I purchased a T-shirt yesterday, and I hope others
awesome. So yeah, I'm so glad. I hope you enjoyed our edit of the conversation.
I got this message from Tom, he posting it, and special thanks to Lorena and to Cameron and to Mandy. I was like, why I don't remember being interviewed for this thing. Well, what's this about, right? So I watched it. I was like, oh, there's that whole clip of us seeing that lovely Amber's turd drawing and the suggestion of you guys got to monetize this and make this, and voila, you did.
Yeah, of course, never. It was too good an idea to let go,
and it's gonna work. And because I'm involved in the support Johnny Depp. Justice for Johnny Depp movement. So I forwarded it to a few people who are very prominent in that, and they forwarded it all over the place. So I'm sure.
Oh, fantastic.
I'm sure people are buying.
Fantastic. So glad to hear it. Like, it's important to spread good vibes, as Bradish says. and Darius Münchhausen also says, thanks for coming, Kamran Pasha. We really, really appreciate that. So yeah, while you bow out, I'm going to go back to Super Chats because we have loads
got a lot to talk about, and there's a lot to talk about directly with the community. So thank you all for letting me join in, even if at the end. And this story is going to develop, and I think you're going to be doing a lot more economic analysis of the impact of this, because I think we're about to watch the great unraveling happen to Disney and to Hollywood. This one event is a black swan event that is going to change everything.
Yes. It will be very exciting to follow the news from there, and it'll be very interesting to continue to have your insights, and you're welcome anytime.
Well, I'm going to try not to become the next Black Swan event. I'm trying to walk that line. All right, my friend. Thank you all. Thank you everyone in the chat. I'll talk to you all later.
Yes, take care.
Bye-bye.
All right, everyone. So now we are back with the Andre solo show until someone else drops in. But in the meantime, since I'm the only one here, I'm going to try to get caught up with the super chats. Now, here's one that I can bring up on screen, which is from Terminus Est, who says, either the Civil War is lost or there was never one. Oh, there's a civil war. There is absolutely a civil war there. How that's going to play out right now, like, this changes everything. I agree with Kamran there. I still think that the Favreau side is going to have the edge and is going to win out in the end, because Kathleen Kennedy, she's only going to stay there for so long, and her replacement is already being groomed. I forgot her name right now, but we have a video coming on about it. We've done some research and we have learned that this person that's going to be replacing her most likely is someone that's friendly with both camps. She's not a pure ideologue. And that's point for Team Favreau. So yeah, and then Roger Haynes just said, so Andre, now that we're all alone, tell us, what do you really think of Tom? I couldn't do what I do without Tom. I could write editorials, I could write mini documentaries, but I couldn't do all the representation on all of the streams. I couldn't manage all of that. I certainly couldn't make all of those super flashy videos. Like, long-time viewers will recall the videos that I edited myself. Like, that would be, like, for instance, every single one of the Ghostbusters videos. Not all of them, but like most of them. Apart from the very last ones, I edited myself, and they were pretty basic compared to what Tom is doing. So yeah, Midnight's Edge wouldn't be quite what it is without Tom. And Valiant Renegade says Mo Sengupta. Yeah, that would be the one. She's the one that is being groomed to take over Kathleen Kennedy's job. And we will have more to say about her in a separate video. And now, caught up on those that I can bring up on screen, we're going to go back to some of the older super chats that I no longer can bring up on screen. So you're just going to have to listen, and then we really have to hope that StreamYard fixes that. StreamYard is the name of the program that we use for these live streams. And we can only highlight the super chats that are on screen at any one given time. And then they're kind of like gone, apart from our own backstage view. So that's where I'll be heading right now. And the next super chat that I haven't addressed yet is from Fons Soto, who says, "No Gina, no Disney Plus, at least for me. Can't speak for anyone else. I so was afraid of this." Yeah, and you weren't the only one. Like, Gina wasn't as safe as some thought. We were worried about this, so it comes as something of a surprise, but not a huge surprise, especially not when she regrettably gave them ammunition. And that's kind of what she did. There's no denying around that. And next one is from R.A. Davis, who says for $5, they must be getting high in their republic while dancing with their one-night stand Jedis. Yeah, can you believe that? Like, in the High Republic books, they're talking about how basically the Jedis, they can have sexual relations, they just can't have attachment. So Star Wars is pro-prostitution. How about that? Moving on, P. Gumby says for €5, so many people forget that the first country the Yazis invaded was their own. Quote from Dr. Erskine in Captain America. Indeed. Crazy Yates says, stay strong, Gina. True Star Wars fans have your back. Indeed. Brian McArdle says for £4.99 British pounds, thank you so much. Remember, Jessica Henwick was going to be Rey, but they couldn't have a strong Asian woman as a lead. Honestly, I had no idea, but that's very cool if that is the case. Actually, that's not good at all. It's pretty horrifying, but yeah. I guess that she wouldn't have been a very good Kathleen Kennedy self-insert, which is all Rey really is when you get right down to it. And then, moving on from there, Christopher Tock says, just cancelled Disney Plus. Sources tell me Queen Latifah will replace Cara Dune. Seriously though, F Disney. That was the last goddamn straw. Yeah, there you go. I think many feel that way. We certainly have seen many say that in the chat here today. Amuro 0079 says for $5, they don't care about money because their currency is power, not dollars. Very true. Thunderstorm says for $4.99, Western government and Western woke government love slavery to create products. They also hate white existence. But we're the evil ones. Oh yeah, you're all deplorables. Happy Black Man says, I will never again support Kathleen K. Kennedy, like, the 3 Ks. Eric Gans sent us 5 Swiss francs saying, same old story, biatches burning books and witches. Yeah, history has a very sad way of repeating itself. Mailman says for $5, curious to see if Disney will 180 on this like they did with James Gunn. Also find it questionable Pedro getting another lead role at the exact same time. Yeah, that's really unjust. But hey, how excited are you for, what was it, The Last of Us? Is that what the thing from Naughty Canine is called? I don't know. I'm completely not into modern gaming. My interest in gaming It froze around, at Sega Mega Drive. That's like when I was a huge gamer. And then I did get the PlayStation 2, but I got it explicitly for the Blu-ray player. And I think I got like 1 or 2 games for it. And one of them was even a PlayStation 1 game. And I never really got into the 3D mechanics. So retro gaming all the way for me. And we got a live one in here. Nick Hopper just said for $9.99. Hi, gents. This is ridiculous behavior from Disney/Lucasfilm. I'm sick and tired of living through this woke McCarthyism period. Please keep up the great work. Well, thank you. We absolutely try. And that's, I have to say, like on a personal note, it's really heartwarming with everyone that keeps telling us that we actually make a difference and help keep people sane in these most trying of times. And that's very rewarding, and it's extra motivating to hear, which is something that enables us to, or certainly motivates us to keep carrying on what we do. And running a YouTube channel isn't always easy, but we do it for you guys because we have a responsibility. On a completely different note, Peter Jones says PS3 was Blu-ray. Okay, in case I said it wrong, what I meant was that after my Sega Mega Drive, I got the PlayStation 2. And I got that for the DVD drive. And then I only got like a couple of games for it. And later, I also got a PlayStation 3. That I got for the Blu-ray drive. Plus, it was a great media player. Like it was a Kodi before the Kodi was a thing. Especially if you jailbreak it, which is easier said than done. So yeah. Let's see if we have something more here. We have more retro game guys here. That's cool. Saeed Masini says, I'm a retro gaming guy too, but I also like some modern games, especially Elite Dangerous and VR. Well, that sounds advanced. Very cool. I liked some modern games too. I think the what's it called again? The Rayman games. They were really nice retro games, 2D platform games on the modern platform. So that's me. Peter Jones says the same. That's why he got the PlayStation 3 for Blu-ray, not the gaming. Yeah, I have like a couple of PlayStation 3 games, and I think I played like 2 of them or something. And yeah, Kodi Unite and making cinematic universes on Kodi is awesome, especially if you speak XML, which I do. Moving on back to the super chats, we have Etienne Falardeau, who says for $5 Canadian, just stop paying for all those woke things. I have started to do so a long time ago, and I am richer. Yes, you are. And the woke are all deported for it, and they hate you for it. So yeah, good going. John Ratfink says for $5, is nobody going to mention that Disney actually supports genocide, forced grape, and the live Gorgon harvesting of actual children? I cancelled after Mulan. Yeah, there you go. And Disney is... there are good things about Disney. Okay, I'm going to say that one more time. There are some good people working within the overall Disney hierarchy that are really trying to create good entertainment products for us. There are good people in there. And I hate to see like a movement to like just cancel everything Disney, affect those that have done nothing to deserve it, that aren't related to anything. But the corporation as a whole, yeah, there are issues there. Silver Nova says, and this is from way before when there were more people in here than me. And he said, so far, I have blocked 25 young fools here in the chat. Interestingly, I have never seen them here before. I wonder why. Well, that would be because when we stream and it gets loads of people, it's a controversial topic or something that the powers that be don't like us talking about. They like to send their little, how do we put it? Their little chills to do some level of damage control. And Philip Lesbat says for €5, I love the way Mr. H says the word stupid. Yeah, Mr. H is awesome. He's a good friend of the channel. And Wild Rose sent us a super sticker of a cute little doggy, so that's nice. Graham Cox sent us a £5 donation with no further comment. So thanks for that. Tiberius Monk says, just here to support Midnight's Edge. Speak up. Oh, thank you. We will. And Mr. Purple Lightsaber says, no, we got this one already. And Christopher Tock says for $5, Tom and Andre, love you guys, preach. Gladly gave my Disney Plus money to help stop human trafficking. Our dollars has value, indeed. And to when Tom was emotional earlier, Whitecaps on the Bay says, preach it, Trom. Sam Aeon said for £7.99, having cancelled Disney Plus, here's their money. Oh, thank you. Firing Gina is disgusting. She made good points that made people think. Mob mentality has corrupted all. Thunderstorm says for $4.99, tribalism is good. They're socialists. Tribalism is good. Without tribalism, nobody would exist as people. Rave Forever says, we need to crowdsource a comic starring G. Oh yeah, we got this one about like the comic book idea. Cultured Casino sent us a super sticker, and then we had this one here, and now we're taking a few. Let's see, that's so funny with going a little bit back and forth. It's kind of lose track of which ones you've taken already, but this one I have not taken. Randy Wackenfeld says for $5, only interesting thing on that show for me were Baby Yoda, Dune, IG-11, all gone now. Even the Razor Crest was cool, and they blew it up. Cancelled sub. There you go. They certainly knew how to end all of the good redeeming things, didn't they? So nice going with that. And now we got like a more recent one in. Roger Haynes says for $5 Canadian, if I boycott Disney, does that mean I can't play Quackshot anymore? No, you can always play Quackshot. Quackshot is one of the best games ever made. In fact, I'm looking at my copy of it right here on my shelf. To those wondering, Quackshot is a game for the Sega Mega Drive. That's the Sega Genesis to you guys in the US. Basically, it's an Indiana Jones game in the guise of Donald Duck, and it's the best game featuring both Donald Duck and Indiana Jones. So do check that out if you haven't. And then we are returning to the older super chats again. Kip Ellis sent us a super sticker. I said that. Electron Star Collapse says, I'm transgendered, so I guess I'm supposed to hate Gina. Yet I don't. I'm disgusted by what's happening to her and stand in complete support of her. Edgy number 1 says for £5 tribalism exists when you have a first past the post system, one side fighting another. Proportional representation is the way to bring consensus. Indeed, it is. I do believe that was the point of the Electoral College, but I'm not going to get into that. JCM says for $5 Canadian, as a centrist, all the increasing tribalism does is force me into a camp that won't flat out kill or exile me. It's exactly what Gina was worrying about. Yeah, and for good reason, it would appear. Ash Lockhart says for $5, If racist was as bad as people, or if racism was as bad as people claim, then people could not sit next to each other in movie theaters over the years. The media lies every day. Yeah, they sure do. Silver Nova says for $10 Australian, politics has become religion now. The voices of the high priests quiver with self-righteousness. All I want is some well-written entertainment with good characters. Disney can F.O. So yeah, that's actually a really interesting point that you bring up there. Because like the last 20, 30 years in like new age circles and stuff like that, I've like, which I don't really fare in. I'm not saying that, but like I've heard like read like a book here and heard some chatter there where there's like talk of a new religion to unify all religions that was going to be like launched after the millennia. They've spoken about that for decades. I think this is it. Here we are. The cult of woke, as the writer says. That's exactly right. It's a freaking cult. And it comes a sad non-surprise. So yeah. And Christopher Tuck says to Tasmanta, he has his hands full, doesn't he? I like Andre. He seems like a great dude. Oh, thank you. And yeah, I do have my hands full when I'm alone, if that's me you're referring to. But yeah, here we go. Getting back on track with the older super chats, because we have to get through every single one. I just wish I could show them on screen so you didn't have to like try to understand my garbled English. But yeah, we're just gonna have to power through it, aren't we? But it's a pleasure because I really appreciate the support. We really couldn't what we do without you guys' support. It's as simple as that. Like YouTube ain't that lucrative a business. And Miguel Hernandez says for $5, those complaining about hypocrisy want the other side to keep taking abuse. We don't have to at all. I cancelled ESPN Plus since I don't pay for Disney Plus. Well, there you go. And Goddess of Whim 2003 sent us a cute little doggy super sticker. Valiant Renegade also said, preach Tom, back to when he was like being emotional and I wasn't there to rein him in. Russell Hall says the so-called media is nothing but a corporate mouthpiece. They got rid of all the real journalists years ago, and all the ones remaining toe the line. Yeah, you're not wrong. Wokin Panub says for $5 Canadian, preach brother, this is BS again. This was for Tom being emotional. And then Thick Gummo says for 20 Brazilian reals, still in shock. Why fire Gina? Nowadays it's like we're rebels and they're the empire, destroying everything and imposing what they want, and with a bunch of idiots/haters online supporting them. It's frustrating. Take care. Well, thank you. And yeah, you are sadly not mistaken. Chris Rat says for $15, some of my friends have gone down the path of tribalism, celebrating the cancellation of others, and are unwilling to listen to other opinions. Do any of you have any advice to get through to them? Well, let's see. If they have really gone down that path, they're celebrating the cancellation of others and they're unwilling to listening to other opinions, I don't think that you can get through to them. Honestly, I think that then they're too far gone, that there is anything that you can do. Like really, once they've gone down that path, it is my opinion that they have to see the error of their own ways. Maybe that's not going to happen before the cancel mob comes for them. But honestly, I don't think there's anything you can do. They're too far gone. So the only thing that you can do is basically leave them be, stay out of their crosshairs, and be there for them if they ever should come out of their hypnotized status. Best I can say. Tiberius Monk also had some words for Tom, and he says, "Amen, Tom. Unless your inner koala, no F's given." I think you mean unleash your inner koala. It's like so fun when people when people have spelling mistakes and stuff in super chats and have to try to interpret. Always a good time. But we do really appreciate that. In any event. And then Bradman says, "Preach it, brother, skål," which is cheers in Norwegian. So, yeah, thanks for that. Foxdrake360 says, "Disney had me by a thread. I've cancelled Disney Plus, and I'm done with The Mandalorian. I vote with my wallet. Disney just saved me money. F the corpos." Yeah, there you go. Preach it. Spider Unlimited says for $9.99, "Yeah, peaceful, as the media stated. As I watched NYC be burned and looted, cops being attacked, and crime spikes like no other." Yeah, and there were some parts of the politicians that were cheering that on, bailing the writers out, weren't they? Dan Vask said for 20 Brazilian reals, "Preach it on, gentlemen. Keep up the good fight." Oh, we intend to. And Sofer Walken says for $5, "At Andre, I actually think it's fine to call them EOTP. Give Glenn Greenwald's piece on tattletale journalism a read." And then he sends a link to me, so I'm just going to copy that, and then I shall read that later on. Good times, looking forward to it. Then we have KitKat that says for £5 Gina Carano was actually defending the victims of Yahtzee agitation, denouncing the way they were treated in Germany before shit got real. Yeah, that's exactly what she did. But again, when they really want to take her out of context, then what can you do? And Hubert Lebicki says 25 Polish zloty. "You had some Hungarian money. Have some Polish too then. Looking forward to next Gina's show or podcast. She is not disappearing for sure." Absolutely. By the way, I had a blast when I was in Poland last time. It was awesome to be there. I was there for my day job like a year ago. So that was awesome. I'd love to go back to Poland when reality permits and it's possible to travel again. Malcolm Fuller says for £5, "When will people realize there is no right or left? It all goes to the same place. It's a circle." Yes, thank you. That's what I've been saying the whole time. Rambam3000 says for £5, "Here's a donation to support the show and an appreciation of Tom's righteous rant." Well, thank you. Rich Militzi says for $5, "Time to take a stand, fandom menace. Send the message. Boycott Star Wars unless they give her job back." Rob Altis says, also for $5, "This is absolutely more than just entertainment. It's everywhere. Love you guys." Well, thank you. We love all of you guys too. And the English Gent says, "I love my American brothers and sisters, but I cannot trust America has a culture right now to hold any integrity on moral values. Such a shame." Yes, went through that one already. Sunnyman said that needs to be said, Tom. Appreciate all you guys. Jaffo said, "Much love to you guys and to Gina. She's awesome. I like Tom's mostly calm persona." Well, I'll let him know. And Old Greg, I wish we could have had this one before. This is a great one. Old Greg says for $10, "I fought for this country in 2 different war zones. I don't even recognize it anymore. What was the point fighting for these people when they just want to be exactly like the countries I fought in?" Absolutely. And if no one else is going to say, I, as a non-American, will still say, thank you for your service. Masato K says for $5, I foresee this turning into a James Gunn situation. Hashtag cancel Disney Plus. You know what? I wouldn't be extremely surprised if exactly that was to happen. I would not be surprised at all. Because I don't think that this had the necessary clearing from high up. I think that this probably took many people by surprise, just as when Kathleen Kennedy went forward and announced the Acolyte series, which also didn't have the necessary approvals from higher up. They just did it. So yeah. Sean says for $5, midwits say her opinions are stupid. It wouldn't matter if they were. Opinions are not caused to be unpersoned. Well, that's how it should be. Mech1164 says for $5, no, they're not that stupid. They're taking it to use as a club to beat people into submission. It makes their sour lives mean something that it isn't. Martino Sulmoni says for 20 Swiss francs, wasn't it planted? Wasn't she deleted from artwork recently? She was, which only goes to show that Lucasfilm have been wanting to get rid of her for some time, and they pounced on the opportunity the moment they got it. Robert Watson says for £2 well, he actually doesn't say anything. He sends us a £2 donation, so thank you so much for that. And Iron Fists Legion says for $5 Canadian. I love you guys. Thank you for the great insight. Well, that's what we do. So thanks for watching. Mr. Tickletrunk says for $5 Canadian, this whole panel is against the alt-right and the control left. I'm a regular here, and I've seen nothing but kindness and tolerance, even the chat. Exactly. If only everyone could be like us, is what I always say. Russell Hall says for $5, if something actively conspires to hide the truth and spin lies and false narratives so that people can be more easily enslaved, that's an enemy. It's hard to disagree with that. X Morbiot says for $5, thanks for your passion on this topic, all of you. I believe this would have been when Mr. H and everyone else had it going, when I wasn't there. So yeah. Miranda Sinistra sent us $20. Thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And she simply says, morning, lads. And then we have, I'm just going to double check for 1 second and see exactly which currency this is. I think I know it, but I just want to double check. Yes, here we go. Ishan Kumar sent us 500 Indian rupee, and he says, hello from New Delhi, India. I woke up to the news of Gina getting fired, and it ruined my breakfast and day. I really hope Disney realizes that they messed up way quicker than they did with James Gunn. Yeah, I think they have to, because otherwise it's going to be really bad for them. Al Manuel 0311 says for $5, as an immigrant, a Filipino immigrant, and a Marine, these SJW ducks do not speak for me. We Marines don't deal well with subjugation. Hail Comicsgate. Absolutely. And again, as someone not even from your country, thanks for your service. Robert Watson says for £5 Can she not take them to court for slander? Where's the proof? Yeah, we addressed that one already. She can take them to court for slander, probably. The question is, does she want to? Because if she does, then she'll be really finished afterwards. Rambam 3000 says for £5, and all of these white knights hate the people they claim to defend. They treat them as exploitable political capital. They sure do. Tiberius Monk says for $5, Always be careful for those who doth protest too much, who claim to be holier than thou, for the skeletons in their closets are plentiful. That's a fantastic quote. I'm going to steal that, actually. I'm going to use that on a later occasion. Aha! That's how you do when you don't speak English. Then we have Marty, who sent us 20 Canadian dollars. Thank you so much. We really appreciate that. And he says, heels. So this is obviously for us. So sorry that he has checked out, but I'll make sure that he gets it. Heels. These SJWs can start with the fact that for decades, sci-fi was a haven for a variety of women, visible minorities, and LGBT. And now they can look at the state they're leaving it in. Very, very true, isn't it? That's exactly how it is. And in the meantime, your Muslim uncle just sent $4.99, and he says, Assalamu alaikum. Okay. Kamran, Sufi mystics unite. So I take it you're another Sufi. Awesome, very cool. And the rest of that, I'm gonna have to give to Kamran, because I do not understand. Is it Arabic? Is it? What's in the language of the name in Pakistan again? Urdu. I don't know if it's Urdu or Arabic, but anyway, yeah, it's something for. It's probably Urdu, isn't it? But yeah. Moving on. Moving on from there, or rather moving backwards, back to the earlier super chats that I can no longer bring up on screen. Valiant Renegade says, Tom, I put up a good bit of cash for a great charity last night and to see you in drag. But here's another 5 to keep you preaching. Love it. And so thank you for your contributions, Valiant Renegade. And you'll be getting Tom in drag. So yeah, good times. Eric Joseph says for 5 Canadian dollars, how can we have a discussion when one side is too righteous to open discourse and too dogmatic to be reasoned with? The answer is you can't. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but that's how it is. Scott says for 5 British pounds, just lurking here, as per. Mr. H. Viewer, he is not a racist person. I don't understand how any of this gets taken the wrong way. No, it's true. He is not. Like, most people aren't. Like, very, very few people actually are. But there you go. And Gabriel Quiroga says for $10, thank you so much. The situation in this country is Orwellian. Big tech censorship, silencing of any opposing voices, and labeling people based on their opinions. Since the rise of SJW, the media has turned on the fans. Yeah, pretty much. Snail Messiah says for 20 Danish kroner, Captain Sisko matters. Done with Star Wars. Hey, Andrea. Yeah, well, thank you. Or hey yourself. And since you're Danish, Cameloso. Foxdrake360 says sent us a $1.99 super sticker of a bucket of popcorns. So this would have come when the debate was at its most heated, I am sure. Tim 5 Scorpion says, did you read my super chat yet? I think I did, but I'll do a double check on it afterwards, okay? I'll double check that I got Tim 5 Scorpion. I'll make a note of that. I'm not going to lose my current position of where I was, but I'll make a double check when I'm done with them that I do get yours, okay? Promise. But I think I got to it. And then we have J Bird III, who says for $5, I only wish I could boycott Disney twice from now on. Only classic Star Wars stuff for me. Bought second hand. I will save my cash for folks like you. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. And Malcolm Fuller says for £5, Anyone being mistreated is wrong. That's the point. And Gina called it out. Indeed. Geek Daddy says, well, he doesn't really say anything, but he sends us a $5 donation. So thanks so much. Dave's Pepsi says, as a black man in Canada, even I can say BLM is a BS organization using the US black pop like pawns. So I'm not even going to get into that, but I don't disagree. Valiant Renegade says for $2, Preach, Heels, and Mr. H. While Someday Night Live says for $10. You guys ever get worried about getting demonetized / shut down for some nonsensical mistake you haven't even committed yet? I'm afraid to even comment in support of Gina or question BLM. It's scary. Well, you will notice that when we talk about controversial topic, how we always have to censor ourselves, like do like fanciful rewritings and stuff, like how we say words like Yahtzee. There's a reason for that. So yeah, we absolutely see what you say. Alpha J30 says for $5, I don't think being fired will hurt Gina in the long run, as she has fans all over who'll support her in anything she does next. Yeah, but then this matter of the industry. She may have to change course. Geek Daddy says for $5, this is how communist countries start. The silencing of free speech and the cancelling of free thinkers. And Aluvrian Imakara says, I'm a brown alphabet B disabled woman, and I don't need great white saviors to defend or help me. I have agency. Stop advocating for me. Yes, all the power for you. Like that. You're strong enough to stand for yourself, and if you need help, I'm sure that you will say, and then everyone will stand with you. We certainly will. Will Powers says for €5, is it possible that Gina purposely walked into the firing squad just to expose the hypocrisy of Lucasfilm and Disney? I don't think so. I think that she just shared a tweet and she didn't fully consider the ramifications. She saw that it was relevant to what's going on today. She wanted to make a point, but I don't think that she thought it sufficiently through, that in doing this, she was providing ammunition that could take her down. I think it's simple as that. And Daniel Andor Perse says for... I'm going to Google that currency. Just give me 1 second here. Sorry, there's so many currencies, and we really appreciate the international audience, but I just have to stop sometimes. And oh yes, that's Hungarian forint. So then, I should have guessed from the name. Daniel Andor Patch says 5,000 Hungarian forint, and says the problem is the duplicity. Corporate lets other stuff fly, but clamp down on her. BS, indeed. And Ben Hermans sent a €5.49 donation. Thank you so much. Comrade Commissar Yuri says for £4.99 British pounds. Could it be she wasn't warned because they wanted this to happen so they could take advantage of it? Oh yeah, they've been wanting to take her down. And Sofer Walken says for $5 to Uche, I'll make sure that he gets it, is making your point for you. Gina is Tom Brady in this situation, which makes her firing even more stupid. They defend backbenchers over her. Yeah, it's quite ridiculous. There's really no other way to put it at all other than that it is. And to anyone that's been joining what I'm doing, I'm not just talking to myself here. I'm actually reading older super chats. I just regrettably can't show them on screen because the software is such that once the super chats are no longer like in the chat, when you can't see them, I can't bring them up. And that's just they need to get on that. But moving on. Nick von Lippard also told Uche, if you believe the line is where you say it is, you shouldn't be here. Well, everyone can have their opinion, and he absolutely should be here, even though there is disagreement on exactly where the line should be. And then Fat Steven Seagal beat up Diego, I guess. And he says Pedro will get Abby to star in Joel in One Golf. Probably a gaming reference I don't get, but thanks anyway. Really appreciate Fat Steven Seagal beating people up. And Theodore McCarthy says for $5, you can't make the hologram caustic central to the historic narrative and then insist no one can talk about it. Yeah, there you go. And Ash Lockhart also says to Uche, we understand, but at what point and what year do we really say enough is enough? Can switch platforms. Parler proved that. Running Fox said, there are politicians who want to re-educate the children of Republican supporters. I think her comparison is valid. What do you think? I think it's absolutely valid, but that's me. Leah Chim says for $5, respect to the panel. I'm a Dem and I can relate to what Gina said. I can only guess that she felt this fight was worth it. I can respect her opinion. That's all anyone can ask. And Ditzy says, Disney fired a woman. That's the only story here. Yeah, indeed. Rave Forever says asks for $5, can you wear a I'm Republican shirt downtown Seattle? Gina is right. I wouldn't know, but since you have to ask, I'm guessing probably no. Like you guys tell me in the chat. I'm not there, but I'm guessing probably not. And Prince Andrew is leaving, so thanks for joining us so far. And I believe that we have Tom joining us again.
Hello, how's everybody doing? That was fun. Sadie was a good girl, though, so.
Oh, okay. I'm glad to hear.
I got her a treat. I got her some McDonald's.
Well, I'm so glad to hear that. Doki deserves it.
Yeah. So hopefully she's feeling better after that. I'm back, and I am surprised you're still fucking going. Almost 6 hours here now. So, wow. How many super chats do we have left?
Many.
I'm here. I'm back. I'm not going anywhere. I got it. I'm here. So
yeah. Okay. Cool. Can't really help though because I'm the only one who can see them. But yeah.
I know, unfortunately.
But yeah, we are moving on, and right now we are getting into where Ucha and Mr. H had it going there. So yeah, and 3MI1Y says for $2. All reports are coming from the same one article. But that article had like the quote from Lucasfilm, doesn't it? And Young Curmudgeon says for £10 some on the left made a website with Trump's donor addresses with GPS directions, a modern-day Star of David patch. Her post reflects actions like that. Indeed it does. Mr. Purple Lightsaber says for $20, thank you so much. Guys, help me understand capitalism. Lose $500 billion on 3 crappy movies equals contract renewal, but help launch a massively successful streaming service, get fired. There's no excuse. And you know the difference there? That's not capitalism. There's an element of ideology in there. That's what's happened there. And Willowy13 says James Gunn, employed. Amber Heard, employed. Ariel, employed. Gina Carano, fired. It's your fault. They hate you, but you're still giving them cash. Stockholm Syndrome? Maybe. And Kyle Dawson says, it's already started, i.e. socials and banks, BOA. I have no idea what that means, but thank you in any event. And Malcolm Fuller says for $5, Lucas hired an open racist and then fired someone who pointed out the hypocrisy. This is just wrong. Indeed it is. Crispy Critter says the camps are now virtual and just as bad. William Santiago says for $20, we must understand that corporatism is the euphemism for that ideology of Mussolini, the seamless marriage of state and industry. People are the means of production. That is why they want to control you. Yes, that would be the word beginning with F that I referenced earlier. Fascism. That's what it is.
And BOA is Bank of America.
Ah, okay, there you go. Yeah, that's a horrible place. And Alexander says for 100 Russian rubles, as a Russian who values free speech very much, actors need to keep their mouths shut on politics because it always hurts the film and company. Indeed, it does. Simone Pirate says, then shouldn't that apply to all of Disney? It should, but that's so. Todd Fayer says for $5, you guys have no clue what you're saying. Again, this was when debate was heated at the most, so I don't know exactly which guys he was referring to, but your opinion.
I'll take it. Supposedly, I never know what I'm saying anyway, so I'll own it.
Okay. Joshua says, the only thing evil needs to win is for good people to do nothing. Exactly, and that's why they're coming for good people like Gina Carano. And of course for Jay, they're coming for him too, because again they have to go for the good people. The real General Sod says everything they're saying is just left-wing cover to legitimize discrimination. You're not fooling anyone here. You guys are left-right stooges. Kinda. And Free Sex says AOC made a Holocaust comparison at the border. She did. Actually, numerous people on the left side of the aisle have done that. Someone tweeted me while we were live that the Daily Wire had compiled a list of 10 people on the left that had done far worse than Gina Carano, and no eyebrows were raised over that. JCM says for $5 Canadian, Uche is right. She made a gaffe, as true and noble as her opinion is. Especially his comment about the foul second one is always called. And with that, we have Script.
Speaking of Canadians,
joining us. Yeah, how's it going, Script?
Oh, it's been a busy day for me. That's for sure. How are you all doing today?
Oh, we're all
coping. I
exhausted after like close to 6-hour live stream, but
yeah, I see. I haven't been on the internet much this today, but I just hopped on and I see, just like last night, a lot of people are really upset over certain actions taken by some executives that were at Disney. And I share that upset. It's very disappointing. It's very poor choices made, not just for ethical reasons, but also for money making reasons. Just why do such a horrible thing?
Exactly. Just gonna get this real quick while it's on screen. CC119 Appo says for $10, I'm legitimately scared to wear my MAGA hat because I don't want to be fired. And you are probably scared for good reason. But anyway, Script. So what are your thoughts on this whole situation? Let's begin with her comments themselves, where she, of course, this has been taken wildly, I'm not going to say out of context, but it hasn't even been that. But it's been like misconstrued to say that, oh, she's comparing conservatives in America today with Jews in Germany during the 30s and 40s, and that's wrong. Not just wrong, but that's not what she did. What's your take on that?
Well, she was talking about my understanding of some of the comments and tweets that she's made, well, not so much tweets, like she gets photos and quotes from other things and then posts them. And those quotes are in response to paranoia being a weapon against freedom, and how it's not a good idea to just sort of like fall in line with the conventional narrative just because it's fear-driven and decides to turn you against your neighbor who is a harmless person. Like, it's basically just saying turning people against each other and letting the masses make the decision, mob rule, so to speak, and how she was opposed to that. And there's nothing wrong with that. That's not a contentious argument. It's a warning sign saying that we should be a little bit more mindful of what's going on around us and not be pawns to some sort of nefarious agenda by someone with, a silver tongue, so to speak, just like what happened 90 years ago, pretty much.
And no, go ahead.
No, that's pretty much it, because I mean, to try and draw that comparison of the Jewish people towards a political party is a gross oversimplification and exaggeration that's not actually being made. It just isn't. It's just about we've seen it over the last 5 years, just people with their own political opinions or just non-really partisan opinions making a statement that is not really, would never be considered offensive or uncouth 10 years ago, saying treat everybody like normal human beings. If respect is earned and not bestowed, those types of things, and yet people are picking it apart and trying to conflate it to be against any certain particular group or minority that has newly been introduced into the zeitgeist, and just trying to weaponize normal compassion into being something that's offensive and bigotry, and it's horrible to see this happen, and it's horrible to see that the larger companies have no agency of their own to realize and discern what is actually being used and what is not. So it's pretty tragic.
Absolutely. No, indeed, and I agree with you. And I was going to say somebody basically made half of my point for me and beyond that. So
yeah. Absolutely. I want to continue with the super chats because we still have quite a few to go through, and we have to get through every last one of them. Old Greg says for $10, identity politics is the absolutely most essential weapon in the socialist playbook, along with rewriting history. Hard to disagree with that. And John Apocalypse says for £1.99, could Jon Favreau bring her back? Not right now, no. Not for some time has passed, at least. What do you think, Script? How toxic would this make her in the industry?
In some parts, she won't be touched. In other parts, the ones that understand what's going on, she could get some work. I mean, I read that she was dropped by UTA, which is technically not a bad thing. UTA is not a very good agency, but I don't think she's going to be in a bad position. I wish I had a solid answer. Part of me thinks she's going to be okay, but another part of me is thinking there's aspects to the industry where fear and looking for financial support for a project is going to be a little bit trickier if things keep going in this direction.
Yeah, indeed. I think that her comeback isn't going to be as easy as some think. We had Kamran Pasha here, and he made that point as well, that too many, they're not going to touch her after this, because the particular subject is too sensitive for many in the industry, even though she didn't make the comparisons that she's accused of making. And then Ed Carone says, but why was Pablo allowed to compare half the country to Yazis? Why does the High Republic employ two frothing racists? Mentioning history is forbidden. Well, my theory is because those people dislike the people it's okay to dislike, because the powers that be in the industry dislikes them as well. Whereas Carano just hit a little bit too close to home. That's my thoughts. Script, what say you?
Yeah, I guess that's pretty much same understanding I have. Is she struck a nerve somewhere. With something that I would even argue is not very nerve striking. But yeah.
There you go.
I also think there's a lot of jealousy towards her for no apparent
for
reason.
sure. For sure. Because she's one of the most successful, recognizable people out there right now, and many, I'm sure, are very unhappy about that. John Williams says, I don't agree with Gina's take, but the glee people have over this is appalling. This was nowhere near fireable offense under normal circumstances. That depends on who makes it. I think that it became this because they wanted to get rid of her anyway, and this was the excuse they really could latch on to. That no one could.
Part of me even thinks that the wording of this is probably not even 100% accurate, because the thing is, she's not filming anything for Disney and hasn't been since the end of season 2. Which means that this is more like a contract renewal just being canceled as opposed to a proper termination, which is why she probably has no legal recourse or action, which is fair. I think it's just to the point where they were probably planning on not using her anyways, and whether it be a creative decision or just that they were maybe planning to have something else going on with her down the road, that was just in the works, and then that got shut down over the last month or so for whatever various reasons, which I would say are antithetical to wanting to make money, because a Cara Dune show or just her a cameo again in another Mandalorian season would have really benefited the show and the company for merchandise and whatnot. But yeah, I think what ended up happening was that they called her up. They said, yep, we don't have any plans for you in the future. Sorry. Stay by your phone type of thing. And then the news broke, and I think a lot of the articles decided to say, well, she didn't get a new contract, so let's just call her fired as opposed to not being renewed, and because it's a far more dramatic headline. And then I think from that, people took that headline and then started running with it and making it out like she had a signed deal for future appearances or episodes or a series, and then it was all just taken away because it's far more of a dramatic story and headline than the most likely reason being is that Disney just played it safe and said, we're just not going to renew or provide you a new contract.
Yeah, she was between contracts now. This we can confirm. This is what we have heard too, that she was between contracts. Moving on from there, Humongous says for $5, search for photos of Trump supporters being chased down in San Jose, California. Use DuckDuckGo since Google suppresses it. Oh, there you go. Jim Diesel says for £5 cancelled my subscription when asked for a reason. Put this: Disney firing Gina Carano while publicly supporting a regime that is running concentration camps. Yeah, that's as good as reason as any. Ron W says, do not have Disney Plus to cancel, but did cancel my Hulu since it's owned by Disney. I'm sure Disney thanks you. And Marshmallow says, I wrote an email that I was planning on tweeting to Gina Carano to see if she would pop onto one of your or Mr. H's live streams. Well, we'll leave that to Gina when she wants to. Tom, she's following you on Twitter, isn't she?
Yeah, but I'm not going to bother her.
Yeah, no.
If she wants to talk to us, she'll reach out. She'll
be very, very welcome, obviously. But yeah, we're going to let her reach out. I'm sure that she has plenty to deal with without us pestering her.
The last thing she needs is 100 people asking her for an interview right now.
Exactly. And Culture Casino says, Andy, are you not paying attention? AOC wants camps. Yeah, so this was in reference to the earlier debate. And Nintendo Powered says, removes Stripe and banking access from conservatives. Because the bankers, they love having their wealth stolen. They do. And HBG3 says for $5, Uka is biased. His arguments are typical. Lefty normal. So yeah, again, this is referring to earlier debate. Mephisto Sarces says for £5 one day there will be a Tim Pool video. They have started rounding up conservatives. It started. Well, yeah, with the creep, then give it time. Sean says, in the modern day, saying that people use the internet by choice is like saying people in the old days used mail by choice. It's a necessity, kind of. And Robert Ignacio says, how come the private business have to close if they're private businesses like Twitter? Well, not all. Everything isn't equal there. And Apollo 536 said for $20, Uche isn't completely wrong, but the problem is that although there's still a lot of steps that need to happen, those steps are slowly being taken. I think the truth is somewhere between Tom and Uche. Yeah, so yeah, probably. The truth is often somewhere between. And Dirty Soul Monkey says, Pedro posted a tweet in 2018 with a picture of Jews in a camp and said, Germany 1944, America 2018. Yeah, that was hyperbolic, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Very much so. And Integer Spin says for £5, there is no free market in banking. People have had their accounts shut down in the UK and US. And T. Stoney also said to Uche, this is not the market. The market is competition. That was anything but. Russell Hall says, a free market does not collude to decide who wins. Nintendo Power said the free market colluded against a competitor. Multani82 said, what we're seeing is something I've missed seeing, a civilized debate. Indeed, again, this was when things were at the most heated. Francisco Sanchez Jr. says, collusion is anti-free market. What Apple, Google, Amazon did was anti-competitive. Wintrell said, spoken like a real American, accept the money and shut up. So, how have we been doing so far with this method? And Nintendo Power says, Alex J was the testbed for what they did to Parler. Shark Denture said, remember months ago when in NY and California people were encouraged by the government to report their neighbors for violating health protocols? It started. Martin Winstead said for 20 Danish krona, the big fascists was socialists first. Godzilla 2K26 says that literally isn't what Citizens United did, LOL. Willowy13 said for 10 Brazilian reals, they ganged up on Gab and Parler and threatened small businesses so they'd not host Parler. Tell it's a free market when they cut your internet for wrong thinking and threatens providers so you won't have options. Plus Vex on the contrast said, I really appreciate Uche's perspective. I don't agree 100%, but he makes some great points. Well, that he did. And Samoan Pirate said, you said it was the Republicans that shut down. Okay, please see what has been brought forth by Dem Steve Sisolak for letting corporations make governments. Lance said, cancelled Disney Plus today. Freedom of speech cannot be defended for one person and not another. It applies across the board or not at all. Very true. Ash Lockhart says, I will make this easy. Can a radical person take control over a company and be a CEO? If yes, then that is how you take control of big tech. Ian Yoshio says, I appreciate this discussion. There is disagreement, but you're all open to having a conversation. This is how it should be. Shadowstar5 says for $10, "Hiya, Midnight's Edge. You all have my appreciation and respect for speaking against the madness gripping the great nation of the YouTube also shadow banned the stream, hiding from subscription." Yeah, I think that happened, didn't it, Tom?
Yeah, it looks like it from some of the. Well, it didn't seem to do it right away. It was after we got going. So, yeah. But I mean, now, it probably still is. But
yeah. And the Sardo says for $100. Thank you so much. "Anger without direction only turns inwards. If people don't think this will get worse, they either do not understand human nature or they're utter fools. Time to stand aside is over. Unitive and constructive action must happen now or never." Great show. Well, thank you, and you are completely right. And I only wish that we could have raised this super chat when it was being sent right away. But yeah, fantastic super chat, and I hope that you are still here to hear it. And then right now, so I can still get it on screen, John Williams says, oh yeah, that one we took already. It's just locked on my screen because it hasn't updated. And then moving on, Willowy13 says, "Free market, cake maker. He didn't provide service, but other cakeries could do it. They didn't gang up. Will it be free market if they cut your water, electricity, or food for wrong thinking?" And Goddess of Whim says, "Okay, I gotta get some sleep. Came home from a graveyard to this. Great panel all. Hope my super chat about Disney owning me made you giggle, and Tom enjoyed the farting puppies."
Always. And thank you so very much for your support. We appreciate it.
And Vetrice says, "Is there such a thing as a non-extreme cautionary tale?" Well, hardly. And Godzilla 2K26 says that Citizen United allowed small private business to band together and donate the same way giant corporations and unions had always done. It brought equality. Thunderstorm says senators are being censored from government and banking. Staravian Snow says, "For the purple." So yeah, nice one, Tom.
Boy, we're still that far back. Holy cow. Thank you so much, guys, for sticking in with us. For those who have and those who are being patient for your super chats, thank you so much. And I appreciate your patience so much. You guys have been great.
Yeah. Mr. Purple Lightsaber said, "Enough with the red versus blue. We aren't Crips and Bloods. We are supposed to be Americans, one nation. The way forward is purple, not red or blue." Yeah, see, now that would be unifying if someone in power were to say that, which of course is not going to happen.
We got one. Oh.
Yeah, no, sorry. Take it.
I was going to say, we got one we can get on screen here real quick. Aaron Burke says, "When will Joss Whedon be canceled? You can't cancel one person and not another." Well, Ray Fisher's trying awfully hard. Yeah, like he was already kind of canceled a while back when he, with the whole wife thing. What were you going to say, Script?
Oh, another actress from his Buffy and Angel days has come forward and made some.
Yeah, he's been getting. I mean, if there's truth to this and they've got enough people to back it up without any kind of evidence, it's tough. But yeah,
some specific evidence would be much appreciated. I'm no defender of Joss Whedon. I don't like him for a plethora of other reasons. But if there is stuff there, it's got to go to the authorities and it's got to be, presented legally, and consequences need to be faced.
Yeah, and to be clear, he was already fired from the HBO Max show that he was the showrunner for. So yeah, he's kind of been cancelled already. And yeah, DRH888 said for $10, "Super discussion, #cancel Disney Plus." And Roll Titan says, "You guys can't do WandaVision reviews. It helps Disney when you review their stuff. If you continue to review their crap, You are feeding the machine. Well, I don't know if we spoil it so that people don't watch it. It's like the thing that when we reviewed Star Trek Discovery, we weren't feeding the machine. On the contrary, I think that we took viewers away by spoiling what happened to others that otherwise might have seen it. So we'll see what we do. And Joshua Sand says, this is a profit-driven decision, not an ideological one. More Disney Plus subs would be lost by keeping Gina Carano than they would lose from firing her. Well, Joshua, you can have that opinion, but I think the numbers will show that it's incorrect. But that's my opinion. We'll see what happens. What do you think, Script? Do you think that Disney would have been financially worse off from firing her than they would by keeping her?
Worse off? Yeah. I mean, how the impact of that worse off is...
Would they, like, what would lose them more subscribers, keeping her or firing her?
Firing her, obviously.
Yeah, exactly.
They didn't seem to be losing subscribers with her still on board.
Well, here's the kind of headlines we should see. I got to throw some props out to the Daily Wire. They're at least telling it like it is. Here you go. Disney faces massive backlash for firing Gina Carano as canceled Disney Plus trends #1. Critics bring up company's history. This all what? Half hour and a half before the investor meeting starts?
What perfect timing. The problem is, though, that the numbers that Disney are going to show would have been printed out yesterday, so they're not going to reflect any of this. But those headlines, oh, that's going to be a nightmare. I bet that they're
I want to see more of
those forward to that right now.
Props going out to the Daily Wire. There you go.
Yeah, absolutely. That's like also like good independent media. You can disagree with their editorial take, but they are reasonably independent. So they're going to give you a side of things that you're not going to get many other places. So there's that. Aaron Rodgers says, this is nothing though. Look at what Mel Gibson did, and he's still acting. Yeah, we addressed that with Kamran Pasha just a little while ago. Thunderstorm says, obey your socialist masters. And Shasfarno says, don't forget about Tim Allen cancelling Last Man Standing. Even Lightyear may be a subtle slight as well, since he's not the voice there. Buzz is him.
His show's on another network. I think it's still going on.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about him being cancelled, but yeah. And Vertrais says, does that mean saying what happened to the Jews was bad is a terrible statement because it references the Holocaust? Yes, it means that if you don't like you saying it. That would be my take.
Yeah, exactly. I'm still seeing a lot of people, I can't believe they haven't pulled muscles for all the stretching they're doing to try and push this out there as something that it isn't. And again, I get it, but at no point is she really specifically naming anybody or pointing out. All the post is pointing out is that this is how that started. And I think it's very poignant considering if we look at ourselves in America right now, we're in a very similar spot. You have two very opposing views, and the media is feeding into it. And all this, I mean, look at what we've gone through in just the last year and a half. I don't know. It's a scary time right now. That's all I'm going to say on that.
Yeah, indeed. And then we got another one in right now. Nick Hopper says, for £19.99, thank you so much. Hi, Andre, Tom, and all the rest of ME. You and people like Gary, Doomcock, Ass, etc. keep telling the truth. You are the real internet realistic warriors, as opposed to the SJWs, socially junk weirdos. Hashtag Andre is Odin. Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Then getting back to...
Which are now considered classic super chats.
Yeah. getting back to the classics where you just...
And I apologize again to all the people who have been so very patient if you're hanging in there. And those who missed out, and hopefully you come back to this and you hear this. And we thank you so much for your support.
We indeed do. It's pretty awesome. So yeah, we'll get through them all. It's going to take a little while yet. because the people got just as fired up as the panel at one point there. So there's a bit to go through there. Scotty S says collusion is illegal. It is not playing by the rules. It's abhorrent to the free market. Malcolm Fuller says this is the same as saying the Israeli persecution of the Palestinian people is okay because of what happened in the 1940s. Willowy 13 says for 5 Brazilian reals, Uche is saying Holocaust is off limits. How many leftards were permanently fired in entertainment industry for vile tweets? James is back. Roseanne? Yeah, there's some double standard there.
Oh yeah, we've made a lot of those points earlier, definitely, and
yeah.
And that's my main issue, is not so much that there's a standard. It's like, keep that standard across the board for everybody.
Yeah, but that's no fun. And Wookin Panoob says for $2, people are sick and tired of hypocrisy, FFS. So yeah, there you go. And the DCV Titan says, Uche, I don't think it's fair, but I'll simp for it. Oh, yeah. And Thunderstorm says, if a rich man can stand against injustice out of fear of future income, it's worthless. HBG3 says, my victim. He pulls the card, LMAO. And Martin Winstead says, Uche, go full shine. So yeah, things got heated there. And Ben Herman says for €5.49, collusion by private oligopolies is an abuse of dominant market power and an illegal cartel. This is my opinion as a competition lawyer in the EU. There you go.
That's I like your name as well. Right there. Ben Herman, that's clever.
Yes. Russell Hall says for $5, there was a time when an entire system colluded to disadvantage people based on criteria like race, and most said, that's the way it is. Some disagreed. Willowy 13 says Schindler's List should not exist, according to Uche. I don't think he said that. But yeah, and Diego Flores sent a donation of 50 Peruvian sols, and Mr. Purple Lightsaber sent a donation of $10, and Michael Gonzalez said for $5, Uche is right, it opens one to attack. Uche is wrong by allowing himself to live in fear because the reality, rise above. I am a Mexican American. Cordy C86 says, if we don't discuss it, we are doomed to repeat it.
Yep.
That's truer words from never said. What do you think about that as a script?
Yeah, I think it's incredibly important to discuss things that are well, here's the other option that I would put it. Our society got to where it is on the shoulders of people who made bad decisions and didn't want to make, not necessarily want to make those bad decisions, but we have to acknowledge them because that's how we learn, that's how we grow, and that's how we accidentally make new bad decisions, but also have the formula and wherewithal to understand that the next generation doesn't have to make those bad decisions in order for us to continue on. Ideally, it would be great if we could, as a society, get to a point where we never have to make a bad decision, but we don't have foresight. So it's always going to happen. So once we acknowledge that, remember those situations, those contexts, those choices, and learn from them, we can be a better person. But to try and forget that, to try and ignore it, to try and rewrite it away, just leads to it being those decisions coming back in compound form and being far worse than what they were originally. And so we did need to know our history. It's incredibly important.
Did we just have a super chat from Diego Flores that was empty?
Yes.
Okay. He was trying to write something in there, but YouTube wouldn't let it. He was trying to say the kind of mentality we had, like Uche's, led my country to suffer a decade of being butchered by communist guerrillas and taking part of my identity away from me by forcing my parents to flee Peru to Brazil. I understand what he says, but that doesn't change that the mentality already broke us and led us to create shitty culture, but that is ours. Yeah, I'm not sure what you wrote in that YouTube wouldn't let it go through, but thank you so much. And that's what he was trying to say. And unfortunately, Uche isn't here to really, answer to that. But no, that's pretty messed up, I must say.
Yeah, it's loads of horrible stories around, absolutely. And many of them were brought on by the same ideology that you're seeing like really enhance its grip in the States right now. That's the scary part. And K-Mac the Great says, ask Robin Hood how free the market is. The free market is a lie. Regulation is a lie. It's all corrupt lawlessness. And Scotty S says for $9.99, Uche, imagine playing football where the rule is 10 yards equals first down. The game starts and your opponent is allowed 6 yards first down. We have a duty to call BS. And Rob Bass sent us a $5 donation, or he sent a comment that was stricken down by YouTube that I cannot say. And Sean says for $2, you can't know the rules to Calvin Ball. Malcolm Fowler says, but the game is rigged. And Mr. Tickletrunk says for $5 Canadian, this feels like a Popcorn Planet debate. Everyone is being respectful, good discourse, and people making a point to remind everyone we're not enemies. Eric Joseph says for $5 Canadian, Gina isn't the only one being forced to be quiet about things she believes in. She's being pressured to support things she doesn't believe in. Rob Bass says, men, I love the passion and I love the debate. God bless freedom of thought. Oilers Workshop says, kind of reminds you of James Gunn. They may rehire. Well, we'll see. Stefania says for £5, Andy is proper awesome and cool. Glad to see him on here. Yeah, because we have Andy Signor on there for a while, which we is very happy to see here. And JW says for $5, to be honest, I hate state social discourses in. I had a friend that made a Facebook post about acceptance of both sides early 2020. Eski Monophono says, I disagree with you a lot, Uche, but I appreciate you. JW says, I recommend against it. Next thing you know, she got constant hate and death threats from the left. So I don't know what that's referring to, but yeah, don't do that. Primark Vulcan says for $4.99, those who fail to learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And Nisanason says for $10, bottom line, show your support for Gina and your distaste for Disney by boycotting them and their products. Individual citizens have power, but trying to shout down people doesn't work. NY's Ninth Wonder says for $9.99, the more apt comparison for modern American politics should be McCarthyism in the Red Scare. That was the originator, blacklists, and pseudo-control over culture and political dissent. Valiant Renegade says for $5, Uche, while we may disagree, I respect your opinion and appreciate you taking the time to come here and have a calm, sensible, adult discussion. Thank you. Willowy13 says, Disney, it's okay for Pedro to compare us to Yahtzees, but Gina can't compare us to Jaws. Got it. Shadowman says for $10, I'm going crazy against Disney on Twitter, and I don't care. Thank you guys for the stream and don't shut down. We're still here like 3 hours after we said this. 3? No, like 4 hours after we said this. So, and Tim Scorpion says, someone should tell Disney's investors that Disney Plus is losing subs fast. If you can get fired for internet posts, fire those who insulted paying customers. Yes. And Fons Soto says for $10, here. And Zimbabwe says for $5, don't just cancel Disney Plus, cancel everything they own. ESPN, Marvel Unlimited, etc. And Patrick Mulligan says for $5 Canadian, I was with Uche until his Snyder fandom was revealed. Thumbs down, unsubscribe, and disavow. So yeah, go with the Snyder fan there. And my countryman Erik André Westrum Johansen says for 50 Norwegian krona, I just wanted to thank you all. So refreshing to hear civilized discourse like this. And Mr. Tickle Trunk said, Control left plus alt right equals delete. That's actually really clever. Control left and alt right. Straight White Mage says, as a combat veteran, I do not follow victims, only leaders. Crybabies stay home under their beds. And Excel Morbius says, NGL, I wanted who not some kid was. Well, that's just not some kid. Yeah. And Willowy13 says, for 5 Brazilian reals, I disagree with Uche, but respect. Nobody should be cancelled for opinions. Agree to disagree. Be friends. Life is short to live in misery like leftards. Oh yeah, we said this. I think we've gotten to the points that I already went through. Let's see. And Valiant Renegade says, I'm home today working and even finding time to make some videos. Y'all just keep on going. Today's show was exceptional as always. Hail to the edge.
Well, this wasn't even a regular scheduled program, so.
Yeah, no, this was like a bonus one. And then we have Mark Medina, who said for $5, have her share her side on the panel. I'm sure it'll be awesome. To Gina, stay strong, stay true. Hashtag love Gina Carano. Thanatos Felicitas says for $5, Gina was under double secret probation. They were waiting for Gina to do anything to cancel her. Now that I can believe.
Yep. And a nice Animal House reference there.
Yeah. I have to see Animal House one of these days.
You've never seen Animal House? Oh, it's classic.
I've seen it. I have to rewatch it.
Oh, okay, I was going to say.
I don't really remember
secret probation.
Yeah, and now I'm just going to go through and make sure that I haven't missed anyone.
Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm getting them now. And Silver Nova said, I have never seen such a Herculean effort with getting to all of the Pacific Ocean's worth of super chats. Best YouTube channel ever. Well, thank you.
We would never complain. We just want to make sure we get everybody's. So
absolutely,
that's the main thing.
Absolutely. And Paulus Plain, my countryman, says, when in American history did again happen? In Make America Great Again.
Make America Great was Reagan's slogan.
Yeah, it was his originally.
Mm-hmm.
And Darian217 says, Tom, if you keep going, we can make right into Jeff and Company tonight.
Maybe. We'll see. But no, I think we're getting close now because I think I remember that super chat. So
yeah. And Kit Kat says, wonderful rant by Tom. Wish he would do that more often if it didn't take too much out of him. And Darius.
I usually have a reason. I don't know. I've thought about doing streams on my own, but it's nice to have somebody to bounce off of as well.
Absolutely. And Darius Munchausen said, Midnight's Edge inform/entertain without bringing me down. Thumbs up. Oh, thank you. We do our best. And then I was going to see.
I like this. Lady Roscaline says, haven't seen you guys stream like this since Rise of Skywalker was released. Well done. Yeah, I think before this, we'd done a couple of really close ones on the morning show. We had gotten over, I think, 4 hours on one or two, but we're getting there. I think this is damn near one of our records.
I think it's
outside
really
of the day that we did that thing for the 20 the what do you call it, the long stream we did for.
Did a marathon for somebody?
Yeah, it was for the whole Anas Abdeen thing. That's what it was.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a while since I've done that long one.
Yeah, and now I think we're mostly done here. So you guys, you just keep going while I just go through and just double check that we didn't miss anyone.
Yeah, if anybody thinks we missed one of their chats, please let us know in the chat. But please, only serious ones. I don't need 5 people goofing on me. I get it; it's a joke, but it really is a big pain in the ass when somebody says it, and then you spend 20 minutes looking for a super chat that doesn't exist. But we do
especially now.
Yeah.
I found
you got a couple more. All right.
Here. Yeah, I found a couple more that we haven't done.
Sure.
John Miller said, "Great way to burn down a franchise. Support an open racist and throw out those that make you think."
Right?
Yeah. And Diego Flores said, "So is it time for me to break the glass and start the jump to Warhammer 40k bandwagon?"
Well, if that's what you're into, man, go for it.
Man. And Primal Plasma said, "It's a Kobayashi Maru situation. Disney had no choice but to fire her. If they didn't, the controversy would have sunk the whole company." I disagree completely with that. You know what I think?
do too.
Yeah, if you know what would have happened if they had let that one slide? Nothing.
You want to know why I believe that? Is because it took them for how long? They were trying for how many times the last few weeks here to get Fire Gina Carano to trend, and they couldn't. And the only time they could get it to trend is when it was trending with stuff like "We love Gina Carano" and shit like that. And last night, I think we seen the absolute proof in the pudding, because they were hitting it hard all day long, and they couldn't get that sumbitch to hit real high. The moment that it got out that she was no longer coming back, or however you want to put it, fired in the press, like, we were in the middle of that stream when that came out, and it took no time for it to be #1 on trending. So the proof is always in the pudding. Same thing with why she's at nearly the top of the IMDb. You said she was at #2, right? Script?
She was. Yeah, she's like in the top 5 of IMDb. And then last night, Gina Carano and Cancel Disney Plus were within the top 2 within the first 30 minutes. Like, it just blew up really fast.
Yeah, there you go. We have a couple of more. Valiant Renegade said, "Gun sales have exploded. Ammo sales have exploded. Conceal carry handgun permits have exploded." So it's more than just Gina Carano. And Jack Bauer says, "It's beyond Star Wars. They made it a political platform." And Michael said for $2, "Mike, you need that mic." And then he also said, "Can Paulie do some voiceover work? Maybe some guided meditation? You guys all need that much he's using." Yeah, he probably could. Franz Soto says, "Hey Cam, when this world places the value of all life as paramount over all other values, humanity will find its finest hour. Fonz." And Sontar said, "The straighter, whiter, maler, and right-wing you are, the more discrimination you face, the further you are from these, the less you face. That is fact." Well, historically, no, but in today's America, yeah, probably. Master Clockwork says, "But cancel culture totally doesn't exist, guys."
I think it was being sarcastic. Yeah,
of course. I just can't do sarcasm very well.
Yeah, because I've seen, actually, on that note, I've seen a lot of people trying to make this argument that what's been done to Gina is not cancel culture. It's like, well, then what the fuck would you call it? Because that's clearly what's happening here. I mean, yeah, she's not like totally railroaded yet, but how long before a lot of the other studios go, well, Disney's not going to work with her? We sure as hell ain't. I mean, she's already been dropped by her manager, her reps. I mean, come on. Her PR.
Yeah.
She can always start a school of MMA fighting for girls, and yeah.
Which, I'll be clear, actually, to be honest with you, there's probably a good thing she got dropped by her PR, because they didn't do her a good job anyway.
No, absolutely. They were
working against her.
As I've also mentioned, UTA is a terrible, terrible agency. I'm sure many of us have friends in the industry who can talk about their dealings with UTA.
Why are they still in business then? If they're so universal,
it's name recognition and reputation. That's goes a long way.
Okay, yeah, it's probably that. Well, anyway, I'm just gonna continue going through, see if I find any more. So you gentlemen just continue in the meantime.
Well, Diego Flores sent us another 20 Peruvian souls. I don't know if he meant to send another message and YouTube pulled the same thing on him as it did last time, but hopefully not. If it did, just let me know, Diego, and we will address that. But thank you so much.
In the meantime, yeah, thank you so much. We really, really appreciate it, and we also love hearing your stories. Like, we love it when you guys in the chat share your stories and your experiences to bring in some more things to the table that none of us really have, like especially like stories from Russia, from Eastern Europe, from South America. That's all really interesting, and I think that many in America are soon going to see some of what they've seen other places. I'm not saying that's a good thing, but I think it's going to happen. And that killed the conversation.
No, I was actually answering a message at the time. Like, yeah, I'm getting bombarded by some stuff here. Some people are still surprised we're live, but like, yeah.
Well, yeah. Well, to your point, Andre, the most horrible aspect, not just that it might change America, is that just getting out of it is a huge undertaking of itself. It takes decades, sometimes generations, to get out of an oppressive thing like that, because you're talking about indoctrination, brainwashing, and fear mongering. And especially onto a place with a population that is massive. That's a hard thing to do.
When Doyle Hargrave sends in $2 here, and yeah, I think we have a few more super chats to get through, because I think Rod Thunderheart was asking if we missed his or not. I know we got one from you earlier, but I think we have another one coming up. If not,
I'm going through it all, and I don't think I've missed any. Now,
which one did you have
missed me going through? Do I have to go through several, all of them?
Oh, no, but like recent ones here. I mean, but you've hit everyone before that, right?
Yeah, I believe I've hit I'm going through all of them now, and I do believe I've hit every single one of them, but I'm going through them. Who was it I was to look for again?
Rob Thunderheart.
Rob Thunderheart. Yeah, well, I'll have a look for that too.
Doyle Hargrave, though, in the meantime, says, did you hear 16 child lovers are arrested at Disney Park? No, I didn't. But hey, sometimes it's the way things work. And hopefully that's the kind of thing that the charity we're helping out will have something to do with stopping. So
I did hear that the current administration had stopped looking or something to that end, something with like trafficking, something.
Of course.
It was no longer a priority.
Then Jeffrey Turner said, the other shoe will drop. Disney is firing Gina over hypocritical nonsense is going to hurt them so bad that they'll likely go under. Walt rolls in his grave. Well, yeah, like we've seen the headlines starting to change a little bit, so hopefully they keep going. And then Rod, yeah, we did get that one. I remember spoken words vanish, but written words stay. Yes, I remember that one. So
yes, we've taken that one.
Yeah,
we have taken.
I do remember that one. And then we have one here from Dyslexic American, says, wouldn't let me donate earlier, but after 19 years on this earth, it's refreshing to hear people have an argument where people are not bashing and hating them because of their opinions. Great stream. Yeah, maybe it was something you said in the actual, because sometimes there's stupid words that will not let go through. But thanks for being persistent, and now we got it, and we appreciate it. Darian, I believe we have, unless there's any more we haven't missed. Is there?
I'm checking now.
Okay,
I'm checking.
But I'm pretty sure we did hit all of them. I know it's going to be a pain in the ass for some people to find the moments we did get to their super chats, but I know Andre's been going for
insofar as I can see, we have hit every single one of them. So if you didn't hear, maybe like
Soto says we missed theirs too, but I'm not sure.
Who you said?
Fonz Soto.
Well, I think I recall having said something with that name, but just repeat what you said, and we will.
If you guys think we missed your super chat, just say what it is that you said before.
We will repeat it.
Yeah, and then Valiant Renegade.
No, I got it here. Fons Soto. It was not missed. I said it before, but I'll say it again. No Gina, no Disney Plus. At least for me. Can't speak for anyone else. I was afraid of this. Did hit that one before.
Okay, yes, otherwise we had Darian217. But while you're looking for that, I got Valiant Renegade right now on the screen. Says Disney report is out. 95 million subs at fiscal year end. Actually, it's not as high as I thought that'd be. It's a little bit higher than the last time, but I bet that just went down. And Sanira Rivendera also says we missed the super chat and sent in another super chat to say that. You don't have to send in another one to let us know. We will.
Just let us know what was in it, because it's difficult.
Yeah, it's a little difficult to go back through them. Also, if you can just kind of repeat it, that would be great, or what it was about, because then it might also help us remember. Samurai Vader also says we missed theirs. But
no, that's a joke. Jay, you missed my super chat. No, wait.
Oh, Jay, never mind. Yeah, it took me a second. Jedi6, thank you so much for the $25. Says prayers for Sadie. Oh, thank you. Seriously, I have a lot of respect for you, Tom, Andre, and for finishing out the super chats. I learned a lot about the situation and love Tom's rant at the beginning. Nicely done, gentlemen. Well, thank you so much, Jedi6. I appreciate that and the kind words. And yes, Sadie, hopefully will be feeling better soon. She was such a good girl at the vet today. I can't say enough for hear that. You were a good girl. Yeah.
Oh, Fons Soto. I don't know which one he meant that we missed, but he also said, "Hey Cam, when this world places value of all life is paramount over all other values, humanity will meet its finest hour." The Fons. So yeah, we got that one too.
Okay, so and then the other one I think was.
Did you say Rod Thunderheart? Was that?
Yeah, but I think we got that one already. If I'm
spoken words vanish, but written words stay. Yeah, we
got that one. Darian217 was the other one.
Darian217.
Yep. Darian. Okay, there's the picture there. If you need, that might help.
Tom, if you keep going, we can make it right into Jeff and.
Oh yeah, we got that one. Yeah, we got that
one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking we've gotten everybody. So unless you're pretty sure, well, I did. She's not on. She's not here.
Yeah, I am just
Sadie.
Sure. Yeah, let Sadie entertain the people for.
I don't know where she's at. She's probably messing around with something. She likes to go play with her toys and stuff downstairs while I'm working, so that's probably what she's doing. Oh, okay, here we go. Diego says, check DMs. YouTube censored me. All right. All right. Gonna thank you for the effort and another stream like this in the Phantom Menace to talk about culture. Well, thank you. I don't know why it wouldn't let you do it. Say it's got to be something, either certain specific words, maybe. I don't know. That's really, really weird. That's not letting that go through, but then it's letting a few other things go through. So I'm thinking it's got to be the phrasing. Then Valiant coming in again, Valiant Renegade. Well, they have another 40 with Hulu and ESPN. Well, that's true, but I wonder how many of those are actually cross-pollinated, I guess is the word I'm looking for. What do you think, Script? How many people do you think actually are customers of both Hulu and Disney Plus and the ESPN package and all that stuff?
Probably a lot, yeah. I mean, remember the package bundles are at a discount, so it's more lucrative for the customer. So I wouldn't be surprised if there's a whole bunch there.
Yeah, and then I'm going to address this on a lighter note. Tom, will you be wearing what will you be wearing for your next morning chat? I'm going to say this, and I'm going to say this again tomorrow, because I'm not going to be able to do it tomorrow because we actually have something special going on. And while I'm going to take a moment to promote that real quick on our scheduled morning show tomorrow morning. We have a very special guest joining us tomorrow.
Hello to everybody at midnight's edge in the morning. I do hope to see you very soon.
That's right. The auditor from Hellraiser Judgment will return tomorrow in person, character, whatever. So I'm not going to do it tomorrow, but what I'm going to do is I'm going to plan something special. I'm going to see if I can get maybe some of the other guys to dress up too a little bit, maybe get some of the girls to do the other way too, because Paulie from Latino Slant has already said that he'll do it. So who knows? Maybe I can get Az and a couple other guys to dress up with us, and we'll do a special charity stream. So I'm going to try and plan that in the next couple of weeks. So stay tuned for that. And I'll do that instead of actually, because I don't want to take away from the auditor tomorrow. So that would definitely be a distraction. But I will definitely keep my word. And I, in fact, have at least one other person who's going to keep their word, help me out with it. He's down to wear a gown, says Paulie. So there you go. And check out his channel. He does a lot of great stuff over there. In fact, I'm not ready for an audit. No, you're probably not, Dr. Coffin-Nails. You get your shit in order because the auditor is coming. There you go. Andre, are you back? Nope.
Yeah, almost. I'm almost back. Tom, did you catch the super chats that came in like the last few minutes?
We got just this. We got all the ones, but this one right here, I think, is the only one I've missed so far, if I'm not mistaken. I did address Diego's super chat as well that he tried to send through. Unfortunately, like I said, they're playing games with the YouTubes. Bast the Holy Cat says peace and thanks. I think you mean thanks. That's all right. It's kind of cute that you said thanks because a cat can type. That's awesome.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, cute little kitty.
It's a holy cat. So.
Oh, nice. Even better.
Yeah. So of course it can type.
Yeah.
Of course. Thank you so much for that. And thank you guys for being here with us for damn near 7 hours. We did a full shift almost. I know Andre had to deal with some stuff earlier. I had to deal with some stuff in the latter part. So I really, really want to thank all the people that came in and joined us and were troopers through the whole thing and really, really helped us with this whole thing and script coming in at the last part. Paulie, of course, coming in early on. Who all did we have here today? We had Az from Heels versus Babyface. We had Mr. Pasha. We had Kamran Pasha. We had Andy Signo from Popcorn Planet. We had Comics Division pop in at one point. We had Uche Nwaneri. We had who else? I know I'm missing somebody. I got to be missing somebody. Rob, of course, came in for a bit too.
Oh, Mr. H. Did you have Mr. H?
Yeah, I said Mr. H.
You mentioned him.
Maybe I did get everybody.
Yeah, I think you did. Tim 5 Scorpion, are you still there? If you are, Tim, then just put the super chat that
because we're not
sent, because I can't, I don't find it now. It could be that my eyes just aren't working because I've been doing this for like 7 hours now, and I've been staring at the screen most of the time. Certainly like the last 5 hours. So let me.
I understand, John Williams, but usually most people talk 8-hour shift. I get you.
Yeah. I'm gonna do like one final check here because we really, really appreciate the support, and I will not miss anything. Even if Tanura Ravindra said you missed my super chat, I hope that was a joke. So yeah, yeah, I'm just going to do one final check here. So, gentlemen, you just keep providing the circus while I do that.
Yeah. Midnight's Edge, the EFAP edition. Pretty much. Oh, Mr. Tickle Trunk is trying to get my attention. Okay, where are you at, Mr. Tickle Trunk? Why am I not seeing him here?
I do not know. Yeah, there's no reason why you should not.
Well, that was from before. Yeah, what the heck?
Oh yeah, and Tim 5 Scorpion wanted.
Oh, we found it.
Okay. And here I found it. Tim 5 Scorpions, and I had this one too as well. Someone should tell Disney's investors that Disney Plus is losing subs fast. If you can get fired for internet posts, fire those who insulted paying customers. And yes, we did take that one. I just did a double check here, and I finally found it. So
and then we got one more from Jedi 6. says, anyone else sending money just to see how long they'll live stream? We got to let Andre and stuff like that get some things done here, and I got to get that video done, and I'm sure I've got other things on the plate coming up here too. I'm sure I told somebody else to be on the screen.
Update that video by now, because it's like since we wrote and recorded it like
More's
8 hours ago, it's like almost out of date now. But yeah, I'll have a look at it and see if we can future-proof it a little bit for tomorrow, and we'll see.
All right. Well, anyway, in the meantime, then, since we are fully caught up, besides this one I have on screen here, Thanuro Ribandera sends us another one. Says, I think Disney and Disney Plus is too big to boycott. Fans need to think bigger. It's a start, though. And the fact that you've got like the Daily Wire already writing an article, and you had the Mirror, I think it was, that was trying to do the they aren't really canceling it kind of bullshit. I think we could have a bit more of an impact than you think, and I think we have. So there you go.
And 95 million subscribers for Disney Plus. I mean, that's good to know. No one is saying otherwise, but that has to be less than what they were hoping for. Sure, I'm sure they were hoping that they could break
100. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, this action alone is like another death by 1,000 paper cuts type of thing. It's not going to be an instant drop for Disney. They're going to take it and they're going to keep doing similar and silly things, silly choices with the current the administration of the company, and it's there's not going to be a turnaround where it's just going to drop and flatline. They're too big for that at the moment. It's going to be slowly whittled away over years if they keep doing these types of tactics.
Yeah, indeed.
Well, in the meantime, guys, it looks like Mr. Robert Meyer Burnett, and as speaking of Heels versus Babyface himself, are live talking about toys on Robert's channel. So check out some Fully Articulated. I just threw the link in the chat. Tell them that we sent you from over here at Midnight's Edge. Show them some love. Other than that, Script Doctor, I know you got some stuff probably coming up eventually, or I know you're working on a lot of stuff, but do you have anything coming up on your channel you want to plug real quick?
Not yet. No. I still have to start getting back into that swing of things. I just finished all of my deadline assignments last week, and there's been kind of reorganizing my schedule this week. So no, but you can check out all my old coverage. And if you are upset about The Mandalorian, I do a very objective take on the first and second season, and I'm just going to be dropping that season 2 finale in a few weeks. So you'll all be able to see the stuff that I saw that I had some issues with, and things that I also liked about it, and go from there.
Awesome. All right. So in the meantime, check out all the lovely people we had on the panel tonight, and take care of yourselves and each other. Andre, anything to say before we go?
I just wanted to say thanks to everyone that were here, and also please come back tomorrow, because I'm sure that we will be discussing more Gina Carano. Yes, we are going to have the auditor from Hellraiser Judgment. That alone is going to be worth the price of admission, which is free, but it's still an event. But we'll be discussing other things then as well. So please mark your calendars and be here tomorrow at 6 p.m. Central European Time. That's 9 a.m. LA time, and I don't recall New York time. Really need to find that out.
I think it's noon. It's noon on the East Coast, 11 Central. I think the 10 Mountain, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's go. Take care, everybody, and I don't want to make sure we didn't miss any last super chats. No, I think we're good.
I think we're good. And Stephen Long, you are welcome for the long stream, and we are very happy that we made your shit job bearable. At the same time, you should appreciate having that shit job.
Yeah,
it's maybe a shit job, but at least it's a job.
At least you're working.
It may pay something, and I'm sure there are many others out there that probably would be quite happy to have that. We are anyone. That's the one thing that really annoyed me with everyone saying, "Oh, 2020 it's finally over." What you thought? You thought that was the end? That was the beginning.
Remember, 2021's drinking age.
I was gonna say I was pretty much like, hey, we'll see about that. Yeah. All right, guys, thank you much. Take care, and we'll talk to you tomorrow morning.
A big hello to everybody at Midnight's Edge in the morning. I look forward to seeing you all very soon.